right, how do we do this? Let's get this out of here. Let me check on me. Let's transition over. Transition. Good morning. Welcome, everybody. I saw the timer hit 0, but we're just a little behind, as expected. Things happen. We had a player rushing to get here, but he was able to make it, so we're continuing to have all 16 of the top players this morning. So I want to welcome everybody in. Hopefully our system's at full power again, so we won't have too many issues. Remember, we are looking at, I think it's lists. Let me pull up the list. In Roll Better, it's going to take you to hopefully the right page here. You can find out. You can look at the rounds. Look at the lists. Check them out. Let me close that up. Where James gets back. Anyways, we got an awesome matchup here. We're going to have not Rebels round 1. So we won't be watching Rebels technically all day. Made sure to get a non-Rebels match. Not that we don't like Rebels around here. Trust me, we love Rebels around here. But they're a huge portion of the field. James, what was their portion of the field? You got this pattern analyzer up? He's busy. He's busy. He's got the pattern analyzer pulled up here. I did take your chair. You can have. Oh, we're doing this. Okay. But now I'm James Ritter over here. Oh no, it's mirrored. I just saw it, like I said, go live. This is 40% of day 2.
Yeah, it was Rebels, but looking at the top cut.
Are these in seated order?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Sorry.
7. I think that's 7 out of 16. So just under half.
Not half.
Yeah.
But that's still a very high percentage, of course. Galactic Empire, Resistance, 2 Separatists, which I think is 100% cut rate or something like that.
And
from yesterday.
Yeah,
is I think what it was from yesterday.
I think Separatists had more than 2. Going into yesterday, yeah. So yeah, it is 100% cut rate. I only had 2.
100% cut rate from.
Oof. CIS having a great day as far as.
That's how robots work. They just beep boop beep boop get into cut.
Beep boop beep boop gut cut. Yeah, you can see right here in the if you go to the pattern analyzer, if you go to the lists. Here, I'll pop that up for you.
I put the list up.
Oh, you did? Okay, yeah. If you go to that pattern analyzer link, go to the Insights tab, you can see faction performance, and you can see that CIS had it says 80% right there, but that's based off of a top 8, I think is what the numbers are based off of, but actually it's a top 16, so. Oh no, it is top 16. They fixed it. It updated automatically.
Just updated. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that. So 100%.
Oh, I wonder if they ran the pairing then.
Yeah, that's most likely what happened. There it is.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So pattern analyzer up to date for the cut rate there.
Yeah.
And these players are going to start hopefully getting set up. We are locking in the pairings. Like I said, there was one of the players a little behind. So
I think their bus was late, is what they said.
Yeah, their bus was late because our bus didn't leave until like 10 minutes after we were supposed to. We were trying to leave at 7:30. We didn't get out of there until like 7:40. So yeah, when that bus came back around, for him trying to probably maybe catch the 7:45 bus. Maybe it's not the same end though. That's where we're staying. It's been some interesting nights, interesting experience at the old St. Kate. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
A hotel I will remember forever. And I really think that's the vibe.
Very interesting, yeah.
That's the vibe they're going for. You're not going to forget this hotel.
Yeah.
So, very, very cool. Been having an amazing time. Of course.
Pairings are up. You're already at your seats. Your scenario is chance engagement. You may begin setting up.
Okay, chance engagement was the official.
Violence for the first round.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You're clicking through too many things. I can't keep up. I got a lot of questions that I want to answer from our chat. You got to give me one of these chats. Give me the restream or give me the other one. Oh, you're organizing. You got me my own restream? Can you click away whatever this is? For a chance.
You're so needy.
Thank you. Jorge, Marcel on stream. I don't think Marcel wants to deal with us early in the morning.
Yeah.
And we didn't want to deal with him. Morning Marcel.
Marcel has a morning Marcel and a not morning Marcel.
Obviously, just like you guys. We love Marcel. He's our brother, our family, but let's not
a morning person. But Marcel is not.
Specifically, though, that's a side note. Of course, we'd love to have Marcel on. We're just making excuses to that we got a different matchup. But realistically, the matchup we were looking for was not Rebels. And what did we say? Almost half the field?
Yeah.
And none of them got matched up. Almost none of them got matched up together.
Yeah.
So it was almost every matchup. Well, I guess one of them must be Rebels on Rebels then, right?
Oh, yeah. A lot of them are Rebel.
Yeah, they'd have to be.
Yeah, a lot of them are. It was hard to not find a Rebel matchup.
No, not just like Rebel. I'm saying just like Rebel on the board at all.
That's what I'm saying. There's only two. There's only 2 games in this whole event so far in top 16 that are not.
Really?
Including a Rebel matchup.
I thought this was the only one.
Nope.
You're crazy. Let me see that bracket.
Marcel.
Oh, that's why we're saying it. Yeah. Fair.
We went over this like 5 times yesterday.
All right. Well, go to the table so people can see what we're running then, if you could. And we're in studio mode right now, so I don't know if that's going to change it. No, it didn't.
Oh, I was in the studio. There you go.
All right. So this is the matchup we had planned. So we went with Doug's overall. I didn't get a chance to really see Duncan. He was opting not to play on stream, which was a thing that players were allowed to do during the Swiss rounds. But the rules on that change when you're in the top cut. And we obviously want to respect players, and specifically we try to find people who are a little bit more comfortable with stream, but we like to get newer players on as well, so it's a hard dichotomy. We have, this is one, can you put other seating per chance? Oh, you're doing something fancy over there. No, that's a weird way to put that. Yeah, just one, number 1 seed. Is it seed or seat? I always thought it was seat. You're telling me it's seed?
Yep.
Like you're planting your roots and then you grow into the winner?
That's not why.
That's not why, but sure.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. You can go one more. Oh, you shift around different things. Okay. Remember this morning? Remember all the games today are going 90 minutes. We don't know when the judges are starting time, so our timer is an estimate that we would feel. We just start it whenever we would think the judges did, but that's not accurate. Don't quote us on that timer. That is all hidden because of the variable timing. We're going 87 to 93, just like we used to go 72 to 73. 8, that 6-minute window there, what we call stoppage time. That still remains in effect. I'm really excited to talk about Doug's list. Got a chance to play it. Was talking with him about it all weekend.
Yeah, we had it on. I thought we had it on when you were here. It may have been day 2. We had it on. Let's see. Let's go to my stream chart here.
I don't know. What'd you say?
Doug Howe, yeah. We had it against Andrew Pineapple.
Mm-hmm.
And
that was my Swiss day. Yeah.
Yeah. You wouldn't have seen that one.
No. I remember. Is the HMP the GSP helmet? No, I believe it's the Twin Suns.
Yeah.
Twin Suns something. I'm blanking on that. I believe isn't that is that the group that runs CIC? Well, I think they just run a CIC.
I have no idea.
Well, let's talk about it. But no, it's the Twin Suns logo.
Yeah, no goose today.
Someone smarter than me will remember that. Why is Adobe popping up? You trying to Photoshop something?
Yeah.
I haven't run Adobe on this in a while.
Didn't like it.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you about that.
That's fine.
We have to roll better link.
Yeah.
Can you just put the bracket from the roll better up there then?
That's what I'm doing.
Perfect. No draws and cut? No. You have to do whatever Chris said. We're not allowed to say final salvo, but whatever he said was the tiebreaker. The road roll from, Nicholas God's win over Alex Cox, or Andrew Cox. And they had to settle it with the Dice Cup road roll. Mm-hmm. So if there is a tie or a draw in these elimination rounds, it goes to that road roll.
Next week, main event players, just a reminder, just like every other day, once you're set up, start playing.
All right. We have a handshake here, so I think we're about to begin. Hello and welcome back to Gold Squadron Podcast. I am William Hagwood. I'm joined by James Ritter.
Hey guys.
And we are here at Adepticon for the World Championships 2025. We are in the elimination rounds. These players have battled it out over 10 rounds of Swiss. 200 players from all over the world have come together here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin to find out who's the best of the best. And we have some legendary players out in the field here. These two players we have for our top 16 match. We have Doug Howe coming out of the United States and Duncan Howard as well from the US of A. We have this is a bracketed match, so we have the number 1 seed facing off against Doug Howe, the number 16 seed. We're gonna go ahead and open up the Choose Your Champion, because I'm gonna let you guys know, or I want you to let me know who you think can pull off this matchup. Thank you, James. And while you're doing that, I can take a moment to talk about chance engagement. We see just a single objective out on the center of the board. Starting at the end of round 2, we're looking for whose ships are in range 2 of that objective. As long as you have a ship at range 2 of it, you're going to get yourself and your squad 1 point. Now, the problem is if you're not in the center, but your opponent is, they're going to get your point as well. So you can think about it that 2 points up for grabs, and you either split them or get them all, depending on who is in the center. We're going to be taking a look at the lists as well, because we got some time here as we begin. James is working on, I love that visual bracket, so I'll just start working on the lists.
Yep.
You all ready for cards?
Yep.
Let's take a moment to go through. Well, I'll let you choose. You want to break one down, or you just want to show the cards?
Nope. No, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm saving my voice.
Fantastic. That's smart. Pacing.
Pacing. Yeah, pace yourself.
Let's start with Duncan Howard's. Then we have a 7-point customizable Darth Vader.
Is that even allowed?
The
I think you're only allowed to take starter pack.
The things this ship can do might not be natural,
Yeah.
to say the least. Vader, of course, an I6X1, loves the lock to get that 3 attack dice with a crit. Can take multiple actions through the Force or their focus to roll linked action. This one has brilliant evasion to be able to use that Force defensively a little bit more effectively. Debris Gambit, giving them a red or white evade, depending on where they are in the obstacle field.
With so many actions, you might as well take one of them as an evade.
Sure, and more actions. We have Pattern Analyzer, which is what we're going to be waiting for the entire time. That slippery K-turn or Talon roll from Darth Vader still gets an action, which performs his pilot ability action chain. We have fire control system as well, so you don't have to spend your lock, which is my biggest problem as a note.
With both of the
SLs,
yeah.
No fire control system. They always need to roll perfect or take their locks. Well, that was why everybody switched to Boy, in my opinion. So it's like, oh, we don't have to spend our lock because we just are converting our blanks instead of re-rolling them.
Yeah, it's sort of like a fire control. Like you spend a Force fire control system.
Sure, something like that.
It's more consistent.
It is more consistent. But then we have, of course, Afterburners, more actions, and this thing doesn't have a native boost. So if it needs to boost, it needs to go a 3 to 5 speed maneuver twice per game. Darth Vader is going to be terrifying. Duncan ahead of time to kind of talk to him about it, and he just says he loves the evade. He loves the defensiveness of it. He brags about how many attacks this Vader can withstand. Now,
no hate, no way to get Force back.
And that was his immediate caveat. He's like, my Force is a little limited, that's why Palpatine is required. We do have Vizier in
does Brilliant, just real quick, does Brilliant work with
pull up the exact card.
Let's take a look at Brilliant real quick. While you defend, you may spend 1 Force.
Yeah, one Force charge. Unless
I'm pretty sure Palpatine says
you. So this is Emperor Palpatine. It's the whole Emperor Palpatine smile on the dice, not Vader.
Yeah,
ship with Brilliant.
It says even here. It says as though you may spend a Force to modify one of its dice as though that ship had spent.
Specifically it calls out 1.
It says 1, yeah.
Can't be more clear.
Definitely not.
All right, well, pull back up that Vizier here, because that is our support ship, the TIE Reaper. It has the, I forget what are they adaptive ailerons? I believe they changed the ship ability.
This is the correct one. Control ailerons, yeah.
Anyways.
May boost. Yeah, that's the main thing. Before you reveal dial, if you're not stressed, you may boost.
Oh, okay. I see. They did update it. Yes. This is the routed one. So boost, notably an action, so you can't do it while. Or sorry, you.
Not an action.
yes, it's not an action. But you can't be stressed while doing it. So that's what I was thinking about.
Yep.
Anyways, the not being able to do it is huge, but of course Vizier loves to do it because his pilot ability, when he does that pre-maneuver boost, he can perform a coordinate action. If he does, he skips his perform action. And of course, everybody puts a little caveat on that. If you run into a ship after you do that, the overlap red focus is not your perform action step. So you are somehow allowed to still do that. So very cool to see this ship not only support, but brings a impressive 3-die gun in Initiative 2, which is going to be huge. It outmatches 4 of Doug's ships.
You don't normally see Initiative 2 out here acing, right?
Acing out there against like 4 of those vultures, so 4 of those ships, rather. So we'll be keeping an eye on Vizier. Let's go to the other ace that this Vizier is going to be supporting. That's Soontir Fel. The Ace of Legend here can get a focus token if there's an enemy ship in their bullseye. Before the combat begins, they have the auto thrust to his ability, so they can do an action and then a red barrel or red boost action. So we're going to be seeing a lot of evade as their action for juke here, and then a reposition to line up that bullseye, which is going to trigger their 2 abilities. Evade for the juke, where you can change one of your opponent's dies from a evade to a focus, and then predator. So not only do you're so incentivized to line up the bullseye, which I love. Soontir Fel used to be, you can get these cards out here. Soontir Fel used to be the runaway, and you could chase him and he would be undestroyable. Now, of course, in second edition, he has to keep those bullseyes on target to be ultra defensive.
He's still undestroyable, but he's looking at you this time.
Yes, now he's required to shoot, though.
Interestingly, he's still double modifying his offense.
Correct.
It's just not what we normally see. He has the juke.
He's triple modding, predator, focus, and juke.
Right. Yeah.
I know what you're saying. Double modding his own dice.
Yeah.
Which is very good. There's been a lot of talk about the standard loadout pilots. Duncan Howard here, I love to see coming out and say, no, we're playing the X-Wing I want to play. We're playing the as many upgrades as I can put on my Darth Vader and the Ace of Legend, which is a classic of Duncan Howard. So we got one more ship here, Fifth Brother. That's where I lost our chat at some point here. If you could pull it back up over there. It's mostly people betting.
Yeah, people betting.
We have Fifth Brother. This is the Ruthless Brute Inquisitor. Initiative 4 in the TIE Advanced V1. Has the ability to spend both of their force charges on an attack that hits to add a critical damage. So a lot of caveats to that, but when it happens, it's really nice. Now, sometimes you can proc it with certain missiles automatically, but we don't see that here. We have
namely the
homing missile,
where it deals just one hit, and then you can add a crit with the ability.
Yeah, I talked to Duncan. I was like, I would have assumed it would be like instinctive aim. I don't know if the points work out, but instinctive aim homing missile. No, that's 2 and 5, right?
Yeah.
And he was like, well, this hits harder. If I need like damage out of nowhere, this can actually do it at reasonably. Especially against some of these ships here that have only 3 hull, where they said, okay, I'll take a hit crit. Yeah.
And I'll spend all your force for it.
Like thinking about like B-Wings, the Ginas, and the Braylons.
I'll take a hit crit instead of the potential of 4 dice.
Yeah, like whatever.
Or even the potential of 3 dice, right?
Sure. Yeah. So it's very interesting. Duncan says that he probably should have just taken the instinctive anyways. And after some play with my Ahsoka, I definitely feel that. I get it.
Really, you're going back.
The Brilliant was it kept her alive in so many, literally all the ones where, other than the one time she blanked out. That's what kept her alive, kept her on the field. Yeah. But could I have won the games with instinctive aim? Hard to say. But obviously, Duncan Howard's doing fantastic here. Is the #1 seed. What was his record ended up being? I know he drew a lot. We'll talk about that.
Don't make me say it.
Did he get the 8th win is my question. I believe he did. That's what locked in his.
He got the 8th win with the draws.
So he went
7-3.
7-3. Yeah. So as a note, even though Duncan Howard is the top seed versus Doug Howe, both of them officially won 7 games in this tournament. Small caveat, not to disrespect those people intentionally drawing. Duncan Howard obviously got his 7 wins early and said, I've made it. I don't need to play anymore. As an undefeated player, he kind of has that privilege. So.
Oh no, I don't think he got 7 wins because what day was he?
He went undefeated Friday or Thursday.
He did go undefeated.
Yeah, and then he won 2 games. He got to 7 wins, then drew out.
That's right.
And everybody was like, Duncan Howard's offering me a point. I'll take it.
Yeah, pause.
I was
okay.
like, well, you know what? I'll take it.
Yeah, it's like in chess where if you're playing white and you offer the draw, black's like, yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, I'm at the disadvantage.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you saw Duncan's list and was like, I've been prepared for Imperial aces.
Imperial customizable aces my whole life. No, I don't think anyone was saying that. So.
Well, we'll see if maybe Doug Howe was saying that with his list here. Let's start with the big boy out there. This is the ship out here. The commanding... Just pull up the cards. Sorry. The commanding Geonosian of these droids, San Fac. In the Nantex, this ship has not only a 3-dice bullseye, but a 2-dice turret arc. That's note. With their pinpoint tractor array, they cannot put that turret in their rear arc, so they have, left, right, or forward only. But this unique ship has a way to tractor itself when they rotate that arc. And with the tractor, it gains a reposition barrel or boost, which gives it this hilarious looking action bar of just focus evade, because all of their repositions come from that pinpoint. Best thing about them, though, I don't care about this elusive. I want to talk about the next card here. Ensnare. So, Sunfac gets an extra die when you're tractored. How he's going to tractor other ships is through Ensnare. Start of activation, he can pass that tractor that he's kind of built up with his array, and he gives that tractor token to another ship at range 0 to 1. Funny enough, it can't be a friendly, which is, why there's so many vultures out here. If need be, Sunfac just passes the tractor to some vulture at 1 health or something who is most likely going to be destroyed.
Yeah, I think we have seen in the past where the Sunfac has flown with Dirge. I mean, we have Dirge in this list, for example, with the proton cannon, but helping his friendlies or maybe Grievous.
Yeah, traditionally I've seen it Grievous that you can give Grievous an extra barrel roll.
Yeah,
to help him get out of arc.
Out of arc to make sure he's getting rerolls, not taking some front shots at range 1.
Exactly.
Because Grievous is that low initiative that sometimes gets himself in trouble.
I mean, imagine you blocked a ship with your vulture, right?
Yeah.
And you barrel the vulture off of the ship, so now it can't be shot at. Something cool like that. So many possibilities for that. And we're just talking about friendlies. We're not even counting throwing your enemies into nasty things. You can't do obstacles anymore. As no, remember?
You can put them in front of an obstacle, but you can't
very much put them in front of an obstacle.
On it.
They can rotate as well. We'll be talking about the rotate rules and all the tractor shenanigans. If an enemy puts a tractor token on you, you can rotate 90 degrees for a stress. So in that exact instance, if they put you in front of a rock, you can just push your ship to the maximum and tilt out of it.
We did actually see Doug throw that tractor with Ensnare on to the pink Horchal right here.
Yep. Because it's start of activation, you might have put him into range. Fifth brother.
Real close, yeah. Horchal does have only has Discord missiles, so no possible energy shell, but still.
Sure.
I'm terrified of these concussion missiles. Hitting like a vulture in the middle that all have like 1 damage.
Sure. We'll see. Well, let's take a look at the first shot of the round. We were looking at the bullseye. Duncan's questioning the HMP, if possible, it looked like. Non-obstructed HMP, perhaps. That vulture blue is on an obstacle. We'll talk
That's
more
an
about
iron
that.
assembler.
But he's strutting on it. He loves it.
He takes 2.
Yeah, going to take 2 right off the bat. We'll find out. I believe he'll be able to heal one of those back if it's iron assembler. If Fifth Brother shoots a concussion missile that hits, though, well,
I mean, if it hits, he's destroyed.
correct, of course.
But yeah, Higher Assembler can repair damage when they activate if they are already on a rock.
Right. Yeah, we'll read more about that ability if he survives. So he needs evade. I mean, pout force, right? What's the penalty?
Yeah, pout force. Yeah.
What's the penalty?
To add the crit to guarantee it.
No, you pout just the eyeball.
Yeah, palp the eyeball, and then add the crit to guarantee the kill.
Yep. He didn't get the evade eyeball that he was looking for.
Oh, that's right.
Concussion.
Yeah,
Flipped a card.
Yeah, Fifth Brother only works when you hit, right?
Only works when you hit. It's after you hit. You have to hit.
After you hit.
Yeah. You might be thinking he does not add a crit to his dice pool.
That's right.
He adds a crit to the damage dealt.
Yeah, this is the same kind of trigger as Boss.
Correct. Yes,
Yeah.
Boss has to put the crit through and then messes with it. Same thing with Fifth Brother. So a quick snipe here. That iron assembler got too far away from the rest of these ships being protected, and looks like we still have a ship at range 2 for the vultures. Well, as expected, they found a low-hanging fruit here, and I think this is what Duncan. Well, let's keep talking about the list and then we'll think more about macro strategies. But next up is Dirge. We've seen this in both successful CIS lists. A Dirge with Proton Cannon, Xanadu Blood, and General Grievous. Dirge has unique ability to potentially prevent himself from being destroyed by looking for direct hits and pilot traits. So we're going to be talking about that when he is eventually destroyed. Most normally, though, the upgrade General Grievous to running. Where's Grievous in this list? People love that Solus Bolt Lab, don't they?
Tucked him in the trunk.
Yeah, if you know anything about who Dirge and General Grievous are, I don't know how they're fitting in this rogue, but somehow
this is an XL rogue, XXXL rogue.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if Grievous is riding on top or what's going on here.
Well, he's a little robot. He can pack up in a little suitcase.
Oh, I have no idea. But I guess he does. But I don't like that. That's a valid point. Anyways,
I don't like it.
It's essentially an extra evade or shield, however you want to think about that. And with the charge, it comes back when a friendly ship is destroyed. So it really, it's that kind of like anti-aggro upgrade where if you're like, you can't shoot at me, and if you do shoot at me, you need to destroy me kind of thing. Yeah. So you have to kind of go all in on Dirge or just completely ignore him. We'll see how Duncan responds to that mix of bullseye, 4 dice attacks, and extreme defensiveness of Dirge. Let's talk about the vultures. We have the I3 out there. This is the golden one dressed in green. I can spend a calculate here, 081 to change all of the crit results to hits. As a note, that's before your opponent modifies, so you can't undo advanced targeting computer from Vader.
I did have to talk to Doug yesterday about his DFS 081's ability.
Correct. You modified the attack dice before the attacker modifies them.
It's exactly like plated hull. You do it before the person rolling the attack dice modifies their dice. So you can't even doing it I think in that example he did it during the defense step where he's like, oh yeah, I don't want to crit, I'm gonna spend a calculate now. No, that doesn't work.
It doesn't work like that. Rarely used ability, but it can prevent that single crit from coming through, right?
Yeah.
If you have
especially in salvage.
Yeah, especially in salvage. But imagine you have your 2-hull vulture, 1 crit's coming in. You might as well just spend your calculate to make it a regular hit to guarantee that you survive the attack.
Yeah, especially on independent calculations. Right.
Yeah, much better with independent because they're getting 2 calculates out there per round. So, and they can use that ability at nearby ships.
Yep. And
it's totally friendly. There's no restriction on it. In fact, you can do it on Sunfac as well.
Well, as long as he has a calculate somehow.
As long as you have a calculate. This one is equipped with energy shells. That's why he's dressed in gold. He's got the big weapon and the higher initiative. The other 2 Chal prototypes, they have an ability to get a free target lock action, but most of the time they're going to be stressed because of the independent calculations give you 2 calculates for a stress. So we'll see if the ability ever triggers. It'll be impressive if it does. I think Doug said it may have triggered just one time in the tournament. Most notably, though, these are brought for their Discord missiles. These are little buzz droids from the Siege of Coruscant.
Yeah.
Here's the battle, not the scenario.
Revenge of the Sith.
Revenge of the Sith, yeah. Where they get all on Anakin's ship. So that's what these things are launching.
More Obi's ship.
I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Then Anakin shot him off. That's correct.
Yeah. Tried real hard.
So they're very cool. You spend 1 of your 2 calculates to launch the Discord missile, and they do attacks and damage.
They can be dangerous for these aces. Yeah.
Most of these ships love to barrel roll, so.
I mean, they can barrel them off, but you're essentially jamming them, right? Giving them a jam to say, hey, you have to roll,
Like I said, Doug said it's a lot more effective against Rebels because Rebels don't have a lot of linked roll actions. But let's take a look at what's happening here. This is DGS 047 in the HMP. These are side slipping things. This gets a target lock anytime it attacks someone in their front arc, which is very cool. If there's a bullseye attack, they gain a strain, which is great because there could be 3 ships that fire after him. That strain could actually be used this current round. But the main thing he's brought for is Hondo Anaka. And we saw in round 1, get the repulsors out of there, because I want to see what's they're jumping on obstacles and hard turning in. Okay. So Hondo Anaka, in the beginning of the round, we see those target locks. The yellow from Dirge, pink and green locked the HMP because Hondo, when that HMP takes this action, chooses 2 ships at a range 1 to 3 that are friendly to each other. So 2 of your enemies or 2 of your friends. You're going to coordinate one of them, which is extra range for coordinate. It's coordinate out to range 3 as a note, rather than the standard 2. But you must jam the other for this kind of ability. It's also a white action, so it's a white coordinate, which is still very good. So how you get around this is that first round you lock somebody, or it seems Doug here as well, lock the Hondo carrier, so he knows who he can jam freely. So when you activate, he's going to jam one of the ships that has a lock on him, and then coordinate Sunfuck at range 3. Normally throwing evades, but you can be doing a lot of target lock and focus for Sunfox targeting computer. So it's a great way to keep double-modded attacks on Sunfac, even while they're doing, say, red maneuvers or bumping. We're not so much bumping, but doing their pinpoint tractor array shenanigans, right?
Yeah. It's an interesting piece here because normally you hate jamming your own ships, but if you have just so many and those jams actually don't matter because you already taken like a protection lock, then it doesn't get nearly as bad.
I was looking at the audio. I can't hear you as well. Can you turn on my monitor? You gotta talk for me to be able to understand that. I can hear that.
Yeah, is that better?
I don't know. I don't think I can hear it at all.
You should be able to. I can hear you.
You can hear me? I can't hear anything. Oh, now I'm starting to.
I'm turning up the gain.
There's a little bit more gain. How's the audio coming through, by the way? We should do probably an audio check here. We are just finishing maneuvers. Oh, what happened?
What do you want?
You do it.
What do you want?
Just the chat. Oh, okay. Audio's fine. Okay. Okay, we'll maybe turn the gain back down to.
Yeah, turn the gain back down.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's fantastic. We really. Thank you, James, for holding everything down over the weekend. I didn't know how long I was be able to play for. I thought I would, not be playing it. I didn't have high hopes for my run, but after going 4-1 in my run, I was thrilled to play the next day. So, James, I do thank you for holding down the fort. For the co-commentators over the last 2 days that were able to jump in and help out. Of course, we had Jason as well helping out around the table. He'll be, I think, back around later today. I think he said he would want to get some games in. But yeah, it's very fantastic here. We're getting so much support from not only the event staff but the players and the judges. Of course, the event organizers. Everyone's been really fantastic. Overall, been an amazing event here. A little nervous going into a new convention center, right? You never know what to expect, but everything has been so smooth, so wonderful. Other than that one power issue we were having yesterday.
I don't know what happened with that.
That's a one-off, but honestly, if that's the least of our problems, or the most of our problems.
I think we had one glitch on. I thought you may have been here for that on Thursday, where our camera went out for like a brief second.
Oh yeah.
That was it. That was pretty.
And we even cleaned up the little fuzzy. We got hopefully everything's in order here. Yeah. We got our final maneuvers here. We saw Darth Vader take that white debris gambit. We're gonna see a tractor. He jammed himself. That's not the right token.
We all know what he means.
I'll tell him to change that token if nobody notices.
Well, he's probably going to be. He's going to move it off in a second.
Yeah, he caught it. I was like, come on. I was like, there we go. We see it moved to the HMP. Gives him a little boost. That is classic in Snare. We have Soontir Fell coming around the flanking side here. Wants to sneak up on the Sunfac. But that Sunfac was waiting for him. There's a judge right in the corner watching. There you go. So that's fantastic. We didn't really want, not that we don't want to talk to the players, but as we are now in some heated competition, no more friendly, haha, let's play some X-Wing. This is playing for that championship.
Title.
Yeah, playing for the title. So we're going to let the judges handle all of the discussion at the table. We'll try to limit our involvement. So apparently Grimwolf, you are somewhere. Where are you, Grimwolf? Did I miss him? He was setting stuff up. Anyways, who I'm also happy to have with us? Everybody watching. What do we got for viewership? Do you got a count for us? They're rotating judges every 15 minutes. That's very smart. I like that. That's something I didn't even consider. that you wouldn't want the same judge at your table for the whole round, because what if the judge was biased? Not to say that they are. Obviously, they literally had like training and practice. They were developing new techniques to judge, which is so fantastic. That's like the nerdiest thing I've ever heard of, and I absolutely love them for it.
About 200 max viewers per day and about 120 average. And then right now we are looking like
150. Awesome.
150.
All right, well, I'm getting distracted here. We have an attack. It looks like we hit the pink vulture. I didn't see what the crit was. That's what distracted me. It looks like that was just Vader's shot. We'll get an update on that. Just a second. That was a dodged attack. Sunfac to Soontir. No damage there on Sunfac. It was wounded pilot. No worries, Grimbuff. Wounded pilot. We were just hucking a bunch of 2-dice attacks here. Activator. We started with Dirge. And I assume no damage is dealt. I mean, he's got the evade token. He's got the extra ranged die. So you're going to need at least 2 hits here. HMP switching over targets to Fifth Brother. Fifth Brother does not have an evade, so will be blank dependent. Still gets the natural evade there, not a problem. Gets a lock for having that ship in its front arc. It does have the network aim ability, so it does give him a reroll later on, which is very cool. Yep. Unfortunately, single hits here aren't going to be able to wear down these 3 agility force-using aces. Yeah, so you see that vulture survive at least for the round. And of course, Duncan doing a great job of rotating his aces here. We have them coming in from 3 different vectors. Can I get a little telestrator to point it out? 3 vectors. So the swarm comes through here, right? So you need to come side, side, and then bait the middle, and then dip out. So that way you constantly, so Vader comes in, Soontir comes in, then Vader leaves, you know what I mean? And all of a sudden, do it for me. I'm missing it. All of a sudden, the vultures don't know who's coming and who's going. And the problem here is that Doug has begun to defend the middle. If there's a round where Doug can score 2 points and Duncan does not get that center objective, could be a big swing in this. We will have Vizier coming down the neutral edge of the board, coming back to engage. I like that kind of patience with Vizier. I know Doug with these 2-die attacks would have been thirsty for a 1 agility ship to shoot at.
Yeah, only has 1 force, maybe a focus for defense. I mean, they do have the evade, but...
They do have an evade, so evade, force at most for their defense. And that Reaper is also very susceptible to Discord missiles.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's no way to shake them.
You have to ram a ship.
Or shoot it off.
Or shoot it off. Well, if you ram a ship, it'll go to the back. Because if you... When you overlap the Discord missiles, they're little tokens. When you overlap them with your template or your base, I guess that's moved through overlap technically.
Yeah, they have to be placed flat on the table. They cannot overlap anything else.
Correct. So if you say it was already on the table, you move through it, and then when you ended your maneuver, you're very closer to a ship. You don't have to be like touching them, but very close to a ship in your front arc. That Discord missile has to go to the back, and then you could just fly away from it. It's about the only way Vizier is going to be able to get it off without having to attack it. So that's very scary. It is very susceptible to that, and I assure you, Duncan Howard assessed that in this matchup. It would be interesting to hear what Doug thought his win condition was. He seemed to have, what do I want to say, spread out evenly going into the center, so it's hard to tell what his target priority was.
He's laid the net wide, and he's hoping to be able to collapse and choose correctly on which ship is being, like you said earlier, rotated in to maybe be able to do some damage here.
Right.
The problem is being able to guess correctly.
Exactly.
Because we could see Vader 5 straight leave.
I was going to say, give me an echolocation. So over this turn, we saw Fifth Brother come in, but he already started to rotate out. You obviously going to see the hard turn in from Soontir, so that's Sunfox's problem, and nobody else can do anything else. Nobody else can do anything about that. But the question is, what does Vader do? Does he 3-bank towards the bottom of the board and maybe try to circle back towards Vizier, right? 3-bank and then maybe like a boost barrel roll.
Talon.
I was thinking about going into the corner, but you don't really want your aces in the corner, do you? So
no, don't. Yeah.
So 3-bank, boost. Yeah,
like
towards this
boost
bottom on
and
the
then
board.
Talon.
Right, because they would have to overcommit to that if they wanted to pursue that lane. Probably won't be going,
or just like a one bank. If he just one banks like that, I mean,
that's the problem.
Does Doug call that and say, hey, I know that you're going to do something silly here, like just like a one bank, so I'm just going to go 2 straight here, or 3 straight here, go for a block right here, and then
right, and that's kind of
barrel line up proton.
So can you just give me the extremes? So we have 1 bank here, 3 bank here, and then 5 straight about where that dial is.
Yeah.
These are the main places that Doug needs to block if he wants to try to catch Vader. Maybe hard 3 in as well is going to be, that's actually very interesting. The super aggressive hard 3 in.
Yeah.
That's actually, that might be the unblocked move.
Either way, we are probably going to see a condo here to...
Of course. We still got some locks. They're free.
No. He's going to coordinate Fifth Brother and jam Vader.
Oh. Interesting.
Okay.
No, he loves it. He loves you doing it to his own ships. He doesn't often do it to the enemy. But I understand what you're saying. I don't think Vader's going to be able to shoot that same vulture that he did with his lock, unless he 4Ks. But I think Dirge is going to try to block the 4K and the 5 forward, right? Dirge just 1 banks.
Sure.
I can't imagine.
I mean, I think Duncan has recognized that, like, hey, I can take 2 die shots all day, but you know what I can't take is double modified proton cannon.
Right.
I cannot do that.
Let me see here, something very important, and it's this round, the ever so important round for the Soontir Fel and Sunfac matchup.
Yeah, Soontir Fel player. Yeah, Soontir Fel is going to have
full board
knowledge. Yeah,
that's tough. We'll see how Sunfac reacts to that. Does he hard 3? Is he hard 3 towards Soontir? That's what I would imagine. Hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, if you, I think you still just won hard with Soontir, or sorry, with Sunfac, and then if you manage to get road, then you have perfect knowledge of where he's going to be.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Remember, you do have to rotate your arc to get the tractor.
Yeah, and he did rotate it front last turn, so he's going to have that whole area as a blind spot.
Right. Now you can, what we would call turtle up, which is get as many defensive tokens as you can, but essentially the coordinated focus, and then you can take your evade action. I do love the coordinated focus, by the way, because that means you might be looking for a target lock against some fact. But you can just take your evade action and not tractor yourself. Keep your 3 agility if you're worried that you might not be able to pass off that tractor. We see a full turnaround here from Fifth Brother. Says, I'm not getting caught by your Discord missiles. I am not getting involved.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, so turns away here, wants to get out of the way of the Reaper, who cleared its stress, is ready for those aileron coordinates and some extreme speed from those things. And it looks like it's going to have to move quickly unless Fifth Brother turns to the left. Okay. All right, so Doug, hard turns, I like this. It looks like it's blocking the 4K and the 5 forward there. And if Vader did go on a pursuit lane, or excuse me, an exit lane towards the bottom right corner, Dirge is in a pursuit vector for it. So in fact, does do the hard one. We're gonna look for the pinpoint here. Big choices for Sunfac. The problem is that you're giving you have to, like I said, move your arc, which means you're limiting where Sunfac can attack from. Does have that bullseye. Looks to be potentially going for a block here. Or what could potentially force Soontir into their bullseye. It's kind of what they need to do. Either way, tokens up with the evade. And just hopes for a better road in the future matchups. What Vader do? The 4K. He has a 4 template in his hand. I believe they're asking for an assistance here for the Vulture to be moved out of the way. All right, so we'll see if the stress goes down, see if there was a K turn or not. Dirge, like I said, beautiful block there. Yeah, stress goes down. Gives the K turn. There's something going on. They're gonna try to get one with a better line or something. And we'll have Chris. I love the table judge here. Make sure that is correct. Lines up perfectly. Hey, Tommy.
You able to? Good seeing you.
Good seeing you, man.
Good seeing you too.
Hey.
All right. So, Vader did try the 4K, which is ambitious, in my opinion, but what are the consequences? Yeah. We'll find out.
He's only going to be taking 1, maybe 2 shots.
I mean, you don't need the bump focus, so, like, I get it. All right, Soontir does just the bank. Look at me, I'm being incorrect.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty conservative play.
So just
and because we have Sunfac's turret currently pointed this way, and they basically have free reign in this whole area over here as long as they don't stand right in the bullseye. So all they has to do here is just boost. So he's going to evade boost.
No,
that's it. That's. I'm sorry.
He's going to keep his dial open and just boost. That's why I was saying that, because the bullseye, it's only bullseye out the front, has extra degrees that they can hang out in that arc.
Yeah, basically from like right here over is all free. Free real estate.
Use the force asking, is that customizable Soontir? Yes, we have both customizable Vader and Soontir Fel. This is a match of no SL cards, as a note. Every single one of these ships is customizable.
100%, yeah.
And we got a 2-die primary here from Vader. Soontir just out of arc there.
No shot from Dirge. No shot from Fifth Brother.
Yep.
Going
No
initiative
shot.
3 is up next.
Initiative 3. Yeah, that golden one. He's got a special paint job for a reason. And he is happy to see Vader in front of him.
All right. No evade, so spends Palpatine most likely.
Yeah, Palpatine. That could be his own force. It's a choice.
Well, I always spend Palpatine first, right? Well, I guess if I always spend Palpatine first, but
well, there's like Fifth Brother and who might need it as well. Is the thoughts there? That might be the only shot on Vader. So finds a shield. As a note, this one's only has 2 shields. And because we are playing chance engagement, we are looking for half points. I don't think I even talked about half points. I was just so excited to talk about the range of the center.
Yeah.
It is the major scoring point. It is truly the spare objectives you can get in this mission. Or sometimes you'll have, I'm like, well, this round I'll just go off and I'll get that objective just so I score a point this round.
Here's the Initiative 2 Vizier. I'm going to check range and obstruction.
Yep, they use those clear templates.
All right, not sure what the determination was. Let's take a look. I mean, it's a good roll. Oh boy, that's just
3 shields.
All 3. Yeah. Thank goodness that wasn't into a vulture, right?
Yep, Vizier showing what that 3-die primary can do. And he's ready to come in here and clean up with that I-2. Just an I-2 battering ram.
Yeah, looks like just a range 3 from Red Horchal into Fifth Brother. Or nothing.
Like so.
A range 3 from the HMP onto Vader.
Yep.
Looks to have a friendly lockout there.
Yep, that's Dirge.
Dirge is locked, gotcha. So we'll have 1 reroll if they choose to go there. Either way, they'll have 1 reroll as well into Fifth Brother.
Yep, because their own lock.
So another damage into Vader.
Well,
I mean,
okay.
It's
Chipping away.
It's working.
This Doug knows it's a game of 1,000 cuts here against these.
Not great rolls here for Doug or for Duncan.
Sure.
No squiggles on 7 dice. A little unlucky, but
Sure. Yeah, no,
that's
honestly,
what
expected results is like barely 1.
barely won. Yeah, so he got 2.
So somehow that was a lucky situation for Doug, though. Still not a big boost of confidence. We will see the center points here awarded. Fifth Brother was still in the center. Vader's very close, but might have been just out. The more important thing is that Fifth Brother was in it. And now we're going to see a fast maneuver from Vizier, and he could come and help out the center as well.
I mean, do you need to go super fast? Like, I would say just like a 1 bank left to give the coordinate, right? And then, a one bank this way. I mean, you may not want to be facing down all these ships, but
Oh, is that a Dion Morales in our YouTube? Better be the OG. Well, good to have you in here, man. Pop, pop, pop. Indeed. So far, though, just the Iron Assembler taken off the board. I would have expected a lot more. The Vultures are barely giving up a single point for like every 2 damage you do.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Vader took a train 0. Yeah, it was like blank die or something like that. You only get 2 die because you don't get any of your bonuses.
Yeah. I mean, Vader has 3 dice as long as you're doing all the right things, right?
Sure.
Like his primary attack has a 3 dice as long as you're doing all the right things, getting the lock and making sure everything's on target. But when you don't have that lock, your damage potential really plummets. Yeah, we're taking a look here. Any crazy moves expected from a Fifth Brother? If I remember correctly, they do have talons. Yeah, 2 talons.
From Fifth Brother, no.
I mean, we could see a talon roll here.
I don't see that being necessary. He has hard one, and you either boost or evade, depending on what the rest of the ships do, right? I think this is Duncan's game to lose, so I would assume the more conservative maneuvers from him throughout this game.
One Vulture, and he's already in the position of the game to lose.
No, I mean more like just the matchup in general, that it's aces versus 2 attack dice.
I mean, he's been hiding his Vizier. I would have liked to see Vizier go around wide a little bit. I mean, you lose some of the potential from the attack here. I mean, we did see a huge attack here onto the HMP, but if Vizier does go into the center, potentially seeing some huge damage. All right, we'll see. We're just looking at a judge question here.
No, I was just double checking the points. Did we recalculating all the points right? Yeah. Oh. Yeah, did the players have the points right? So do our player camera.
Maybe they missed the.
I think they're missing
the chance.
Yeah,
for round 4.
The judges at the table. I think they're just discussing it. These players are getting into it. So let's see. I'm trying to think of. So Doug has 0 points. So Doug should just have 1
3
for each round that they'd ended.
Which is 4. Like they've ended 4 rounds, right?
Yeah, they should be keeping a written piece of paper. Once they double check their written piece of paper, they'll understand that they might have missed one. But I think that these players are in the heat of battle, so they've obviously both gained a single point. I think they've been measuring too. They just may have not flipped our scoreboard. So either way, looks like we're looking at some statistical breakdowns. Oh, we have a question on our YouTube. Mark from our YouTube. By the way, those on YouTube, let us know that you like that we stream there as well as Twitch. It's something we've been trying for the last year or so. But if you like it, let us know. Otherwise, yes, these are 90-minute rounds, no longer 75 from the previous years, and they are hidden variables as well, so that it could be 87 to 93 minutes. That's on. We did see a Talon roll onto the obstacle from Pink. Beautiful maneuver there.
Okay, that's pretty neat.
Green jumped onto the rock to the left. Very fun. I thought he had little tokens, but I don't think so. I don't see them. You should show up the vulture dial if you can, because for those who don't fly vultures, they have a very interesting dial. No white 3 banks. You have 2 Talon rolls, 2 turns, white 2 banks, and your only K turn is 1. Very strange dial.
Yeah. Very interesting dial indeed.
All right, we did see Dirge. He did do the contraband Talon roll. No, he got coordinated it. Ingenious. Gives him a little defensive bonus. So Hondo coordinates him. I think Hondo still has... I think he's out of locks. I think he's out of the Hondos. Yeah, this has been 3 rounds of Hondoing. And,
yep, he's all out.
Okay.
So he's going to have to start jamming out. If he wants to continue to coordinate his own friends, he's going to have to jam off those double calculates. And unfortunately, we saw Doug win the road roll again, so was betting that he was like finally maybe at one of these rounds it'll flip to the other side and I'll be able to ace a little bit, but no.
I guess I think Doug's not out of it, but he's seen what he needs to happen in the game for him to gain an advantage. So
yeah,
you just have to do what you can. The problem is that this Sunfact does not want to be stressed and is in potential danger of Vader. We could see a 2-bank from Vader, barrel roll, target lock, do like a long range attack. Again, the road, very important in these I-6s. Now there's another question as well. Oh, Nano was talking about the very similar effect that we saw Hondo interacting with Dirge. That was Vizier coordinated 5th Brother a target lock. 5th Brother then did end up doing the Talon roll and will be able to fire the concussion missile at the H&P. Concussion missile plus Vizier's 3-dice attack with the force could be enough to put the 5-hull ship off the board.
Yeah, pretty. I called that Talon, right?
He said it was the optimum move, and I said okay.
I mean, who's going to be attacking him? You know, like
wrong.
maybe 2 attacks coming in.
Seems like a lot of people are enjoying the YouTubes over there, so I'm glad to hear it. Like I said, it's something we've been trying to do. It really helps us out in our production times, as you can imagine, or our post-production times rather. Really, and it also expedites these videos that you can rewatch them immediately on YouTube. So, very appreciative of course, AMG, Adepticon, and the event staff here that allow us to come in and view these wonderful games. This, of course, the final official Atomic Mass Games World Championship. If you are just coming in from out of the loop, the X-Wing development has unfortunately sunset for the time being. And so that will mean no new products, no new updates. But I do believe the community around X-Wing will keep this game going. Long past the development of the official products. It's things like seeing the 200 players here at this event coming together. Those of you excited about it at home as well, wanting the updates and been tuning in all weekend to find out more about the action. Those that kind of passion is what keeps X-Wing alive and well. And we're very excited for it to continue here. We have, what's wrong, Jason? Sorry. Okay. You all good? I don't know why I'm yelling. You can hear me. I would love them. Let me finish. Give me a second. Let me finish my thought about what was I talking about? All the beautiful people here. Oh, we and our lovely judge staff have a great relationship with Adepticon. As streamers, we've been promoting Adepticon for many years, in addition to X-Wing. So they love that kind of relationship, and we expect X-Wing to return to Adepticon in a major way, even if not officially supported. Grimwolf, coming in from some live updates. What do you got for me?
Liam's table is tied 4-4.
This is Liam versus. I'm not familiar with that that guy, but Liam. This is email. Well, it's tied 4-4. Okay.
Fawn is up 7-5 going into turn 4.
And Fawn is playing off against somebody who I can't recognize from the back of their head.
Fawn is against Daniel, not ISO.
Not ISO, Daniel. Okay.
4-7 against Brody.
ISO versus Brady. Is 4-7 to Brady. That's the Separatists versus B-Wings.
Marcel's game is complete. He won 21-12.
Marcel
Wow.
advances.
That beats. That was Wraithos Empire versus Rebels.
Paul Heber is up 14-10.
Paul Heber's 14-10 against, I think, Nick Tobin, if I'm not mistaken. And what's the last one? Levi's game here.
4-5.
4-5.
Nathan Lady has 5.
And Nathan Eddy is 5-11. So playing off the back foot there. Okay. Thank you for not only giving us that update, but showing us who you recognize at those tables specifically. So that's fine. That's fine. We get it. We get it. It's some of those players, as you can imagine, some legendary names out there, infamous players for over like 10 years. Is that the bracket you're trying to show us? I was not paying attention. But
I was following along.
okay, some very exciting games. We have one locked in already. Marcel's Goran Swarm getting it done. It's the beautiful painted miniatures he's brought. He actually won an award. Award-winning.
Yeah,
Painted miniatures.
Award-winning miniatures, yeah. Award-winning painting, yeah.
So, fair enough, you know. Marcel, I had just a moment to talk with him, and he seemed concentrated and ready to play before the match. So,
Yeah.
hopefully it was a good time. We have our first attacks here.
Two damage into Horchal from...
that was 3 cards.
Yeah. I think that might be a concussion missile.
Sorry, 2 damage.
It was some flips. Yeah. So that's actually going to be the H&P off the board.
Wow.
I think he got coordinated. I think Fifth Brother got coordinated.
The lock,
The
yeah, from the
lock.
concussion.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow.
Sorry, I was distracted by the update. Vader wouldn't have shot. We'll see what Red's damage is here. Oh, I can't see the cards, Doug's cards. He's got a million of them, so he doesn't have them on the things. Dirge didn't have a great attack. We see the I3 here firing, I believe, the energy shell. So ends up doing 2 shields to Vizier there, it looked like there.
Vizier's going to check for a shot here on the
unmodified.
One health.
This is the wounded one.
Two health,
Yeah.
sorry. Wounded pilot, yeah. right, you said unmodified, maybe with a... Okay, all right, well, who needs modifiers here?
Cleans up another ship. Big attack. Yeah. I fully agree, Gambler Tuba. This was an opportunity for Sunfac to win the Soontir matchup. Could have easily just taken out that Soon. Well, maybe not easily, but had a chance to do some damage to the Soontir. But without the advantage of road, it was very hard for Sunfac to do much of anything against the highly mobile Soontir foe. So let's see. Can't see that vulture get removed? Question mark. We're still looking at those dice. Still have that ship on the board.
I wonder if that went into green and they said they didn't have arc. I could have sworn that they did have arc on pink.
Okay. Well, let's just assume it went into green then.
Let's do a quick... I'm just going to do a quick damage check. Because there's a lot. That was a crazy engagement.
That's a good idea. No, I that was not a complaint, just an observation. I totally get that. Gambler Tuba. I mean, I have the same opinion. There was a chance for Doug. He cast the wide net, which I thought was smart, trying to push these aces out of the center, playing the objective as he should. Knew that Duncan had to at least have one ship in range, so you knew at least you could attack one of the Vader or Fifth Brother, because they'll have to stay around. Unfortunately, Duncan did some amazing maneuvers to keep his aces safe. And now we see them rotating back in and out. We have Vader left for a while. Now he's going to be able to turn in or in fact, maybe hunt down this Sunfac. You have Soontir mixing it up in the middle. And probably the best thing Duncan has done was avoid the Discord missiles. Being able to control those lanes and understand where these vultures can and cannot throw them, to be able to avoid it on just excellent range control from these Imperial aces, knowing the vectors to take and when to rotate out. Been very, very, very smart play by Duncan.
Yeah, so we did get confirmation that green was the target of the attack from Vizier, so it is down to 1. So showing 4 to 11, same as the players.
Okay, fantastic.
So it sounds like they did not have arc on the pink from Vizier.
That makes sense. Yeah, but the Separatists a bit scattered here, and Duncan's aces being able to move after Dirge and Sunfac has given them a huge advantage. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of great advice about what Doug Howe should have been doing instead of what his original plan was, right? So I guess I'll have to chat with him, see if get some thoughts on the matchup. How far are we along so far? About 71 minutes estimated in this match. Do you remember when you ended up starting the timer?
It was pretty quickly after they started.
When they said, like, you may begin
Yeah,
setting up?
Around there.
Okay. Just 2 or 3 minutes after that.
It's just an estimate.
I mean, they were already at their tables. They just needed to put their stuff on the board, right? Most players had their cards and ships ready to go. So probably a less latency in round time start. Well, it was a great time for a planning phase. Thank you for our official sponsor of this event, our Patreons. We can't get out to these live events without their support. If you love what we do and want us to keep heading out to these live events, recording X-Wing, talking on the podcast, you gotta let us know by signing up through the Patreon. That's patreon.com/Gold Squadron. So we're moving into round 6, I believe. Good pace for this game. Sometimes with so many things that the aces can do, so many maneuvers and actions that the Vulture Swarm needs to do as well. Can take some time to complete, but these players know what they're doing and are able to keep the game moving. I will say with the extra couple minutes of moving to 90, I think most of my games were complete. I think just one of my 10, only one of my 10. Nobody won, so like win 2 time. So most games are getting in that 7th or 8th round that completes one player's journey to 20, which is really what I would like to see, an official winner. Don't like when games go to time. I want to see someone get that 20 points. Have the stream games in the last 2 days gone to time? Has there traditionally been a winner?
There's been a couple of times where it's gone to time, but not very often. I think more often than not, it's gone to come down to points. Or a lot of the times, what happens is they call time, and that round they get to 20. So
yeah, they get enough time to get the round 7 or round 8 or whatever that gets them to 20 points.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, and that's So that I would say that's still a complete game, right?
Yep.
Somebody got to 20, that's a complete game, even if you didn't finish before time.
Yep. 100% agree.
So yeah, it's been fantastic. There's been a couple other minor changes here from events past, but most of them are more on the logistical side. I'm trying to incorporate Roll Better. Big shout out to Roll Better, who is a tournament software that X-Wing uses. They even been updating it for what was the last update? That content creator badge?
Yeah, that's content creator option now, which allows us to add the stream match, which I need, thanks for the reminder. I need to go through and go ahead and add that real quick. So that means that the players or anyone checking out the event can go check out which game is being streamed, and just click on the little icon next to it, and it'll take them right to the stream.
Yeah, very cool, very cool. Yeah, it's a fantastic idea, especially if there's multiple streamers for a single event. You can kind of switch back and forth, or
you can even go back after we're done and upload like the YouTube video for that game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. I like that. I like that kind of integration. Really, for like round 5, this matchup, you can post a YouTube link?
Yep.
Really? That's awesome.
Really?
I love that, actually. So, obviously, big shout out to Roll Better. They've been keeping this event running smooth for our judge team. Of course, the judges are making hand copies and backups and everything. We have, if I could describe X-Wing professional judges, we have the elite team here.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm trying to see if there's any other games being finished up. I think one other game finalized from your bracket there, if I'm not mistaken. We are non-combat, so I think you're free to...
I don't know. They freaked out last time.
No, honestly, fair. That was not the best time to do it, but we were talking about it with Grimwolf, so either way.
We have actually our first top 8 matchup with Marcel versus Paul Heaver.
Okay. That's our potential, what we're looking for to stream. Those are 2 legendary players.
Yeah.
To be honest, for a long time.
No.
I think Marcel won his first nationals back in 16. Paul won his first worlds in like 13 or something outrageous. So
it's always interesting to see that this game is still a game of skill at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
That the same players consistently make the top cut. It's not, we see new players now.
Up and comers, of course.
Now and again. I think you were talking to one the other day, and it was like, I recognize everyone at this top 16 table except for that guy. Who is that guy?
Yeah, I was talking to. He was a New Zealander. That's why I didn't recognize him at all.
What are you doing here?
I clocked him. I was like, I know literally the 9 other people on this top. Row of tables except for you. So who are you?
Who are you? Identify yourself.
No, I mean, it wasn't at the event. It was later on. I was like, oh, nice to meet you. I don't know who you are, but I saw you playing at the top tables.
I saw you doing some good things.
Yeah, so a lot of recognizable faces, but certainly not the exclusives here. We got a couple up-and-comers. So maybe we'll try to follow some of these like heroes' journey through the cut. A lot of these players are well known, have won system opens and nationals. And Paul, I think, is the only returning world champion.
Wasn't Fawn?
No.
All right, who was telling me that Fawn was? I was like, I think
he was like the German.
I don't believe. I was like, I don't believe.
I think he's the German national champion.
I think D was like that. Fawn is a world champ. I was like,
Justin Pugh. You're thinking Nan, Simeon, Paul. There's one in between Pauls.
Greatest hits of U.S. X-Wing for the most part. Yes, that is a good point.
Yes. Unfortunately, the event wasn't as accommodating, understandably, to the international players. So we do maybe we add that caveat to this event, but we still have plenty of international players who played in the event. I know Louis, Fawn, just from a glance over at the tables coming in from Europe.
From Canada too. That's international.
That's true.
Count it.
Count it.
Yeah, we had an Alaskan commentator yesterday.
What?
Brian Lindemood.
Oh, that's true.
That's true.
So a new concussion missile target here for Fifth Brother. The rest of the Vultures seem to have grabbed some double calculates. Moving on to Dirge's pursuit lane. I mean, one good proton cannon, and you could turn this around against Vader.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you were playing Gina proton cannon.
Sure.
In your run, historic run yesterday and the day before, and I mean, how good were those proton cannons when you were able to line them up, even without the plasma torpedo double tap from the B-wing?
Yeah, no. Players are scared of them. It's a 4-dice attack that double mods itself.
Yep.
Well, really, that's single die mod. We'll say it that way.
Yeah. Well, you get a force point on it, right?
You get an eyeball mod.
Yeah.
Eyeball to crit.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
He's going for a focus boost.
Keep the pressure on.
Yeah. Don't let him.
Vader
don't let him get away for free.
He got stressed, I believe, because of the evade action that he took. I don't imagine how else he would have gotten stressed out there.
We're seeing a 2 bank here from Suntir. Zooming into the center here, and looks to only be facing down essentially 2 vultures. I think at this point things have started to clear out of the middle of the board, and
I think this is just an evade boost.
Evade boost straight into the...
you don't get the... Yeah, evade boost straight into the pink. Exactly. Keep bullseye.
You don't get what?
You can't bank boost. I was thinking bank boost at first, but that might not line up bullseye, so yeah, you just got to go forward.
Well, honestly, you could bank boost roll to get a focused predator shot onto green.
There's an obstacle in the way. Maybe not.
Yeah, I think he's okay. He's looking at it. It's the tallness you cheaters get.
Oh yeah. We can look directly down at the center of the table.
Doug's like, wait a second, I don't think could he look that far over the table? If I can't do it, then you shouldn't be allowed to. That's what I think.
Can you get mirrors?
Mirrors. Doing some like Legend of Zelda stuff with mirrors positioned around the room.
Just position a couple mirrors.
All right, that's ridiculous. That's why Duncan's such a good player. Is he's so tall.
It adds an advantage. The advantage and disadvantage. The advantage is sight. You can just look down and just visually see. If you can train your eyes to see the templates when they're not there, big advantage. Though, of course, doing all that leaning over a short table for 10 rounds is the disadvantage.
Yeah, I will say that. At one of my local stores, they have like chest high tables almost. Not quite chest high, but like
bar height.
Yeah,
bar height.
Yeah, so you have to use stools to sit down comfortably, kind of thing.
Okay.
And and it's one of the best things for my back for all of our players, because over the course of and that's one of the ones we play Armada at a lot. It is just incredible for my back throughout the day.
My back. We're gonna take a standing ovation here. So Vader getting trapped in the corner so far.
Yeah. No one puts Vader in the corner.
He's running low on force. No, I guess he should be floating at like 2. If he keeps spinning the force for evade, I think he's floating at 1 or 2.
Palpatine kind of throws the math out of the window a little bit.
Yeah, it's harder to tell, but he seems to continue. He's always taking 2 actions, so he's never getting back force. He's never has been able to recover force.
Yeah, and it looks like currently doesn't have a lockout there. We could see Suntir come in and just take a focus here and have a pretty nice shot. Just as Sunfire. I'm sorry, thank you.
Already has the bullseye lined up.
Already has the bullseye. Yeah.
Go forward and pass the tractor to Vader, which is why Vader did not want to get close to Sunfire.
Yeah, I was kind of curious about the roll here. I was like, that really puts you in a great spot.
It's because he was first player.
Yeah. Finally punished with that first player.
Right.
All right. Looks like we are going to see a 3-bank Discord missile here from Red to
finally
threaten Suntir, saying, "Okay, I can't hit you this round, but ooh boy, you're gonna get it."
Right.
If you go straight, threaten my friends, and you're gonna have to deal with that little buzz droid there. I don't think Pink has one lined up here. Maybe? No. Maybe? No. No, I think it misses. He's looking, he's like, do you want to shoot this one?
All right, we are reaching our estimated finale here. There is potentially up to 93 minutes for the round as a note, but we are entering our stoppage time estimated. So could we see the final round of combat there? Sorry, they left the dice in the box, but it didn't look like Suntier rolled enough hits there. Or sorry, that was Vader. Yeah, Vader. That makes more sense. That's why Doug rolled 3. So we have a juke, calculate,
that'll do
and 2
it
damage onto Pink.
Yep. That will do it for Pink. Widening the gap here.
Yep, the advantage of the Swarm getting dismantled expertly here by Duncan. And certainly Doug Howe is an amazing player. To get to the top 16 of this event, has a historic career, being an amazing player. But in this instance, just got, I believe, outflung. Haven't really seen too many dice swings, in my opinion. Maybe the Vizier, right? We could maybe blame Vizier's attacks as a little lucky for Duncan, but for the most part, they've been pretty average.
Not a great luck.
That was
shot there. All right, gets the one evade. I would have maybe liked the lock from Sunfac there, because you're only ever possibly seeing 2 dice come from Vader there. Just to guarantee some extra. I feel like if you're going for pure offense, the lock is the better option most of the time. Because
for who?
For any ship, right?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Because you're able to. It's 50-50, right? No matter if it's technically the math is 50-50 if you take focus versus the. Oh, okay. Well. They're just rolling out here on those big evades, those natties. Not punished for the positioning here. All right, I do think he still has a lock out there, and this might be obstructed by the rock that DFS 081 is sitting on.
Vulture's ignoring their own obstacles. Is that what you're asking? Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
but not while defending. Yeah. No, you get it while defending.
Yeah.
Get all the positives, none of the negatives.
I think it's obstructed, so I think he'll get an extra green, is what I'm saying.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yes.
So he'll spend both his force there. Or sorry,
one palp.
One palp from Fifth Brother, and just rolls another couple of.
All right, this is what these vultures needed here. A little breath from the aces. Well, I mean, except for Pink. Sorry, Pink.
Yeah, rip number Pink. All right, 2 calcs.
No. It's only 1. Oh, there was 2 calcs on green there.
Evade takes 1, and I think that is not yet half. If my
1 on 5th, yeah. We're gonna go.
No, it's into Vizier.
Oh. Okay, here's a good roll here against Suntier.
Oh my goodness! I think we just saw 3 triple natties.
Main event players, that is time of the round.
All right, time has been called at this point, so this is going to be the last round, and I think those shots may have been the last shots.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't flipped charges, we haven't scored points, so this round will be the last. It seems we'll just calculate the center point.
They may have been past that.
They have extra.
Oh, they have extra time for some judge calls earlier. Okay,
They're in stoppage time currently.
Yes,
Okay.
Okay.
Question.
So they have one more round.
they have one more round. Yeah.
Confirmed. So they have another round.
They know they have more time.
Okay.
The time has not yet been called for them. Is the best way to say that?
Yes.
Yeah.
There is a judge call previously, so they were in stoppage time. They had additional stoppage time.
Yeah.
Is probably the best way of phrasing that, which meant that they had moments to clean up the board state and to move on to the 7th round of the game, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, 5 to 13. Can we take a look at them? Yeah, preview them first before we switch.
What's happening?
Thank you.
Players, sorry.
Players. Yeah, they're just looking at dials and stuff. Yeah, let's take a look at the players here in our beautiful stream setup. We also see the Shatterpoint stream as well. They have a beautiful overhead rig. Been doing commentating over on Shatterpoint. There's also Armada, MCP, and
Legion.
Thank you, Legion.
Yeah.
Oh, how did I forget Legion?
Yeah, so you can see in the top right, the very top center of your screen, we see the Star Wars Legion banner.
Yes.
And the very far yellow banner is the Atomic Mass Games Tournament HQ, where we can go spend our points and tickets. And in the far right there, you can see the MCP banner. And then just behind our X-Wing banner is the Armada players. So we've allowed them to be in the same same building as us this year.
Yes.
They're very appreciative. We may invite them back next year. We'll see.
You need to put the chat back up for me. Thank you. Yeah, so a great turnout for all 5 lines from Atomic Mass. I'm losing.
Atomic Mass Games.
I lost that. I was trying to juggle a lozenge around my throat.
Just got in the way of your tongue.
Yes.
So right now, if you have been playing Legion in the past, they are actually going through a little bit of like reprinting / rebranding for Legion. Almost a 1.5, 2.0 style of rules updates. Similar for Shatterpoint as well. They're going through a little bit of a rules change, growing areas. So.
Sure. We saw that in X-Wing when Force Awakens came out. We went to a new era, like literally a new era, where there was new factions and a new core set for X-Wing. If you're familiar with the first edition change.
Yeah, first edition. We had almost a similar thing when the Separatist and Republic came out with Strain and Depletes.
Sure, that was
that was like a 1.25, right?
Right, that was,
or 2.25.
Sure. Yeah, that was
a huge.
Yeah, they had those new faction packs at the time, new
gas
factions,
clouds.
Yeah, new obstacles, major changes. So this is what you're just kind of the changes you're describing in Legion, fundamental changes.
A 0.25 update, if you will.
Not fundamental changes, but new things added to the game.
Yeah.
And a kind of restructuring of their products.
Not major rules updates, but major rules additions, maybe.
Yeah, which is good.
Better damage deck. I will agree. I did play 1.0 event, and that 1.0 damage deck was brutal.
Of
X-Wing.
X-Wing? Yeah.
I'm so glad. Like, we still have some, like, tough crits to deal with in 2.0.
Sure.
But, I mean, I feel like it's, like, I have a chance. It's not just, like, have you tried just being destroyed over and over? Yeah,
pretty brutal. Yeah, the most notable one, I like talking about all these old memories as we reminisce about the history of X-Wing, but the most brutal one was lose your pilot ability and your talent.
Oh,
why was it both?
Why was it either? That's interesting.
I think there was a pilot you just became Initiative 0 as well as the other very brutal one. So there's some pretty interesting crits. Looks like planning phase did complete. Can you check our bracket? I think we got another match or two that finished, by the way. We can talk about them while we're getting some movement here. We had a couple points put in. Looks like we have Levi over Louis on a Rebel Mirror. We have Kaylin Wong over Nathan Indy, an upset. 13th seed Kaylin Wong moves on with his Rebel, Fenn Rao, and Boudica squad. Elijah beats Liam Lee. The Falcon, I believe this is Ray. Oh yeah, I played Elijah, yes. This is Ray and BB-8 and Lulo. That beats out Liam Lee's Rebels. So they will move on. That'll be a matchup. What is that? We might be looking at Elijah.
Kalen and Elijah. Elijah Resistance, Kalen Rebel.
Yeah, potentially.
This is the double Fang Rebel. Marcel, we have the other matchup. We have Marcel versus Paul. That's Marcel is flying a 6-ship Empire, and Paul is flying a double X-Wing Rebel.
Correct, yeah. The winner of this game will face off against Levi in the bracket.
Yeah, that's going to be a double B-Wing Rebel.
Right. Cool. All right, so Vulture's doing some rotating here. We saw Vizier sloop out, which I think was great. Duncan's been flying Reapers for a long time.
Yeah, this is the second sloop of the game.
Yep.
Yeah, you love to see Hark on that Reaper with how many sloops he's doing.
Yeah, why not calculate every round instead of a focus twice per round, or twice a game? You know what I'm trying to say?
Man, when you say it like that, you make me sound real dumb.
No, I get it. No, well, you still get a force point, but I believe you get Hark and 7 Sister.
Oh, do you?
Yes.
Okay. See, you're the way you said it was like you can get this great thing, or just like that crappy twice per game.
All right. So it looks like here we had a barrel roll from Dirge to get into a blocking position here. Now Vader only has 2 bank and 3 forward as their fastest stress clearing maneuvers. Now Vader can boost with afterburners while stressed, but I would be surprised to find out what his maneuver is. We do have Road over on Duncan's side, so this is an opportunity for Sunfac to come in and show off what he can do against Vader.
It's going to be real difficult for Sunfac to be able to do it because of the way that his arc is currently. I mean, he can still get a shot, but he's not going to be able to do the ensnare and all that because his arc is already facing the direction of Vader if he turns like towards the middle of the board.
Oh, I didn't know if that was getting picked up on our marks, but it's if you've ever been to a convention where they have dividing panels in their halls.
Partitioners between the halls.
Partitioners, that's a great word. They are sliding about 100 partitions right now, and yeah, some of them could be greased up a little bit. literal nails on chalkboard at one point. It was awful. So I'm surprised that's getting picked up on the mic. It's so loud. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yesterday it was pretty bad. Not so bad today. All right.
Vader turns to the edge.
Yeah, last round.
Wow. I wonder if he called that with a 1 bank. A 1 bank from Soontir?
They don't have 1 banks. I was going to say the Nantex. No. Oh, they do?
They do. Yeah, get out of
Wow.
here. 1 bank right would have looked legendary right there.
Throw him off the board. I don't think you can tractor off the board.
No,
as cool as that would be.
You can't. But being able to tractor him, he'd be tractored and in the bullseye for a 5 dice attack on 2 agility.
True.
So
couldn't risk it. Try to pass off the tractor to this Vulture to barrel him out of the arc.
Yeah, that'd be funny.
We see obstructed Predator attack here, juked up. We're gonna need all 3 naturals here, and he's 1 away.
Yeah.
No, it's juked.
Yeah, he doesn't get it.
That's gonna be another damage here onto green. And he's
that
off the
should
board.
about do it. I don't think he has enough points to bring it back there.
Yeah, Soontir could
5, 12.
be destroyed, and I don't think it's enough. He's gonna have to destroy 5th brother. Well, and Soontir, which is gonna be pretty difficult, I think. Yeah, especially like that.
No damage there. Spins the evade out.
Couple more
Fifth
attacks.
Brother's
here.
up.
So we need to see. We got to see some crits here. Lock. No crits. Blank out won't matter. Yep.
Yep.
That evade. The evade.
He has half though.
And gives him a lot of points. Yeah, it does end up getting that 3rd damage for half. It won't be enough.
Yep. And then technically we could shoot Fifth Brother here, but I think that's pretty much guaranteed the game here. So this may just be. Oh, we see the handshake there. He's like, wait a second, I got a shot. Let me shoot.
Yeah, I'm going for points.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Reaper
could do it.
Yeah, last shot of the round here.
Range 3. 3-on-3 here. And I hit crit. No, another triple evade.
You lose the game, and then your dice only roll evades.
All right. Oh, we do see that we forgot about the Vulture Tech here on Soontir.
Yeah, that's the points I was trying to calculate. That 5 won't do it. Even 8 to 4 here. He needed to destroy Vader somehow with a crit.
He does get 3 hits here.
So that's
2.
half on. Soontir fell. 2 more points.
I didn't see any other damage on Soontir.
Yeah. So there's potential there with maybe a direct hit or so to take out Soontir or Vader, but
yeah, he needed 1 more damage from Soontir or from Sun Pack.
Well, Doug Howe at a bit of a playing at a bit of what?
Oh yeah.
Sorry, it was an extreme point here.
The booth.
Sorry, what? That was a fantastic round. Duncan pulls it off, moves on to the top 8. Doug Howe had an amazing run, but playing on from the back foot in this matchup, especially with the road, could not find victory. Brought it back 11 to 15, so big congratulations to him. I just want to thank you, everybody, as we move on to the top of the bracket here, or to our bracket shot. Take a look here at that bracket. I'm trying to look at it.
Yeah, so we have Levi Shat versus Louis. No, sorry, that was the matchup for top 16. Levi ends up winning that one out.
Right.
Kalen versus...
So Duncan versus Levi is our one of the matchups.
Oh, yes. Yeah, of course. Yep. We have all of our matchups then.
Yes.
Yeah,
Duncan versus Levi
in the next game. Kalen versus Elijah. Fawn versus Brady. And Marcel versus Paul Heaver.
I think we're going with Elijah then. He's the name I know the least and is not in a Rebel v. Rebel matchup like Fawn and Brady are.
The only other one would be Marcel and Paul.
There's, yeah, but is Paul flying Rebels? Of course he is.
Yeah, double X. He's flying the Luke Wedge. Luke Wedge Finn.
I think that's the one we'll take there. Elijah versus Kalen.
Yeah, so that's going to be Kalen.
Kalen has won some stuff. Maybe we'll ask Elijah what his credentials. This is an awful way of saying it, but his accolades.
Accolades. Yeah.
Okay, that's much better. That's a much better way of saying it. So we're going to see what they. I see that they're already talking and laughing at the table, so that's good. That's good. We like a fun, happy game for our stream players. So I'm gonna go talk to them, and we should be moving pretty quick today. We got to get 4 rounds in.
Yeah, they're just opening this area up, and we're going to be closing down here pretty shortly. So
yes, exactly. So we'll keep you updated on the lunch schedule. It probably condensed today, but we'll be here. 3 more games, I believe.
3 more games. We have
4 and the final. As a note, of course, we got this beautiful Coruscant Invitational signed by the developers at the time. We're giving that away. You'll have to pay for the shipping. You'll have to let us know about that.
Or you can pick it up here.
Or have someone pick it up here if you know somebody at Worlds.
Yeah.
That works too. That would be amazing. But
we're also going to have we're gonna give that away between the top four. Sorry, top
before
four,
the final.
The top four and final.
Correct.
And then we're also gonna have a chat with the judges before the final as well.
Fantastic. So stay tuned for more. We should be back momentarily. All right. Hit with that loop and rock. All right, we are just checking back in before this match is underway. We started the timer a while. Oh, you're good, man. We started the timer a while ago, but the judges were putting pressures on the players, being like, "Hey, I know you're doing great, but we need these matches going."
Sunday is always a little bit tenuous and under a little bit of stress because we need to make sure that we
Pressure's
are
on, yeah.
because after the players get done with their games, the final's done.
Sure.
The judges' day just begins.
Right.
Their day has just begun because now they have to do cleanup, tear down, and make sure that they are, everything's copacetic with the event staff and the Atomic Mass Games and Hank and
To be fair, X-Wing has notoriously been playing while vendors are dismantling booths and stuff.
We'll go to the player cam and there'll be things like falling from the ceiling because they're just tearing stuff down.
Yeah, literally stacking chairs in the convention hall and stuff a couple of years back. So we understand that, and certainly judges do, and
endeavor to always make sure that we're doing the best to stay on time. So what that means for us today is that we will have, if we have a lunch, it'll be very limited. Most likely not going to be having a lunch break at all. So
Nope, they had their lunch break. It was the last half hour.
Yeah, so we may be taking a little bit of on and off shifts just to make sure that we're getting our sustenance as well.
Nope, either way, we are excited for 3 more rounds today. We're going to crown the final AMG supported X-Wing World Championship. It's very exciting.
All right. Looks like Elijah will be first player.
Let's go. Hello and welcome back to Gold Squadron Podcast. My name is William Hegwood. I'm joined by James Ritter.
Hey guys.
And we are here at Adepticon for the X-Wing World Championship 2025. 200 players battle it out over the course of 10 rounds of Swiss. Now we are into the elimination rounds. Only 8 players remain in the tournament. And our matchup for this top 8 is Kaylin Wong, hailing from Vancouver, Canada, facing off against Elijah Tribby from Phoenix, Arizona. We have Rebels versus Resistance, and we're going to be putting up your Choose Your Champion, because we want to know who you think is going to be able to pull off the victory here in the top 8.
Yeah, so if you're in Twitch, go ahead and hit that exclamation point bet 1 all or exclamation point bet 2 all on who you think will take this game. You can bet smaller amounts, but why would you? Why?
Why? The people at the top aren't betting small. Let me tell you that much. They're betting all. There's obviously a $10,000.
Yeah, this is
$10,000 credit.
This is not a no limit table here. We have limits.
Yeah, our limit's 10,000. So you can bet all 10,000 if you'd like, but all will do it for you.
Yeah, let's take a look at
the scenario.
Yeah, we have salvage mission, 5 objective tokens out there on the board. These tokens are caches, crates, and the action is going to be tow. So every one of these ships can pick up a crate. There are 5 total objectives out there for pickup, and they can start picking them up by spending their perform action step to choose an objective token at range 0 to 1 and place it on their ship card, and then we'll use little markers to help identify who has which ship to make it easy for you and for us. once they are towing those, they will now lose all of their perform action steps, or sorry, the reposition steps. So they will no longer be able to do any kind of repositions, including boost, barrel rolls, slams, and having a cloak token. So if they do have a cloak token, they'll immediately lose it. And so it's going to limit a lot of these ships. So for example, that Sabine on Kaylin's side over here is going to no longer be allowed to boost or barrel if they pick up one of those crates, which they most assuredly will, because that is the objective for today, and that's the primary objective of Sabine Wren. Is a great objective piece and can make up her 2-point cost very quickly. Let's take a look at the list, though. Today we have Kaylin Wong, like Will said, from Canada, and Elijah from Phoenix, Arizona. I'm not sure do you know what part of Canada Kaylin's?
I said Vancouver.
Vancouver. Oh, man, Vancouver is so beautiful. I had an opportunity to visit it last year, and I want to go back. So let's take a look at the list here. Kaylin flying Rebels, Elijah Resistance. Which one do you want to break down first, Will?
Let's take the Rebels. I'm very familiar with them.
Yeah.
First we have, this is Battle Over Endor Wedge. This is the Wedge flying through the Death Star 2 with Lando and crew.
That is a great picture, by the way.
I know,
I
right?
need a full art.
I know. It tells you it's exactly what you need to know about what's going on here.
Yeah, go fast, find the enemy.
So this Wedge does bring an extra shield to his normal T65 stat line, so 3, 2, 4, 3. When they attack, they get a focus token. When they boost, they get a deplete token. Yeah, we don't have a 7-ship.
We don't have a 7-ship list. I'll get a little extra. It's so roomy in here.
We have, it's a trap, so you get rerolls when you're defending near your friends. Predator for rerolls, attacking in your bullseye. And then the biggest piece of this puzzle, in my opinion, is R2A3 combined with advanced proton torpedoes. So you can take, after you perform an action, you get a target lock through your droid, who gives you a little lock.
Acquire. It's not even an action.
Nope. So, even after your focus boost or your barrel focus, you can still pick up that target lock after the second action. And then you fire off a 5 dice advanced proton torpedo at initiative 6. He's been just a menace out there, and a value piece at 5 points can really change the game. Now, not ultra defensive, still only 2 agility. But
the it's a trap can help out a little bit, and also the ability, because we haven't really talked about the ability.
Focus,
after you perform an attack that hits, you get a focus. So
correct.
Even if you do have to spend that focus on your attack, you generally will have a focus on defense if you did hit.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I said I'll spend for 3 and that will hit, so I just get it back.
Yeah, yeah. The math is kind of weird on that. Of like, oh, do I want to spend this focus or keep it for defense? Like, what if I did both?
Yeah. If you guarantee the hit, you just can keep the focus. Very, very cool to see out there. This is the, I'll make the joke about, look at our other standard loadout card out here. Sabine Wren.
Yeah. Sabine Wren only.
Her standard loadout is 0.
Yes.
So.
Well, she has an upgrade card that says I'm worth 2 loadout, or I'm worth 2 squad points.
Pretty much. But Sabine here, our 2-point filler, comes in with a captured Tile-in fighter. Has the ability to, before they activate, to barrel or boost. Such an amazing ability, but you're limited by that TIE fighter chassis. 3 hull, 3 agility, 2 attack. But what this Sabine can do,
no longer.
No, it's it rivals Ada's in its maneuverability and other like sensitive control, silencers, and interceptors. So she really does turn this simple TIE fighter into as maneuverable as any other of those AC type ships. It's very cool to see out on the battlefield there. Let's go into the non-Fang fighters. I'm saving them for last. We got Ahsoka Tano. Recently in standard points, went down to just 4 squad requirement. Ahsoka Tano, this is the older version, the Fulcrum, if you will. Can coordinate by spending 2 force after she moves. This one had, you got it covered up now, but I believe it was instinctive, mag pulse.
Yeah, instinctive, mag pulse, and also marksmanship. Yeah.
Yes. So you can fire a mag pulse warhead, which does crit, deplete, and jam. Range 0 to 1. Or sorry, 0 to 1. From 1, 2, 3 ranges, you can fire it. He boosts over the ship.
Wow, that was crazy. So Merle set up an amazing block, and we'll talk more about Merle here in a second.
We'll get to Merle.
But set up an amazing block, which would have reduced the agility of Boudica here, but instead just says, Boudica, I got you, bro. I'm going to give you a boost over that Merle. I know he was a little bit of a problem for you. I got you. I got your back. Spend my 2 force, give you an action. But Boudica was stressed. It even works while stressed
even
for
while
visibility.
Stressed. It's the best part about it. So I was able to help out her friend here. She'll still have her perform action, which could be target lock, could be evade or focus, whatever. They think would be the best. There's so many options for the little Ahsoka A-Wing. My personal favorite out of my squad. As fun as Gina was to fly, Ahsoka was my MVP every time.
Yeah. Maybe not doing the most damage, but the most versatile.
Yeah, I need a fast objective getter. Yeah. Boom, got one. Need a support ship. Boom, got it. Need a high initiative missile carrier. Boom, got it.
All in one little ship.
Yeah, very, very good pocket ace there. And then let's go on to the Fangs. We talked about Boudica there, getting boosted over. Boudica has the ability, if you do not attack her and attack one of her friends, she's going to shoot you back with a bonus attack. Though after she does that bonus attack, they do gain a deplete. So you want to do that attack and your primary, but you'll be, one of those will be reduced. Has Beskar for the critical attack, and the Beskar reinforced plating removes those critical damages from the ship by spinning the charges. The marksmanship and predator, I mean, you get predator just because you have multiple recalls.
You line up.
There are multiple attacks.
Yeah, you definitely go into predator there because you if you have those multiple attacks, definitely use them.
There you go. So then we have the final piece here, Fen Rao, which we were just talking about. That ship gaining a deplete. Fen Rao. Do we not have the card?
No, the card's broken.
Oh, card's broken. Well, Fen Rao can allow other ships in their squad to remove their red tokens if they have a ship at range 1 in their forward arc. So things like a deplete Boudica could have gained from her ability. Fen Rao is bringing clan training that could focus when they engage, great for claiming an objective, and then mean them to still take a red focus action. Crack shot for some bullseye extra punch, and that Beskar reinforced plating for that crit protection.
Yeah. We see these A-Wings are being a menace, these poor rebels. We see Lulo come up and set up a block on, this looks to be Wedge coming up, and
so he's going to bump into the back of Ahsoka here. Smiley did a 2 forward.
Yeah.
And knowing that that 2 forward was on the dial, was able to barrel roll Ahsoka in front of them to set up this kind of chain block. But when you overlap a ship, they only look at the ship that prevented you from moving, not the one you ended up touching when you finished your maneuver. So in this instance, the only ship that is preventing Wedge from completing his maneuver was an enemy ship. They're judging to see if, did a quick hover. Yeah. And it does not look like they're going to be able to fit that in there. So you're going to slide
slide to
Wedge
left,
and old back.
slide to the right.
And
so because there was not enough room for that small base, one base link to fit between Ahsoka and Lulo. What's going to happen is they're going to go back even further and just do a bump into Ahsoka, but as we'll just mention, because Lulo was the one that prevented them from landing, and they were only overlapping enemy, they are going to have the option for that bump focus, which they did do, and because the R2A3 droid says after you perform an action, acquire a lock, he is actually going to be able to acquire a lock off of the bump focus on to Lulo, who is stressed, meaning that they're going to be at a reduced agility.
Yeah, so not only are they going to get an advanced proton torpedo off, if Finral stays in range, they can even shed the stress.
Yeah,
I believe Finral says non-lock red token.
Non-lock reds. You nailed it. I wish it said orange. I want to remove just weapons disabling. Come on.
Too good. We have first attack here from that Torp.
Yep, here advance is a good start and a great finish here.
This is the same thing. I was like, I'll spend my focus to guarantee.
Yep, and just keep my focus.
This is Lulo's 5 health, 2 agility.
Has a heroic
shield upgrade, but it's going to be suffering a crit underneath those 3 shields. And I hope they put that crit flat in the box. Otherwise, they'll snipe it out here. And I believe it is Wounded Pilot. Thank you so much.
Kalen's
got it. He's like,
in the box.
He knows. I didn't actually say that. I forgot that part. But Kalen, a longtime X-Wing player, has won of at least 1 Vancouver Open, if not 2, if I'm not mistaken.
That is a missed opportunity for Kalen, though. Forgot to remove the stress with Finral ability.
Correct. Already engaged. Should have used it. He was, I think, too excited for that.
I mean, I would be ecstatic. You know what I mean? Ecstatic to be shooting those proton torpedoes. All right, this is Finral into Rey, looks like. Managed to get all 4 hits on to Rey, but because was in the front arc of Rey, was able to use, and we'll go ahead and talk about Rey after we finish out this engagement.
Just the Finn card. If you're wondering how she found an extra dice, just the Finn card.
Oh, Finn, yeah. Finn. Gunner.
Yeah.
So after you, while you defend or perform a primary attack, if the enemy is in your front arc, you may add a blank result.
Right, and then she used her force to convert it.
Yep.
We'll talk more about it, but that's where that second die came from. This was a attack from Rey into Lulu. That was a Rose the Finn kind of situation.
I think no damage. Only got 3. It
was Beskar, or Concordia.
Yeah.
Best thing about the Fangs, we didn't even talk about it. All right, so that was Lulo. Now this is Rey, who's going to Rose the Finn for 4. And there it is. So 1 damage onto Bodica.
Gotcha.
That might have been Elo.
Elo, yes. I was like, something definitely happened.
So it's an Elo reroll is what we saw.
Yep.
That makes more sense.
Yep. All right, here's a shot from Lulo into
unmodded
Wedge.
Oh, that's not good.
That's not a good sign. Give us just a 1. It says out of range. Let me just talk with.
Yeah. I'll check the camera.
All right. All right, we're back. Cloak activated, exactly. All right, I don't think we had any damage there for Wedge. I still see 3 shields over there. We did get a shield off for Ahsoka.
Okay. Sound like out of range to Chewbacca. As a note, though I've heard that when I walked past the table.
Yep, that's going to be Lulo taking off.
Yep, that was from Ahsoka's attack there?
I believe so, yeah.
Must have been.
Yeah, we did see a shield off for Ahsoka. I think that shot was actually, Murrow shot was into Ahsoka, which I think is actually a pretty good target priority because Wedge had the full focus and is much healthier, actual health points wise, and Ahsoka only had 1 force point left. So what that also does is force Ahsoka to spend that force defensively, which means that next round she's only going to have 1 available, so no
concordance.
Yeah.
We're looking at Boudica's attack on Ray. He's trying to see if it's bullseye.
Don't think so.
A terrible roll to begin.
Oh, the RZ2s are actually bigger.
The RZ2s?
Oh, no, RZ1s are bigger. RZ2s are smaller, aren't they?
RZ2s are smaller.
Yeah,
slimmer.
that's right. Yeah. All right, did have Predator there. Only one crit. Rolled the focus, added the blank, spent the focus token, and then grabbed a lock.
Yep. Rose the Fin.
Rose the Fin. And then Fin the Rose later.
Then Fin the Rose.
All right, we're going to see if maybe we have shots from Sabine and BB-8 to finish out our engagement here.
Blackberry James Deers mentioning the GT in Vancouver is just a couple weeks away. That's a great reminder. This is not the end of the season. There's actually GTs until the end of May. So this is somehow not the final tournament of the competitive season. We have Merle, actual
in the
Merle
box.
now. In the box. Nope, got to re-roll. There you go.
I got a little better. Got the shield on Ahsoka. Ran out of force after helping out. I mean, honestly, I'll take 2 shields on my Ahsoka to make sure that my Boudica isn't destroyed this round, because that is a definite possibility. Let's take a look at.
I think he remembered it for Boudica. The clearing her stress. I don't see one of those big stress behind her.
That is true. Yeah.
Does look like there's a blue token over there, but I don't know what that is.
That is Ray's lock. Ray is blue.
Oh, Ray is also blue. That makes sense.
That's unfortunate.
That
but
no, that's fine.
Yeah. All right. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at Merle first, real quick.
Finn does not have disarm. That disarms off the table. I also literally had that same thought.
Merle, who was the one that tried to go up there and block some of the rebel ships, and actually did successfully block the Boudica, but got a helping hand from Ahsoka. When a friendly ship at range 0 to 2 performs a primary attack, if you're in the defender's bullseye, so if the enemy ship has a bullseye on you and they're defending, they roll 1 fewer defense dice. So very similar to Intimidation upgrade, but works on at further out ranges than range 0, of course, and able to reduce agility. So would have had a great shot onto Boudica and prevented that with the Ahsoka boost. Let's talk about the real breadwinner here in this list, the Death Ray themselves. Ray in the scavenged YT-1300 Falcon. While you defend or perform an attack, if the enemy ship is in your front arc, which, if you remember, is the same exact trigger as Finn, you may spend a force to change one of your blank results to a hit or evade. So able to Finn and Ray are made to work together, and they do work together so well. Can add the blank with a Finn and then change it to spin a force and change it to a hit or evade. Has heroic Rose Tico. We talked about Rose and the Finn earlier. You can spend a result, even if it's a blank one, to get a lock on the enemy ship. So earlier we saw, I'll clear this off real quick. We see just a 1 hard.
I think just a 1 hard from Merle there.
Okay, just be in the way. Can you be in the way, Merle?
Just be in the way.
I don't even care if you get great shots off. Just be in the way.
Yeah, but yeah, as you were saying, the heroic interacts with the finning of blanks.
Yeah,
so you can, when you defend, if you roll a blank and you can fin, now you have 2 blanks, which is the exact timing for heroic. And you can re-roll those, and then even cancel one of them with Rose. So good, so much modification. Plus, can boost even while stressed and sloop while stressed through the title. Ray can really do it all, but she does prefer to have that focus token so that she can keep her force for blanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. One of the epitome of magic dice we talk about sometimes of like what if I just like threw 3 hits out and occasionally I got 5,
Right.
you know? So almost printing 3 hits on those, especially the range 1 attacks.
Is this our turn 3?
We are turn 3. Sorry. We only had 1 objective point on each side. It looks like the 2 pointers grab the objectives here. We see the first one up here, and the second one right here.
And the GSP helmets. Yeah.
So
I like those better than the blue and yellow ones. They're kind of.
That's fair.
The blue side is kind of even tell what it is.
Yep, that's fair. Let's take a look at the next ship here in the resistance list for Elijah. Has Elo Asti. This is doing their best impression of 9 Nub. 9, obviously a much better ship for doing stressful things. But 9, while you have 2 or fewer stress, can treat your Talon rolls, which are usually red, of course, as white. Elo is bringing the R68 Astromech, which is the what do you call it? Squad Predator droid?
Oh, Squad Predator, yeah.
So essentially, if you have, for every friendly ship that has a Predator on
Bullseye.
Has a bullseye on the enemy ship that you're shooting, you get 1 reroll. So normally, if you line up your own bullseye, you get 1 reroll, but additionally, if you have some more friends, you can get additional reroll. So just a great piece because it just fills out the loadout perfectly.
Yep, Elo did get reduced down quite a bit, so very limited options these days. But yeah, this is certainly floated to the top of the list. I mean, why take Predator when this droid is that plus more?
Yeah. All right, we do see Merle just getting in the way.
This is what I-1 A-Wing does.
Yeah, especially one that has intimidation-like effects. You know,
correct.
Because if you are making your enemy ships bump into you, there's a pretty good chance that they have bullseye on you.
Did you pull up Merle's card? Because there's something specific that it's not Merle's bullseye. You're never measuring Merle's bullseye. Think about it like that. What you're measuring is the enemy's
bullseye on you.
Yes, the enemy's bullseye, never Merle's bullseye.
So that includes range 0.
Correct.
So here we're going to see Wedge have their agility reduced, sitting right in front of that huge Ray. So Ray's lock is currently on Boudica, which isn't not on the Wedge right now, but because Wedge is going to attack first, if they do attack Ray,
and she could defend with it,
and she's going to defend with it, then all right, we're going to see Finn lifted the map a little bit. We're going to see Finn try to do a 2-turn here, but obviously that big old Ray is right in the right in the middle there. Let's take a look at the last, not the last ship. Let's take a look at Lulu real quick, just because they have been destroyed already. While you defend or perform a primary attack, if you're stressed, you must roll 1 fewer defense or 1 additional attack. So essentially swaps their attack and agility when they are stressed. So 3 attack, 2 agility while stressed. Had heroic and a shield upgrade, but was targeted by that advanced proton torpedo and the shot from Ahsoka. And last but not least here, we have BB-8 piloting the Resistance Transport Pod. During the system phase, you may perform a red barrel or boost action, doing their best impression of Sabine out here, right? It's like, I'm Sabine too, look at me. But because, like we mentioned earlier, this is a salvage mission. They are going, and they picked up the crate. That essentially turns their ability off for now. So until they suffer a crit and drop that crate, or drop it after their activation, they're going to be essentially just a little transport pod out there.
Yeah, they turned into a non-limited.
Yeah. Big shot here from Wedge. It looks like he did decide to go into Ray here. And
so Ray's the Finn. And we have 2 crits. First one's fuel leak, so that's 3 damage there. What was the second crit? Stunned?
I didn't see it. Who saw
It was
it there?
fast. It was fast.
It was real quick. They were real quick with it.
It was fueling into something.
It was a hull breach?
No. I think it was stunned.
Loose. Someone's saying loose.
Someone saying loose? Okay. You know? Close your eye.
All right, shot
Hit
from-
here.
Yeah, that was fin range 0 most likely.
Probably. That makes sense.
Try to focus on trying to
If you
focus on
start
getting Ray.
on a Falcon, you need to finish.
You need to finish it, yeah.
Yes.
You can't just put...
No, you can't put 8 damage into an 11 health Falcon and assume that will be good enough.
All right, there'll be add the fin, rose it to get a lock, and then re-roll it on the blank that you had, and then spinning a force because it re-rolled into another blank. So, not going to get anything there. That's just going to be 3 shields and a card.
That's onto Wedge. We're going to see a Boudica Revenge attack, as Caleb pointed out.
Ooh, good
Should
point.
still be in Predator. They didn't change lanes at all.
Yeah.
If it was in Predator previously.
Predator here, because they did not have a focus, because they did the 4K, and I'm going to change one to a crit. That's going through. Hit crit.
Yep, no finning out your rear arc there, so.
Loose.
Second loose?
No way.
All
There's
right.
only 2 of those, I think. All right, we're going to do another loose here. Yeah.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, D. Thank you for helping out on the stream. Oh, big shot here. 2 hits. I think this is going to be from Elo, most likely.
Yeah, 2. Confirming 2 loose stabilizers.
That's insane. Oh.
Well, I think I know what
There
the
are-
universe is going to be.
A sloop, right?
Yeah, sloop. Sloop left, technically, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, I want to
That's
say
rough.
I want to say this is Elo shooting into Wedge. So what they're going to do is see if he has his own bullseye, and then double check to see if maybe, I don't think so, but if any other friends have bullseye on him.
Really trusting that the tension on that peg, huh?
We've already. What's a magnetized?
Okay, there you
Yeah.
go. Well, still.
Yeah.
Those are just electrified rocks, man. I don't trust that.
Those are just electrified. You're just an electrified rock. That's a really, really funny way to say magnet.
That's what they are. So they discovered them. Iron got struck by lightning. And it magnetized it. I kid you not.
Yeah, we do
That's how
not.
magnets work.
We do not need another Falcon explosion on stream, please. I beg of you. I have a family at home.
The height of my success was like table 2 at 6-1, and never got that 7th win. Doug, who played last round, and I played in the 10th round of Swiss, did beat me, and he moved on to 16th place. So that could have been me. Could have been me out there.
Could have been you out
have been me.
on our first stream, right?
Yeah, I just lose to Duncan. No big deal.
No big deal.
You know what? Doug could have that one.
I don't want to make a fool of myself on stream against. Yeah. All right, this is going to be 2 more.
This was from the depleted regular attack, it seems.
Yeah, hit crit direct and is gone. I'm pretty sure. Oh, that's only. No,
Yeah,
that is gone. Okay, I was like,
wow.
1 rounded.
Yeah.
Essentially, had a couple of shields taken down from the previous round, but
Yeah, even had a Sabine closer shot out there too, but
all right, BB-8 into Finn or into Sabine.
go for the crate.
Go over the crate, yeah. If you roll a crit, cool. That should have charged Chewbacca.
Yeah,
So
that's what I'm saying.
unfortunately,
I don't know if you go only eye to.
Yeah, you can only do eye.
Yeah, Chewbacca is eyeball 2 crit, if I'm not mistaken.
Eyeball 2 crit. Yep. Which is actually a great piece in salvage from a little surprise ship out there. Hit crit from Sabine.
Well, they're normally jamming or
He's
spending their
doing
calculates
silly
on
stuff. Yeah.
doing their calculates for defense kind of
Yeah.
situation. So it is nice to have like a dedicated offensive modifier. Got
All right.
spins the
1 damage into.
focus. I think he grabbed the stress, not the thing.
He did have a ship at range 1, technically.
I don't know if he meant to pull that off or not. I'll defer that to the judge who's nearby. Maybe there was something spoken, you know. Who's to say? But we can take this planning phase again. We want to thank our largest group of supporters. That's right. Down there in the bottom right of your screen, you see that these streams from Gold Squadron are always sponsored by our Patreon. That's how we can get out to these events. That financial stability that our Patreon gives us, lets us plan. And as we say, keep the lights on, keep the wheels turning for our daily and monthly expenses. But most importantly, like I said, gets us out to these major events. So big thank you out to the Patreons who are able to support us with that. Of course, we want to thank everybody here at the Bard Center. Beard, I'll get it right someday. Beard?
Baird. Like bear. How do you say? How do you say bear? Duh.
Duh.
Yep. Baird.
Beard.
Beard.
Anyways, everybody here at the convention center has been wonderful. Everybody at Adepticon staff has been great. Of course, our own event team here, our judges have been fantastic. And even the players.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone seems to be having a great time. And that's keeping that positive attitude and everyone having fun is, the main focus, I think, of these events to come together. Sure, we're choosing, we're crowning a champion, but we're out here because we love X-Wing, because we love miniatures gaming and having fun in person with each other. So overall, I would say big success for the event. It's been maybe the only critique is, just the restricted time, but that's conventions.
That's conventions, yeah.
That's just how that goes.
We're trying to make sure, and it's also a simultaneous effect of increased timers during the round.
Increased timers.
90 minutes.
100 players a day.
100 players a day. And then also the restricted time of the convention center. I will say,
right.
I feel like we've stayed here later than we did at Schaumburg.
No, that room always closed at 11.
Okay, did it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the hall. Yeah. Yeah, I would say that schedule is about the same. I don't know if they close these doors, if they kick people out.
Yeah, they didn't seem too aggressive. I feel like a previous.
But again, we weren't here till.
Yeah.
Till 11.
It did freak me out yesterday when they were like, "Look, we're gonna have a break and come come back at 8:30 or whatever."
8:30.
I was like, "What? We're having a dinner break? Like, we're gonna be here till midnight."
Play around, take a couple hours off, come back, play a couple more rounds, take an hour off.
Yeah.
No, not the situation.
All right, 2 straight here from Boudica. Looks like BB-8 decided to peel away and said,
I shot.
I did it.
I rolled my dice. I proved this thing had guns, so now we can leave.
Yeah, you can't tell me I didn't have guns. I did it. All right, we see a roll focus here from Boudica, maybe trying to pursue
might
BB-8.
not link it, just because of how tight that is.
No, it'll be okay. Well, they're going to clear it with Finn.
Oh, because of BB-8 is there.
Yeah.
Oh, the math on Finn. I had to stop playing Finn because I was flying him terribly.
You were trying. Well, I was getting in the trap of like, oh, if I have Finn, I'll just always stress myself because I'll just get rid of it.
Sure.
But then I got to the point to where like I lost Finn around, and then all my ships were stressed, and I was like, oh no, I'm all faced the wrong way.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. Yeah, I couldn't do it anymore. That's why I went to with turreted Ahsoka, because I was like, I need somebody who can just, because the X-Wing's just like K-turn, they don't care.
Yeah. rotate 5 straight.
Yeah.
Yeah. They do
Rotate
have blues, right? 5 straight blues.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah. Very cool maneuver. Yeah.
Very cool. All right, we're seeing a Vade go down on Ahsoka.
Yeah,
Ahsoka
she's just
is
chilling.
pretty down to 2 hull left. I would have loved to see a lock boost to shoot at the BB-8 over there, but I totally get it. With the mag pulse.
Yeah, it's just a mag pulse. It would knock off the crate, but it's more important for her to give her a turn or two to recover her force, make sure she stays on the board. If she takes, or perceives any threats from here, she can just fire straight and boost, right? Just leave.
Yeah, evade and, from what I can see, 2 force up for
That makes sense.
Ahsoka. I think that math checks out.
Any updates from Marcel's table? This is Marcel versus Paul, and they're in a parking lot in the center of the board. It's hard to tell. A lot of ships still on the board.
Yeah. All right. A 3-turn from Wedge here. We could see a boost focus and then get rid of the deplete with Finn.
Yeah, I like that.
I love
This is a favorite of mine. Yeah, removing depletes.
Yeah, removing depletes. It just says non-lock red token. There it is. Boost focus.
I did.
Get in there.
Did you see me? Did you see me yesterday? I had 3 depletes on my Wedge.
I did. Yeah. I think at some point I walked by and I was like, "What? How is he triple? Oh, those are."
Yeah, I didn't clear the first one, and I was like, well, I might as well just keep it
on.
Well, I need the second. I was going for an objective the next round, so I was like, well, I'm not shooting, so I might as well just get another one. And then the third one, I was like, well, I can only remove 1 at a time, so let's get a third. So yeah, you can do some really interesting stuff with Wedge and that boosting.
Yeah, I think he's going to measure for Finn's ability there.
Yeah.
But I think that first attack was Finn attacking BB-8 for 2 damage.
Ooh, decides the stress.
Okay. Good. I mean, good
Worked
choice,
out.
I guess. Yeah. Ooh.
Okay. BB-8 fires back double evade.
All right, BB-8. I see you out there. On 1. It's facing at least 1 more attack from Boudica. Yeah, looks to be range 1 there. He's going to is going to remove their stress, and only 1 crit. We're going to need to see double blanks here, and we did another double evade.
Ooh, BB.
Yeah, all right.
Keeping that crate.
Keeping that crate.
All right, we got 1 more attack here potentially. It's very close. We got a rear arc attack here from Merle.
That's the front.
Oh, sorry. Oh, it's blending in with the base really well.
Yeah, really well, yeah. In the box. 2 hits.
Okay.
Onto Finn. That's a damage.
Damage to Finn.
And I think with Wedge's boost there, managed to get out of arc of all of Elijah's ships.
Yeah, this is on to Elo now. Elo has to be the hero for the Resistance.
Yeah.
I know Elijah's played an amazing weekend. Sorry. He's bumping asteroids, making me freak out. There should be at least a range 1 in between those 2.
Yeah.
Let me see how. Mitch. Not Mitch. Tim's still watching.
Yeah.
But the. What was that? Oh, sorry. What's wrong? I'm sorry?
Huh?
What were you trying to say?
The deplete got left on Wedge, and they just removed it.
Oh, sure.
I think Tim saw it.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. Like Tim's standing right there. He should be able to handle it. They have their own personal chaperone, so we should not have to chaperone them. But we do appreciate everybody joining in, letting us know what's going on in the game, what you're seeing. We miss some things sometimes. We're out here talking, having our own discussions. But overall, been an excellent game so far. Kalen being able to capitalize on Ray, stuck in the center of the scrum, getting a bunch of critical damages onto her. And with her removed, it's really an uphill battle for Elijah. But he has made an excellent run this weekend. I mentioned that he had made it to a top cut in one of the Phoenix Opens. I forget if it must have been recently. As he said, his only started coming out, I believe.
What was that?
Either way.
You were trying to get my attention. No, I was just, what was that? Talking to Pagani. Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, so the Elijah is able to make it into the top cut. Should be very proud of that achievement. Making it in
this 200 players.
Yeah, 200 players, gets into the top 8, wins an elimination round. So that is obviously something very few people can achieve, and so should be invigorating for his competitive career. Yeah,
that's a good word earlier.
Accolades.
I had to use it.
We have, while we're finishing some movement here, I did get an unofficial score update from Jason. We have in the Duncan Howard versus Levi game, we have 3 points to Duncan, 4 to Levi. So almost nothing destroyed then, it sounds like, going into turn 5. Fawn versus Brady. Fawn has 1, Brady has 4 going into turn 5 as well. This is after turn 4. All of these are after turn 4. And Marcel, 6 points to Paul Heavers 2. And that's again at the end of round 4. So close games. Close games. No big points got here other than Kalen grabbing Wong, it seems like, in the top 8.
All right, we see Ahsoka come around with just looks to be a 2 or 3 bank there, 3 bank. And could track down with a lock, but is, there is, where did he go? There's Elo right on the other side over there.
What? Can you hear it? You're still here?
Yeah. The crunch. Yeah, it was really funny. Yeah, I see Elo over there does manage to line up a shot for wedge, unless they manage to move out of the way, which, I mean, they have not moved yet, so we'll see. But Boudica says, hey, you shoot my friend, I'll know about it.
We see that same boost over Merle from Boudica, from Ahsoka.
Oh my gosh, that's what it was.
Yep, that's what it was.
The second time Merle's managed to block them, and then Ahsoka boosted them over.
I'm telling you,
that's gotta be infuriating.
I'm telling you, the things that Ahsoka was allowing my wedge and Gina to do, and
this should be illegal.
It was very wonderful. Well,
it was very wonderful.
I had the advantage of I had other I-5s flying with Ahsoka. Kalen doesn't have that advantage, unfortunately. He has to move Ahsoka like independently of the rest of his list.
Yeah. All right, we see Wedge do a 3-bank boost here just to make sure that he does not lose those 5 points. I mean, smart move, right?
Yeah. No, that's Wedge is on 1. Yeah, never coming back. See you later. He's heading right towards that objective in the top lane.
Yeah. I found my target, and so has Finn.
Yep.
Finn.
Yeah, that's why Kalen made
down.
I could definitely see the reaction of reaching for the deplete when you have those range 1 attacks, but the exit lane, invaluable.
Yeah, I
through
do.
The stressless maneuver.
I do see a charge left up for. Oh, okay, so he just cool. Just annihilates poor BB-8 here.
Yeah.
I was going to check to see
for the crack shot.
I think the charge is up for the crack shot or clan training. I can't tell which one.
I don't know if he might have used it for Ray early on.
Did he line up the Ray shot?
He shot it or bullseye? It was range 0.
I thought it was 0. Yeah.
Can you cancel?
No, you cannot cancel.
That's not a modifier though.
Oh, you can't. I don't think you can crack shot at range 0. I don't think you can ever touch your opponent's dice. Besides saying you can't roll.
All right, well, don't quote me on that.
Right? No, you can't even reduce their defense dice.
No, all you can do is give them a strain. You can give them a game effect.
Oh, what is it? It's a Moth that I'm thinking about.
Yep.
So you can't modify.
Yeah, you can prevent them. That's about it. 3 agility there from Finn. And we got Merle. 2 obstructed.
Ahsoka does have only 1 force left.
Sorry, this is Ahsoka into Sabine into Merle. Now Merle gets to fire. Knocked off Merle's crit.
Oh,
wow,
dirty.
Dead to rights also works. That's a good one.
Dead to rights, yeah.
This is Merle crit into Finn and gets the evade. Kalen just being surgical here. You'll love to see it.
All right, I think it's going to go up to 17-3 here entering turn number 6. Yeah, I see 4 crates out there.
Roll here.
He took roll better as a life as a life goal.
Yes, he did. Yeah, we don't have Fang, of course.
Yep.
We have Fang and Kalen then. Fang not confirmed to win this game. Technically, Kalen's not confirmed to win this game either, but Elo would have to go on a rampage here.
With BB-8 gone, yeah, Merle just being cheated again and again from their from their bumps. That's terrible.
No, that's well flown X-Wing by Kalen Watt.
Yeah.
Using the tools he had available to gain the advantage against his opponent.
Yeah. I mean, when you bring all the tools with Ahsoka, right? Defensive, offensive, and support. I mean,
yeah, the Magpulse debuff as well. So now
debuff,
now you're a debuff, high initiative missile, support, and fast objective getter.
Yeah.
Or flanker. Objective getter and flanker are kind of they meld into the traditional cavalry, like light cavalry. Right?
Helicopters.
Sure, your little Apaches, whatever kind of era and of war you're looking at. That's kind of a category that I think we would traditionally call aces before, but we've seen how they can be used at low initiative.
Yeah, and lower point cost as well as like budget.
Right, budget
on
ace.
a budget.
Yeah, pocket ace. Well, aces were traditionally always high initiative. You know, was never called Merle an ace, even though he is still flying an A-wing.
That's fair. See a 5 straight here from Sabine, just trying to keep some distance between themselves and Elo. Looks like Merle kept their arc forward and claimed again. Too hard from Bodica. Probably going to see a focus roll here. There he goes. Just trying to keep up with the enemy Elo. Next up is going to be, I think it's Elo.
Yeah, what does Elo think is the best idea here?
4 straight. K.
Yep.
Wow. The not seen often 4K from Elo. Likes those talents much better.
Correct. Yeah, not the space to do it today.
And a 2-bank here from Ahsoka.
Spent most of their force last round. It looks like Kalen still got 2 out there. He's going to go ahead and give a token to Fen Rao. I think Merrill picks up the crate in the center of the board.
Focus to Finn.
Yep.
Okay. That was unexpected.
Finn is stressed. I believe they moved that token over to him. Take it, clarify. Wedge moves towards that objective and grabs it.
Yeah, they should be out of range of Merle.
Yep, gives him the focus so he can pick up
the crate, and that's 20. All right. Merle has to pop off the crate from Finn to prolong the game.
To have a chance.
So a shot from Elo, hit crits, and Concordia, no damage.
Concordia, oh, so dirty. That Concordia.
All right, and it looks like they may get a shot here on Elo. I don't think this one will matter because has full health here.
It looked like it wasn't a shot going for Finn, and it wasn't the thing. We have the handshake there. Kalen Wong wins this top 8 match, moves on for this World Championship 2025.
All right.
All right, so we'll thank the players.
Yeah.
We'll be back soon. I know we're expediting these run times, so
I just want to real quick thank Kaylin and Elijah both for coming on, and also finishing quickly because that lets us take a little bit of a lunch break.
Oh, that's true. I wonder if they got those Nashville chickens out. Yeah.
Right. Oh, we wanted the Milwaukee.
Oh, here we go. That's true. We'll see if they take.
We'll pay out the bets because I know you gambling guys love to get your bets paid out, so let's go ahead and do that, and we'll be back here shortly, probably in about
I'm trying to see
30 to
just trying to visually
40 minutes.
give a quick update here. I'm trying to see if anybody's got like some ships set off to the side, and I don't see that they are. Looks like most games still a tight race, so stay tuned to the bracket.
Yep.
Exclamation point list. We'll take it right to the roll better. Check out the bracket. Let us know who you want to watch on stream. We've already seen Duncan, and now we've seen Kalen Wong. So I don't know. Quick check on the bracket.
Let's do a quick check here.
So if it's not Kalen and it's not Duncan, we're going to the bottom of the lower half of the bracket here. Really looking at the winner of Marcel and Fawn, I believe.
Brady and Fawn.
Yes, sorry. Well, yes. Fawn's game and Marcel's game.
Yep.
I believe will be that will switch over to the other side of the bracket, give Duncan and Kalen a break for the top 4, and we'll catch back up with them.
Yeah, we have already caught both Duncan and Kalen going into the...
I didn't plan that bracket, but I'm glad it worked out that way.
Nailed it. It is probably a smart idea to go top 8, bottom 8, top 8. Yeah.
Maybe. Who knows? So we'll be back most likely with that matchup. So stay tuned for the top 4. Fantastic. I just want to stop in here as we're getting set up for the next game. I'm not going to hold that. That is all you. We are just trying to show off the championship trophy here. An amazing placard, I guess. I don't know how you describe this kind of acrylic.
An acrylic wall plaque, something
Sure.
like that. Nothing to hang it on, but yeah.
Sure. Looks fantastic. It's got what we would call the EBT or talent symbol, is what it looks like to me in there. What a fantastic prize for the winner. We're getting set up for this round. Thank you so much, Chris, for showing it off.
Thank you.
And we'll be switching over to the table cam as the players get set up, and we will be ready in just a moment here. So we'll see you for the top 4. everyone. Welcome back to Gold Squadron Podcast. My name is William Hegwood, and I'm joined by James Ritter.
Hey, guys.
And we are here at Adepticon for the World Championship 2025 of X-Wing, the miniatures game. We find ourselves here in the top 4. 200 players battled it out. Only 4 remain. And we have a very special player on stream here. Our own GSP's Marcel Manzano, representing the United States and Chicago, Illinois. He faces off against the legendary Van Langeyon, coming out of, that would be Amsterdam, Netherlands, from the Amsterdam squad. He has flown all the way here, proven that you don't have to be an American to do well in this. I don't know where I was going with that, but he proves himself here as an elite player, brings a Rebel squad into the top 4. Marcel has chosen Empire. We have Choose Your Champion up. I want to see what you guys think. The list and player who will take their position into the finals. So go ahead and hit that bet 1 all, bet 2 all when you want to let us know. While you're doing that, we're going to talk about scrambled transmissions. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Or are you going to just keep going?
Nope. Yeah, go ahead.
Is it, yeah, go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Awesome. Let me get one of those too. You put it right here. See you, Ryan. Oh, no, we just ate. Thank you. Sorry. Staniszewski checking in. Everyone, so kind, helping us out here. But let's talk about Scramble the Transmissions. 3 objectives for the scenario. You use your perform action step starting round 2 to claim the objective. It will score a point for you as long as it remains yours. Now, of course, you can always claim someone else's objective with that same perform action step to claim. Oh, a little pause here in our transceivers. We'll get it back going here in just a moment. Just a bit of interference here. Oh, good. Just a moment. Okay. Yep. So all good. So, well, you are. Someone pressed B for blindfold. You ever do that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All the time. It's like, why can't I see? Why is there this big curtain in front of me?
What's this curtain come from? All right. Sorry.
The first time I did it, I was literally so confused. I was like, have I shut off my computer? Like, am I getting hacked right now? Someone put a blindfold on me.
Anyway, Scramble Transmissions. It is a difficult scenario in that you need to be constantly fighting over these objectives, constantly spending your oh so important action to be able to keep them on your side. If ever you leave an objective to your opponent and then head to the opposite side of the board, that's going to score them points the rest of the game.
Yeah, we saw that happen in one of our games yesterday, I believe, where one of the players captured this objective down here. Let me see if I can find my... Well, captured the objective right here, but left it alone and just went into the center of the board. And I think it was like a Sabine that was right here, capped it. Oh, it was a Keo. Capped it and then just like followed them out and was like just like tapping them on the shoulder the whole time. Like, I'm still shooting you. I'm still here.
Right.
So yeah, it can snowball real quick because it's essentially giving you a point a turn, a Sabine every other turn.
I know, right?
It's worth the points.
So long story short, 3 points up for grabs, and they are very important for scoring in this scenario. Let's go ahead and pull up the list. Let's go ahead with Fonz first here. Rebels, of course. Rebels performing exceedingly well with Fen Rao. This is a I-6 Fang fighter who can shed non-lock red tokens from friendlies. He brings Swarm Tactics to bump another ship up to that initiative 6. Clan Training to take a red focus action when they engage in Beskar to help mitigate some critical damages.
Yeah, so we do see Finn right here at the bottom.
Yep, Justin Brown.
Justin Brown, and then we see Boudica right here, right above him in yellow. So what I'm likely going to see, expecting to see at least, is these two stay together in a little range 1 bubble together, and to make sure that they're able to bump up his initiative, Boudica's initiative, up to initiative 6, and that way they get their attack off at initiative.
Well, let's read the card. You're skipping ahead here. You're skipping ahead. Yes, this is Boudica that you're referencing, which gets a bonus attack, and then gains a deplete. So what you're saying is if you can get your primary attack before you gain that deplete, you have 2 full strength attacks, is what I'm understanding.
Yep.
That's ingenious. What else is on this Boudica?
I got Clan Training and Beskar Reinforced Playing. So same loadout, or same upgrades here for both ships, just taking Predator versus Swarm Tactics.
Smart. We're going to look at Luke, the X-Wing here in the center of the board. This is the battle over Yavin. Luke, this is Trench Run Luke. He's bringing attack speed, loves going straight down the trench. When you attack him, he's going to get forced back. He can shoot his proton torpedoes with or without the target lock through an ability called Instinctive Aim. Even has R2-D2 to try to fix up his shields. Very powerful piece. You can't get more iconic than Luke, right?
Yeah. The Trench Run Luke classic.
Iconic. That's the Luke then. So we have one other ship, this Hull. Also, straight out of them trenches. Hull Clan has a dorsal turret and an advanced proton torpedo and a droid that can give him a extra target lock action. So take a normal action and then get a target lock twice per game. Except for Hull's ability actually lets them recover charges. So could potentially get it multiple advanced proton torpedoes and more than 2 of those precise astromechs. We have Keo at the final 3-point slot. Keo is the single non-recurring force user. You can recover that force while doing a side slip. It's the only way they can side slip, and it's the only way they can recover their force is if they have no active force. So kind of a resource management juggle for Keo. Very powerful for having Lone Wolf, so you can skirt the edge of the board with an evade token, a single force, and Lone Wolf reroll. So you're triple modding your defense. And then, if you don't need to do that role in the match, you can hang out with Fen Rao, and you can shoot a double modified Magpulse warhead at I-6. So very, very tricky piece to be added into this squad. Gives it a lot of versatility. We're going to wait to see if there's any potential combat going on here. Well, there's
still moving,
still
but
a lot
we
of
did
red.
see an objective claimed by Marcel here in the center of the board by that red TIE fighter, or the pink TIE fighter there.
Yeah, so it's a claim already from Pink. We saw Keo at the top of the board here trying to mess with one of Marcel's ships. So let's take a look at that. That ship at the top of the board there is Countdown, the TIE Striker. When Countdown takes multiple damages, they can gain a stress and suffer a single damage, and you could cancel all dice results. So I guess you could, in theory, cancel a crit and receive a hit for a stress if you would like, but traditionally it's when you're suffering multiple damages. Because that ability is counting down, why don't we start at 5 instead of 4, and Marcel has chosen a shield upgrade, Disciplined and Ruthless as their upgrades. So being able to get some offensive target locks and some offensive modifiers through Ruthless. Now, who else we got here? Going down the board, we have Commandant Goran. We got a new one here? Yes, we do. Fantastic. This one recently got changed at 2.5, and now it says at the start of the engagement phase, choose a friendly ship range 0 to 3 with a lower initiative than yours. And if you look at the list, that's everybody but Countdown. That chosen ship gains an evade and removes a non-stress red token, specifically target locks. You could do ions. A lot of options there, but mostly used to strip target locks at the start of the fight. We have sensitive controls, that's why the stress is out there. Took a red barrel or boost in the system phase, and has a shield upgrade as well. Just a simple upgrade to provide it some extra health and crit mitigation there. Let's keep going down the list here. We got Captain Faroth in the bottom of the board. Faroth, if the defender doesn't have any green tokens, they get to get an automatic evade result for a modifier. So very good there. Axis pseudo reinforce has brought targeting computer, tactical officer, and ruthless. So some options for upping their offense, but then the white coordinate through tactical officer allows them to support their friends while still doing the Reaper's controlled ailerons boost before their maneuver. We got Scimitar 1 up next. This is a battle over Endor bomber. Scimitar 1 notably shoots proton torpedoes and gets a lock after a friendly shoots. With that initiative 3, so Goran, Countdown, or Faroth can trigger that ability and allow them to fire off a proton torpedo after, like I said, another friendly attacks that target. They got ion bombs and natural rerolls through their no escape ability, but like I said, most known for getting free locks and shooting proton torpedoes.
Yeah, I mean, like when you're shooting double amount of proton torpedoes,
people recognize.
Hey, maybe that one there. Yeah, that guy.
Then the last 4 points of the list is 2 Black Squadron aces, the elite Tylen pilots of Black Squadron, accompanying Darth Vader on a devastating strike against the rebel forces at the Battle of Yavin. So we have a weird thing where the Mandalorians were helping in the trench run kind of thing here. I can just imagine the alternative history for this game of X-Wing. Looks like we've finished our maneuver from Finn, and he chose to claim that objective and has a range 3 attack against the TIE fighter that claimed 2 hits and 2 evades.
All right, I'm surprised to see Luke not grabbing a lock, or, I mean, the ability for
It's Goran.
But I'm surprised he didn't take the objective there to switch it back.
Yeah, if you instinctive aim a proton torpedo, you do get an extra die, which I count as a mod.
Yeah.
But you also
want that
lose
focus.
a force.
Yeah.
So you only have one, essentially, eyeball to crit because of how proton torpedoes work. And that's not fantastic. So the full focus will let you modify multiple eyeball results. Didn't need
any of that. Takes at least 2 hits.
I assume this is on
this is the bomber. Yeah. So I think he may be taking not spending the focus.
One dodge there offers the cut. We have 2 down and 1 up here. Hopefully he lays it flat. It's a direct hit, so.
Okay, all right. Well, that's an easy one to recognize, right?
Yep, he didn't have to show that one off to the camera.
Yep.
There we go. So 4 damage to the TIE fighter. We still have a Boudica shot and hull on it, so we could see it removed from the board before that initiative 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And even if it isn't, if he doesn't shoot Boudica could potentially take them off the board after they shoot.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Do we have somebody to set up his target lock, though? I don't think we do.
Let's read that ability again. It can't. I mean, I recognize it, but after a friendly ship has 0-3 performs an attack, you may acquire lock on the defender. Yeah, he has the TIE Fighter. Oh, TIE Fighter, yeah, initiative 3.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. What did I say? Oh, yeah, because he could shoot last in this list. Of course. I'm not sure why I thought the Black Squadrons were Academy pilots for a moment.
You better recognize their...
I might have thought they were Initiative 2.
Initiative 2, not 2 points.
Yeah, not 2 points.
Yeah, I can see that.
Anyways,
this is
that's
Goran.
genius. That's genius, of course.
Yeah. This is Goran. I think this is in the Luke. I saw a recovered force. Unfortunately, only one hit here for Goran. Wasn't expecting much damage there. Maybe one, but just a regen Luke's force for him. Thanks. All right, this is going to be Bodica.
Regen. Ooh, non-range.
I'm surprised he didn't swarm him there.
He wanted to see if Luke destroyed him before he swarmed him.
Well, it didn't matter. The bomber rolled all 3.
That was in range? I think that was the TIE Fighter. I thought that was just out of range to the bomber. Wanted to see.
All right, 2 hits, a crit coming in. Gets the evade. All right.
So that was Hull at initiative 4. Then we will move on to, well, it should be coming out. Goran now.
Sorry, of course.
I think Marcel may have shot out of order there, which happens. This is early in the game. Trying to read each other's differences in initiative. I mean, Marcel going for his. He might not understand how Bodica works, but he might need to risk it to line up the torpedo on Luke. Range 1, all 3 hits. That's very good for that TIE Fighter. And drops Luke's shields.
Dang,
okay.
Big,
all right.
Big shot there. I mean,
all right, Ace.
Yeah,
we see you.
Does he take the lock?
We see you out there getting objective, doing 2 damage to Luke. This is 3 hits from Bodica's return attack.
Taking 2, I think.
Who did he shoot?
Yep, 2 cards there for Pink. All right. This will be the other TIE Fighter. 2 hits. What was the question?
It was from. Oh, it was an evade.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. It was an evade from Goran. That's what it was, not the focus token. I see.
Okay.
I'm just crazy. So yeah, Goran there, helping out, keeping that TIE Fighter alive. I think we're preparing for the torpedo here. Yes, we are.
Yeah, I think they all recognized it, but all right. 3 hits
we know
to
how
start.
The game works.
Yeah. And the last one got to keep their focus for 3 hits and a crit into Luke. Regen's force. And gets the focus spin there for only taking 2. Not going to be destroyed from that torpedo.
Damage sensor array.
Yeah, that's what you think?
That's what I know.
You know. All right, I think you might be right. Damage sensor array. I mean, that's all Luke wants. It seems that's all Luke wants to do, but that does mean that he won't be able to do any kind of scenario action here.
No scenario, no barrel roll.
I still would have loved to see scenario action here from Luke, but.
Yeah, you have him at 2 remaining. So just took 2. Yeah, he took a previous damage card.
Oh, I do see 3 there. Yep, okay.
Yeah, one of the TIE Fighters stripped shields, and I think the other one did the a face down damage. We have 1 for Fawn at the bottom and 2 for Marcel at the top of the board in the middle. What's up? You can switch to it. Switch to it. Oh, you don't want to? Okay. You can switch to it. You can check out the table. We got Josh, our wonderful judge, manning the boards here.
Helping us make sure we're keeping the correct score. And there he is.
Yep, there he is. Yeah, real close. We're going to cut away. He doesn't know that camera's on.
I was expecting him to look right in the camera.
He did not look right in the camera. He clearly does not know that camera's on, which is fine. But
make sure we get a good clip of that for him for later.
but yeah, Josh, the whole team here has been doing some fantastic judging for this event. Like I said, they developed new strategies for marking off ships, which is the nerdiest thing I can think of. But I love them for that. That's what we need.
The epitome of actually.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly what we need. What?
You walked right in front of the camera and like stopped, and it was just all Josh. It was great. All right, taking a look at going into turn 3.
Yeah, I would say a real big.
Who do you think coming out of that turn?
Yeah, a huge advantage to Marcel. I mean, this scimitar is a powerful piece, but for 2 proton torpedoes, it's a powerful piece, right? And so it has that drawing the fire effect that allows these interceptors and the 1 agility ships like Feroth to get through the beginning of combat. And yeah, I agree. That is, we used to define it as like bigs, as like a litmus test for your list, that you need to be able to destroy an X-Wing in a single round or 2 rounds.
Yeah. Destroy Biggs in 1 round because he's going to make you target him, right?
Yes, preferably 1 round, a tank. Used to be Biggs. It's different in
nowadays.
Each list,
it's probably like a B-Wing.
Like a B-Wing or Y-Wing S chassis, something like a Reaper where you're
8 health, 1 agility.
Yeah, that's normally what we would say is the tank here, or the 2 agility, 6 hull, like the bomber is. Seems like enough, but specifically trying to draw those attacks because your attack is so scary. The other example I have is the Hyena 404. While not like a great ship, it draws so much attention to itself.
It may as well have 1.0 Biggs ability, right?
Yes. Well, I mean, if you have the 6 dice torpedo lined up. So it's very, like I said, very similar to what Scimitar 1 does for this squad, where you can't get to the TIE fighters, you can't get to the interceptor because of this effect that it has on the board state. Might be thinking here, you can see the telestrator. Is a bad spot for the old Goran. It is not. Remember that ship has. Why is that so off so bad?
It always is. It's because you can't put this up here.
Oh, you just make the other thing smaller.
What thing smaller?
The video they put over there.
Oh no, it's full screen.
No, well.
That way it's always in the back.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. I gotcha. But yeah, remember the sensitive controls, so we could see a barrel most likely to the outside, blocking Kyo's kind of re-entry, and then just a standard 2 bank
back in
or 2 forward to maybe catch, probably just 2 bank. Yeah, because not like you can't just barrel the next turn as well.
Barrel this way or this way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So not too worried about going up there.
I do love barrel rolling with sensitive controls or intuitive controls with the ADAs, and then blocking a lower initiative ship.
Love it.
And then moving away.
That's what I'm saying. If he barrels towards Kyo and Kyo hard turns, I believe you block that Kyo.
Yeah.
So now it can't take its target lock or do anything. It's just stuck with a focus.
Yeah, well, and Lone Wolf, but...
Can Marcel get the block on Luke? Great question. How do you catch this Luke? Now, to be fair, this ship moves up and covers here. This ship moves up and covers here, right? So you got all of this space covered. We just said this ship moves in, covers here. So it really does have like a lot of arc coverage in the center of the board.
So it seems like this is the green zone right here, right? For Luke?
Yeah. You have to be like range 3 of Farrell, so I don't think you can clear all this out for a second. I don't think he can go down that lane without hitting the rock.
Yeah. Would love to see some attack speed.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think you can just attack speed through that lane for forward boost.
No, he didn't quite line it up.
No, so I don't know what would you do? Just hard 3 out? 3 bank to the left, you think?
I would 3 hard right, shoot a proton.
Just go out shooting a proton at fair off?
Yeah. That's going to be the easiest ship to take down as far as like I can consistently do a damage. I mean, we were talking the other day about some 1.0 shenanigans, but if you can consistently do at least a damage, then you're at least progressing the game state forward, right? You're at least leaving yourself an out later. If you roll a 3 dice attack like we saw earlier with Boudica, and the TIE Fighter just does 3 evade, tyranny or 3 agility kind of thing, like you're not progressing any game state. So we are going to see an ion bomb here from Scimitar 1. So if Luke does decide to try to take this lane out, then he's going to have to at least deal this round with the ion bomb, and then also he's
does drop the ion bomb. That's hilarious for Keo and Luke.
Yeah.
It's what do I always say? When you got more chargers than hull, you start getting rid of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, to be fair, Scimitar 1 starts with 6 charges, I believe, because 2 for the ability, 2 for proton, 2 for ion.
Yeah, 2 for the ability.
So you start taking damage, you better start dropping something. Start doing something.
Yep, spend those charges.
We see a 5 straight here from number pink.
Yeah, that was the hurt one at 1 health. So turns out the easiest way for a ship not to shoot you is for you to just block them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or in this case, these are Fang Fighters, so they can't go slow. Mm-hmm. Most likely will skip over you.
Yeah. I mean, I could see.
Oh, Andy even claims the disrespect. The disrespect.
And then even if Fawn is able to reclaim this objective, if maybe like he goes like too hard this way,
Sure. Still one.
TIE Fighter just 1 hard and does it again.
Sure. No, that's great.
So we talked about earlier, like if you forget an objective, if you leave one out and they, the classic, like the drive-by, like seeing each other drive in the wrong direction. Mm-hmm. If someone passes you and gets behind you and starts scrambling your objectives, then yeah. All right, see TIE Bomber turn towards the top of the board.
Yeah, that's a weird thing for a Scimitar to be doing up there.
And
he's blocking Luke's like 3 bank up is what I think. No what?
Yeah.
No what?
No ailerons there.
No, he's hanging back, it seems like.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to get too close to the fangs because of the Concordia.
We did see that sensitive roll.
Yep, into the block. Yep, exactly as expected.
Dirty.
What other maneuver was Keo going to do? 2 bank, I guess.
No, it's predictable, but like it's still mean.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't stop you from having to do that, right?
Yeah. It's like Fang Fighters. Like you're gonna do the 2 hard.
Yeah, we see you 2 hard.
Oh no. Soontier, rolled away. What's he gonna do next? 2 hard?
Yeah, you can. So the Keo does not end up taking the stress focus. Probably not going to be rolling too many defensive dice for it. See, just a 2 forward focus here.
I love sensitive controls.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've learned the prepositions, so I can't fly the A-wings without their prepositions. I just like it too much.
Yeah.
Even Sabine, that's why I still fly Sabine, man. Oh, those prepositions.
Yeah. Yeah, Sabine is just mean. Just literally a supernatural reflexes, initiative 3 Ada.
Yeah.
You know?
An Ada without a bullseye. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's literally it. It's great.
Well, we didn't see the ailerons from Fair Off, but you have to do the ailerons if you're not stressed with Countdown. They're not controlled. They're uncontrolled ailerons.
Uncontrollable ailerons.
We see a roll.
I might ask Marcel to fix his ships. There you go. Okay. That bomber is doing the craziest little yoga position there.
Downward dog. Downward TIE fighter.
Yeah.
Yeah, good shout out here in the chat. Marcel's board positions have been pretty solid.
Very good.
I mean, it's going to look great when he gets all the bumps and all the amazing stuff off here. So I think this is probably going to be a block from Scimitar 1 onto the Y-Wing. If it's not, does the Y-Wing have range 1 to Gorin?
Yeah, remember this is Hull's looking for that focus lock from his droid to fire the advanced proton torpedo.
Oh, that's definitely a lock. Or definitely a lock.
With Gorin out there, do you lock?
Oh, sorry, he was not marked that way. Wow.
Oh, Judge is handling it.
Lots of hands in there.
Did we see what Countdown did for his action?
Rolled.
Yeah. That's right. Ailerons bank 4-4 roll.
I mean, you can focus and take your lock, and then if you can get range 1 onto...
Let's also Countdown. But
no, I'm trying to hit Gorin here. Get this ship out of here.
Yeah, you just don't want to waste any Countdown. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So you always have to do it to Gorin. You can't strip Gorin from himself.
Yeah, but you can still perform the lock action and see if you do have range 1 to Gorin, and then even if you don't, I would probably still take the lock on Gorin anyway, just to say, hey, don't be around here.
I think that's what Fawn's thinking. He might take a lock action to not be stressed this round.
He's taking several shots here.
Yes. Yeah, he picked up the focus token. You could potentially barrel roll and lock as well with this hole.
No, it's a lock action.
It is a lock. Oh, it's a red lock action.
Yeah. Well, more importantly, it's the barrel is stressful.
Yeah, where is Luke heading? I think you're right. Hard 3 towards the Reaper.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is going to take the lock.
I don't think it's range 1. I think
it doesn't matter. I think you have to shoot Gorin.
Yeah. Whether it's
you
your
need
door
to stop. You need to stop whatever this is happening.
Yeah. Stop giving your ships evades, please. And stripping my locks.
Yeah. He did not use he didn't even measure. It doesn't know if that's range 1 or not.
He did measure.
Oh, he did measure?
Yeah, he brought out a range 1 template. So.
Oh, okay. So it was range 1?
He brought out a range 1 template. I couldn't see because his arm was in the way.
Okay.
His sleeves, to be more precise. It looks like TIE Fighter is doing a little skid maneuver there. All right, and that's going to be a claim for Boudica. To the helmet icon.
3 bank it towards the gas cloud.
That's going to be a bump, or reload a shield. Probably going to be a bump, but if it's not, it's going to be real close. So just remember we marked him on the back left there. I think he may get out of this one. May need to do.
I mean, what do you mean get out of? You're gonna barrel roll away from the bomb towards the Reaper?
That's what I'm saying. Well, get out of the not be blocked there at least.
Sure, it's not blocked. Had to choose a very suboptimal move, in my opinion, to not be blocked. But if you're gonna regen anyways, what's the force for? He claims the center. Or focuses. No, that's TIE Fighter's focus. I did not see what he did.
Repair damage sensor.
Ah, there you go.
That's smart. A focus.
Just fix it up, R2. Come on, fix it up.
Will you just help me out here, R2? I think he's gonna get hit by that ion bomb.
Yeah, he's ionized,
which means
and then Reaper just follows him.
Yeah, which means he can't regen another shield. All right, we see clan training here from Boudica. That's dirty. Removes the stress with Fin Rao ability. Wow. That's real mean.
From clan training, yep, that's what it's there for.
In the box. I'll redo that roll.
Similar
roll.
hit,
Predator?
Hit crit.
Oh, no, Predator. This is into the bomber, which does have a focus blocked.
He's got focus evade.
Oh, wow. All right, range 3 from...
No, he's going 0.
0, really?
Somebody's depleted? I don't know how that deplete got out there.
Well,
Boudica's that she cleared when she moved.
Yes.
So good range 0. I'm pretty sure gonna need the naturals here. Doesn't get it.
Hit crit. Oh, Pink already had one, right?
Pink's on one.
Pink's on one. Okay, wow, okay. Yeah, needed all 3 naturals there, you're right.
Yeah, and is removed.
Okay, that's a good thing that he got rid of that TIE Fighter, because now...
We do see Luke's ion token go down.
Yep.
Oh, they caught the bomb. We are not talking to the players. There's a judge standing right there. You could take your complaints of judge calls at this event to judges at Adepticon.com or .org. I believe it's .org. I'm just.
I thought we were doing back dials.
No, that's where I was going with it, but the joke's not as funny when people don't understand what back to dials is.
It's funny for the rest of us. All right, we're definitely going to get a judge call on this one here. They want to make sure what the exact range is from Hol Okand into Gorin, because it's the difference between a 2-die dorsal or a 5-dice double-modded advanced proton torpedo. Oh, actually, sorry. This looks to be Gorin's shot first because Marcel is first player.
Marcel is first player. Who's on the other top table? We have Levi facing off against Kalen. That's a Rebel v Rebel matchup. Does Levi flying a Falcon? I think he gave up the Falcon. Is that right? Do you remember his list?
Levi? I do not remember.
He's eating pizza.
He's eating pizza. I know the judges helped out the players with some
just grabbing their food for them.
Yeah,
that's good. I mean we're on a time crunch, so we're trying to.
Looks like we saw a shield down on Hol.
Yes, from the attack. This is a whole lot of nothing here.
That was the TIE bomber, I think.
No, that's unmodified countdown into Hol.
Modified countdown. Nothing.
Yeah, wow. 0.
Well,
2 eyes, 2 blanks.
Yeah, when you take your action as a roll, you say I'm not modifying my offense. So
that's what it is. Levi's got the B wings. So spins the focus here for 2 from Hol.
Nothing. Man, I would have had a judge check the range, but oh no, that was the Keo. What? No, that wasn't the Keo.
That was
focus.
The focus from
I was like, what?
Goran.
I definitely would have had a judge check the range on that one. That's like the difference maker in a game right there.
Who's still judging? Chris? This is for me, right? Had a great run, man. Good seeing you.
These are both for you.
Oh, these are both for me?
Yeah.
Fantastic. No lunchtime. That is correct. We got to get this tournament done. We still got to pack up. The judges got to pack up. Adepticon's got to pack up. The Bjord Center's got to pack up.
Luke makes it out with no damage.
Yeah, potential. While he clears that ion to get a second shield.
He can't.
From R2D2. Oh, he doesn't reveal his dial, does he?
He does reveal his dial, but you cannot use on-reveal abilities.
Interesting. I never thought about that. Little R2D2 in the back, all ionized. Oh, he's so sad.
Crit on to Goran. That's why you bring the shield, right?
Yeah. Oh, that was from Kyo, yes. There you go.
And we're looking at 1 to 2 again for objectives.
Yeah, I don't see much damage out there in Hull. I thought there'd be quite a bit more from the TIE Fighter and Bomber and, 4 shots onto it.
Yeah, 1 shield, yeah. Huge.
I'm surprised by that.
Oh, what? Why is there damage cards?
That's Luke.
Yeah, it sure is.
So where's Hull's shield?
I think those are it right there.
Turn forward play for a second.
Yeah, I think those are it right there.
He's got both shields still?
Both shields still.
I can't believe that, but okay.
I can also not believe this.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, sometimes you just throw a lot of dice and nothing happens. No, I don't think it did any damage. According to Fon's shield count there.
Yeah, well, a Hull at 3 points is a value buy, but at the same time, it's just a Y-Wing with no ion cannon at I4.
Oh, he didn't shoot because of Boudica.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, I see now.
Yeah, smart.
Smart. That makes sense. So that's why they're attacked.
You know what's interesting, though, is he attacked with a TIE Fighter first, and he was like, Boudica, I'll wait. Could Boudica not shoot Goran?
No. Goran could not.
No, Boudica shoot Goran.
Correct. I don't think they did. I don't know if they had range, but they didn't.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe he was waiting to see if the bomber, forcing the bomber to, like, that's like giving the bomber a disarm token.
Sure. No, the dance moves, the crit went into Goran.
Yeah. I think so.
Do you see a red? I can just take a look.
I think it's right here on his arm.
I'll look.
Okay.
What's up? Oh, what? Talking to us.
All right. So going into turn 4 here, it looks like, I'm going to put the overlay back, sorry about that. 4 to 4 here, I think, is what the score comes out to. Marcel has managed to grab a couple of extra shields, or sorry, extra points from that TIE Fighter. And yeah, I'm thinking that Faroff just follows Luke into the into that opening in between the gas cloud and the asteroid there.
I will not keep that.
All right.
So, some exciting rounds so far. An intensely tactical game from these two players. What do you think is going to be the next big moment here for the game? I mean, we're following Luke very closely, but what is Vaughn trying to track down for the Empire.
Well, I think he needs to focus and make sure that he hits all
These
these.
are going into round 5 as well. Is that correct?
No. They've only scored twice.
They've only scored twice?
Yeah.
This is the dials from round 4.
Yeah.
I guess that's true. Okay. I apologize for touching the turn tracker.
Get out of here. What are they doing here?
They're marking off a bomb.
Oh, no. The double ion for Luke just, yep.
I don't know if you'll be able to get out of that.
I don't think
Remember,
so.
range 1 is a base, 2 bases and a half.
Yeah. And
So-
one bank, it's basically touching his back. He's not going to get out of it. No.
One bank, it depends on the angle, but one bank is normally a whole range from your back corner to the new corner, but not always. It will be close. That would be amazing. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, are you good on water?
Good. Yep.
Yeah, just when we need fountain. Thank you. Okay. As Ben says in our chat here, ships cannot use abilities that trigger from an ionized ship revealing its dial. So no ailerons, no R2-D2 charges, no regular R2 charges. I'm trying to think of other on reveals. Contraband cybernetics? I don't know why you would, but I guess you could, right?
No, that's before you activate.
That's before you activate. There you go. Big difference between the two. So sorry, you were saying about Fawn's target priority. Is it the bomber here, that 4-point scimitar?
That's trying to get away. Well, unfortunately for Fawn, Fawn's Finn needs to stick around and do like a 1 hard to claim that objective.
Correct, because Marcel is the yellow helmets
Yes.
and Fawn is the red. And that was
we
Keo
said, yep.
claiming at the top there.
Yeah, and we also see the TIE Fighter claim the middle.
Yep.
All right.
Nicely done. Might be ionized, but what's a 1 bank, you know?
What's a 1 bank between friends that can't perform that maneuver anyway?
That's a free maneuver.
All right, so
Wow, okay. An ionized Reaper here, then 2.
I would have just chosen the 1 bank and not be ionized, but Marcel wants to make sure that he is performing that range 1 attack.
That was a bump. Yeah, just ran right into him. An overlap, if you will.
Unless Luke does the 1 bank right. That'd be tricky. All right, I think this is going to be just a bump focus from Hull. 1 hard from Boudica.
Ooh, going to be ionized here, too.
Yeah.
Big ion
Big
bomb.
ion bomb. Yeah, it's 4 different people. Maybe even oh no, if it hits Hull, he loses lock. I think it does get him.
Well, Goran's going to be able to get out of that, I think.
He already boosted.
He already boosted 2 hard barrel roll.
Yeah.
All right. You see some judge techniques here for marking off. This is a master class in marking off ships. This is a railroad track. He marks the ship. That would be how he marked it on the board. Thank you. Oh yeah, what's the other top 4? That is Kalen Wong versus Levi Shred.
Shat.
There's a
Shatted.
sure.
Yeah.
I'm not great at names, so
shot, maybe.
we'll have him pronounce it. But yep, Levi's still in it with Rebel B-Wings, and Kalen, who we just had on stream, had What do you have? He's flying it great.
The Separatists.
Nope, that's Doug. What version of Rebels did Kalen have?
Did Kalen have? That was the double X-Wing, Luke Wedge.
Luke Wedge Finn? No. Kalen had the Finn Boudica as well.
Oh, he did have Finn Boudica, yeah.
This was Wedge, not Luke, but a very similar list.
Yeah. I think he also had a TIE fighter.
Yeah, instead of going 3-3, he went Ahsoka Sabine.
Yep.
The little choices. You get
a couple choices.
You get a couple choices in Rebels.
Yeah.
No, we're joking. I mean, everyone's really actually able to customize their list. No identical list, I don't think, in Top Cut. Everybody had their own little flavor.
Like straight up replicas.
No, I think all 7 Rebel lists were unique, even if they all had like 3 similar ships.
Yeah. Okay. I'll believe you on that one. I haven't had time to do too much of a hard look at
dive
them.
on it. Yeah. Well, see, this is one of the few ones without Wedge, and Kalen's was one of the few ones without Luke, right? So, but they both kind of had Boudica. We've seen Levi do it with B-wings instead of fangs. So there's, like I said, there's some good variety in there. This is ramming speed.
Yeah, so he does not overlap his friend. He only overlaps enemy, meaning he's going to get a bump focus, even though he ended up...
He's not going to bump focus. It's countdown.
Oh, I guess that's good. Really good point, yeah. All right, so does the...
Hard turn.
Yeah, hard turn,
already
clear
boosted.
stress.
Yeah.
Focus.
Really.
Ooh, I mean, if the ion hits...
he saw it, he's like, I can't bear a roll here, so...
If the ion hits...
that'll be huge.
It'll block the proton torpedo.
So we have, who's left here? Luke.
Finn. And, Luke. Yeah,
that was Luke's dial. It says Luke on it.
Yeah. Okay.
That's awesome.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, pick some.
Pick some out? Oh, well. I mean, this one for sure.
Yeah. You want Mando?
No, I want the R2-D2.
Thank you.
Fine? Okay,
I think they're talking about Luke's shield. He can't recover it.
Okay.
He's like, well, that's sad.
It's like, well, I want to.
But what if I really want to, Judge?
Yeah, and then the ion onto ion means he's not going to be able to recover it again the following turn.
So I've done the focus. Turns out you never really got rid of that disabled power regulator.
Yeah.
It's just disabled ion regulator now.
Man, Luke's had a tough time this game, in my opinion, and in the same way Finn Rao, I think, has really been lacking, kind of stuck in the back there, shooting random pot shots at TIE fighters and stuff, not really able to line up like a range 1 Predator attack.
Yeah, 100%. He's making some decisions here. He did flip the objective for Finn did.
Yeah, Marcel bumped the ship, and they need to know if it's in range. The Y-wings with their big torpedo, not torpedoes, the big tail engines there.
It hits all of them, is what they're saying.
Yeah, I think it's hitting everybody. Yeah, that's before Finn moved.
I'm just looking exactly where.
Almost identical, so no big deal.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe a slight angle out, but positioning didn't seem that much farther or closer to that bomb.
Okay, yeah. We double checked the replay. It was good.
Instant replay. Now of Not a big deal.
Yeah. Any other locks get broken there? Hits 5 ships with that ion bomb, including 3 of his own.
Yep, TIE Fighter. No, 6, I believe. There's a TIE Fighter and a Striker there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jeez. Yeah, 3. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, if anything, Marcel moved Hull farther away from that bomb with that bump.
Yeah.
As
He's still in, yeah.
Yeah, so. All right. Hit crit from the clan training wedge, it looked like. Oh, no, we swarmed up
Yeah.
into range 0.
No, that was into
I don't know what that shot was.
No, that was it. That was from Bodica into Gorn for a console fire.
Ah, okay. That's the swarm tactics is messing me all up. Now we have Fenrau into the Reaper, nothing.
Range 1 from Hull. Big difference. I mean, is it a big difference? 2 crits. Okay, well, big difference. Yeah, it would have been a 5-die double modded advanced proton torpedo, but instead, just a range 1 with a focus.
Fenrau's ability, by the way, can remove Bodica's ion, but he didn't.
He has 3 ions.
Oh, he has 3 ions.
Yeah.
That's right. That's what they were talking about
They
in the
don't
chat.
care. Yeah,
that
it
makes
doesn't
sense.
matter. Plenty of evades there. Waiting to see the big attack from. Oh, this is a TIE Fighter into Finn?
This is countdown.
Countdown into Finn.
Yeah, it's just
nothing. Ugh. Yep.
So who's left then? Any other shots? That was hold. Then we have.
Does
Initiative
Bodica
3s.
not shoot?
This is the big one here. Console fire.
No console.
And then Faroff.
Well, it's still he's shooting now. He's going to shoot range 1 into the Y-wing.
Oh, this is actual Bodica. No? What?
Yeah, that was Bodica.
Oh, this is the double attack. Yes.
Yeah. All right.
Obviously, the bonus attack.
Here's
But when Bodica's shooting everywhere but her own engagement.
Yeah, everywhere but her own engagement.
Starting to get confusing. He's 2 evades there, no problem.
Yeah, Keo spins 4, so Keo will most likely do a 2 bank or 2 hard slip.
Love to slip here. All right, here we go. Faroff on Luke. Gets 3.
Okay,
no ruthless targets.
That should most likely do it as long as we see 1 blank here. No blanks. Lives on 1.
There's that shield gone. And again, no ionize, unable to remove that or to use R2D2.
Range 2 from the TIE Fighter into
nothing.
Into Finn, but no damage because he had to claim.
Yeah. So it should be 2 claims for Fawn.
Yep, Fawn turning the tide a little bit here. As far as objective points, starting to claw back a little bit. Total objective points are going to be 4 for Fawn, 5 for Marcel, for a total of 6 to 5 in favor of Fawn. Going into turn 5.
Yeah, I don't think. Can you getting better at drawing? Let me see that. Let me see them drawing skills.
What are you drawing?
Luke's 1 bank, so he can't leave his arc, right? So it's just down his arc.
Oh, this way. So
that's it.
Yeah.
Try again. Where are you, John? No, go down his arc.
Oh, sorry, down his arc.
Yeah, so probably gotta start like half of that. Yes, perfect. So he'll end up above that line.
So yeah,
And
so
then-
he'll probably end up like.
There, sure. So then Faroff
He'll flatten himself into a rectangle.
So Faroff should get enough angle to cover that.
Yeah, because with the 1 bank, I mean, she's going to have to end up in her own arc, right? So, like that.
Yeah, so yeah, by your little drawing there, it doesn't need much angle to clip Luke.
All she really needs is enough angle to go. So like a little bit of that.
Yep.
And it should have angle like that.
Yeah, shouldn't be a problem. To just pursue Luke.
Yeah. Gonna be awkward for this cluster here in the middle with all the ties, and so we'll probably see one bank.
Yeah, it's a little awkward because there's 2 initiative 4s there.
Yeah, and then probably see a 1 bank that way. So
pursue the bomber. Yeah, I think you pursue the bomber rather than trying to pursue Feroth here.
Oh, it's a really good point. You could do that. So we're out of bombs. No more bombs here. So I do maybe foresee like a 3 bank here from Wedge or from Finn. Try to follow in Feroth. Yeah. No ruthless charges or ruthless opportunities.
So we said it. Objective. So this TIE fighter needs to come down here, and he's going to come down. But Finn's going to take this one. So next round, again, Marcel's ships are heading this way. So there's nobody taking.
So they're going to trade objectives here in a little bit.
No, you can delete those lines for now.
No, actually,
what I'm saying is
this one belongs to Fawn up here.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That Fawn is going to have all 3 this round if Finn round claims.
This round, yeah. If Finn, yeah, but maybe you want to do some damage into the Reaper, but the Reaper's still on full, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. It's awkward, but I think Fawn recognized his win con of we got to win on objectives.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough.
See a boost here from the squirrely Gorin here with a console fire.
Yeah, I can risk it one more time as long as they're not being attacked before they absolutely have to fix it.
Well, I mean, this is the sensitive controls.
No, I know that, but I'm saying just in general that they get one reaction that doesn't necessarily need to be a console fire.
Yeah.
But it's going to be risky no matter what.
Yeah.
Did it fail? Yeah. He tried to barrel roll. That's why he didn't do it last time.
Who tried to barrel roll?
Gorin. That's the same spot he was in.
Oh, it sure is. Oh.
Yeah, so that's what Marcel looked at before. It's like, I don't think I can barrel roll. And so that he put down the focus.
Okay. Gotcha.
No, and then he tried to barrel roll out, but he couldn't, which was the thought he had the previous round. So he just kind of confirmed his own suspicions there.
Gotcha. Okay. Good to know.
That probably means 2 bank or hard 2 is on his dial.
Yeah.
If he was fine. Oh, he had to boost out. Interesting. Okay. So either way, he was trying what he wanted to do the previous round.
Right.
And it ended up working out. We're going to see this 1 bank here into Wedge.
Luke.
Whatever.
Whatever. The X-Wing.
The X-Wing. I know. We've been saying Wedge. So much. All weekend.
Yeah. I mean,
a lot of talks to that.
That's a good shit. That's a good shit.
Billy Wedge. I want to take this moment here while we're finishing up moving the ships to thank our sponsor for the event, of course, the GSP Patreons. Our largest group of supporters. They get us out to these events. They help us post the podcast to the different pod beans and whatnots. So big shout out and appreciation to those Patreons. And of course, all of the people working this event, everything from the convention staff to the Adepticon staff and volunteers to our own judge team. Been just fantastic over the weekend. Of course, I've met so many people, reconnected with so many people I only see on like a yearly basis, and I even met a bunch of new people here at the event. And overall, it seems everyone's had a fantastic time here at Adepticon. It's been a lot of work, long days. So, of course, a big shout out to James holding it down the last 2 days, so I got a chance to play. Had my eye on the prize, but couldn't complete the task, unfortunately. But I'm happy to be back here cheering on the rest of the players as we make our way into the finals. Coming up, as a note, we do have a mapped giveaway at the end of here. We're giving away to one of a lucky viewer, as long as they're willing to pay to ship some sort of map, but it's a signed by the developers Coruscant invitational map. Should be very good.
Are you still wanting to talk?
All right, so fantastic. Here as we move on to the
a bump
final positions here.
Yeah.
As a note, this is a 90-minute game.
Yep.
Plus or minus 3, of course, as all variable events are. So 87 to 93.
And also, our time is approximate.
Yes, our time is very much an estimation. I mean, about like, can't be that far off, but very much an estimation.
Yeah. Yeah, they tell us when the pairings go live, but they don't actually say when they start the 90-minute timer, and then they also don't tell us how much variable, so if it's an 87 or 93. So you can just keep this collection of ships over there, Marcel. All right, bump focus here from Goran. Wasn't able to complete their maneuver, ended up overlapping Boudica. We just see is Scimitar 1 an acquire or a action?
It's acquire.
Acquire, gross.
I'm acquired.
Acquired.
So then...
Okay, so because Marcel's first player, he is going to have to move his countdown first, then Boudica will bump into them, because I thought maybe he had like the one bank, Boudica had like the one bank left, but that was quickly blocked by Goran coming up and getting in the way.
Yeah.
And now the one bank left from countdown is just going to lock in the Boudica.
Okay. Hopefully our judges here are here to expedite these tricky maneuvers for the players. Well, while the judges certainly have been pulling long, long nights, we went out and celebrated with everyone for X-Wing, and we were out pretty late.
One could say too late.
Yeah, we could say too late. And
not me. I would never say that.
And we're like, okay, well, we'll see you tomorrow. They're like, yeah, we're heading back to the convention hall to set up. I'm like, what?
They're like, yeah, we got to set up for tomorrow.
Like, we got more work. This was just a break.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, fair enough. This is the kind of dedication that, you know.
Exactly what I said earlier. As soon as the players finish the final round, the day begins for the event and judging staff to help tear down the building, essentially.
Exactly. Looks like someone had said, use the Force. Combined almost 500 people watching. Thank you so much for joining us here for this final AMG World Championship. It's an honor to present the game out to you here at Gold Squadron. Very fortunate to have such a great relationship with both Adepticon, Adepticon and AMG. They have really turned around What I say before? I think in 2016, Dion had a TV tray and a laptop connected to a phone.
TV dinner tray and and a phone screen. Yeah.
Yeah, and like a webcam on like a PVC pipe.
Yeah.
Like, I kid you not.
These are all real things that happened.
Thank you so much. It's through that continued support of the community and obviously our efforts at Gold Squadron that has continued and built that relationship to now. They save space for us. And they set up this beautiful viewing booth. I do have an update, an unofficial update from the other top 4 game. Which was Kalen Wong at 12 points versus Levi at 5. Will an American win Worlds?
Possibly.
50-ish% chance. 225% chances to win, I think. Don't quote me on.
Or we could see both Americans eliminated here.
That's what I'm saying. There's a potential chance for a North America versus Europe, Canada versus Netherlands. I think this game is too close to call. With Luke still on the board.
I mean, the other game is too close to call too. I mean, we hear all the time about like I was one attack die away from swapping the game from like 20 to 10 to 15 to 10 kind of thing.
Sure, especially when ships cost 5 points. You know, 5 points of a ship and 2 or 3 objectives.
Yeah,
that's a big swing.
We had a game go to 29 points the other day, and that's that's at least 10 points from objectives and the ship destruction there. So going to be at least a huge swing for that last round.
All right, so we're deciding here. Now, after all, we got all the ships back. So this is a enemy bump for Boudica, is what that ended up being. After the striker crashed into them, and then they're kind of stuck there, sitting in range 0 from both of those ships. We have Luke ends up right where we thought he would be with that one bank.
Finally able to regenerate their shield next turn.
Well, if there is a next turn.
Not this turn, but
3 hits from a 4 dice focus from Faroth should do it.
All right, we're going to see a claim here from
he has to.
Finn. He said it like I think Fawn has recognized like, hey, I'm probably not going to win on destruction here. I need to start capping some of these objectives. All right, we're going to see initiative 6 first. So, sorry, this is Goran, just start of engagement, Goran.
Gave the evade to Captain Faroff. You can see range 1 attack here from Finn into Countdown, or no, into Goran, I would assume.
That's 2, I think, though.
To Goran.
Yeah, I don't know if he wasn't gone, he would be measuring. He wouldn't be measuring.
Oh, I see. That's his focus token up there, above it.
Yeah.
Above Goran is all of his tokens. Gotcha. Yeah. I was wondering if he's stress focused or not. Or no, maybe those are countdowns.
Those are countdowns. And the focus to the right of the objective is Finn's. Sorry, Boudica's. So many ships here in the middle.
Yep.
Goran should be gone. We'll get some confirmation here, but I'm fairly sure if he was trying to attack.
Well, this is a discipline trigger, so I think we can assume.
Yeah, we can all assume here. That's a good assumption. Oh, isn't he stressed? He's stressed. Yep. We're gonna get it stopped real quick.
maybe we have. Well, no, the countdown should be the one with the crit, right? So I don't know where those tokens are.
This Goran is the one with the crit.
The tokens are a mess. I just
I think I see it here. So this is Goran's. This is his.
Goran doesn't have any crits.
Those.
Okay. There's just a lot of stress tokens out. So that ship wasn't stressed. Well, it's countdown.
Yeah, but she could have bump focused. Yeah. Yeah. Did they?
Please.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. They're cleaning up some tokens.
Yeah.
Which one's Goran's, which one's not. Normally, Countdown doesn't bump focus, but like I said, there's a lot of tokens in the middle of the board there, so we just asked them
politely
to make sure that, everyone's on the same page about where these tokens are and stuff.
Yeah, for example, like that focus token down here and stress, that belongs to Bodica.
Okay,
so
no worries.
Yeah, so these tokens right here belong to him. They're like way over here. They belong to him.
Okay. No, I mean, not an issue. Turns out that the Disciplined was able to be correct.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't. Countdown doesn't normally stress themselves, but there was a lot of tokens out on the battlefield there, either left over or whatnot. But we just, like I said, asked the judge to double check. Big attack here, though, from the range 1 shot. We have Concordia, so a crit going down, most likely going to be Best discarded.
Best
more
discarded.
Yeah.
All right, we have 1 damage Finn and Beskar gone.
I don't think he took a normal card. No, he Concordiated.
Yeah, Concordia, yeah.
Did you take a normal card?
Nope. It was a hit. It was a.
So why'd you remove his health down? He didn't take a normal card?
Oh, he did take a normal card, I think.
I think you're saying something, and I'm saying something similar.
Yeah.
Either way, this next attack is for 4 onto 2.
That was
there.
Yeah, that was Luke. That was onto Luke. So Luke's gone.
Yeah. We have a hope trigger here.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, not a problem. That's what I was saying. I think we were saying the same thing. Either way.
Yeah. Okay.
Luke should be out. Yeah, Finn didn't take any damage yet.
Yeah.
That's why we're. It's very long.
I said one thing and did another.
Yes. He's like, "What do you mean?" That's what I thought. Yeah, so it's not what you did. Anyways, it's been a long weekend.
I think we did just see a countdown.
James has been pulling. I think you've been here for every game.
Yeah.
You wouldn't take a break. We offered it. We told him to take a break, and he refused.
Game
ladies
18.
and gentlemen. Game 18.
Yeah.
Well, you can take a break on the final if you want, but that's the most fun one.
I know.
But we were able to take a little lunch break today, so one hit, one evade there.
Which one do you want?
I broke my red dice, but I normally go red. What's your opinion?
A die.
You can have both.
No. One of them's yours.
Okay.
We're gonna wear them as earrings out today.
I want them as earrings. Spends the focus for 2. So Hull shouldn't take any damage there. And we're marking down points for Luke. Don't have points in this scenario. So I think that we are looking at as well. Fawn's got 3 objective points this round.
Yeah. big swing as far as objective. That's 13-10.
Yep, 13-10, confirmed by the players. You see it here. Mitch correcting the turn as we go into round 6. Turn 6, I guess. This is round top 4. Turn 6. So, it's been a very strategic game, very tactical, between triggering their abilities and positioning from the board. And I believe Marcel is the last list without an I6.
That checks out.
It's probably been that way it might have been that in the round, in the previous round as well. He might have been the last list in the top 8.
Because didn't we have last game, that was the CIS? Or that was the...
CIS has Sunfet.
No, the Resistance. Resistance was in there, no.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Oh, okay, yeah, Elijah. Eli. Yeah, Eli did not bring an I6, but also brought 3 I5s, so.
I'll take 1 I6.
I don't think. I think Soontir would disagree.
I think Soontir would hard disagree.
All right, just getting a quick update from our judge staff as we asked, as we have now entered our estimated stoppage time, hitting that 87-minute mark. I just want to confirm with them if, any updates, and they were able to provide that. Both games did have judges time extensions for judge calls and rulings and maneuverings as such. So, if this timer hits 93 minutes and there's an additional round, we'll hopefully be able to understand why because of that. That, again, there is an undisclosed amount of judge time added to each game. Now, I think we could do some quick estimates, though, that this still might be the last round, depending on the need for maneuvering ships. Do you want a damage count?
No, I just wanted to verify that Countdown only took the shield.
Okay.
Yeah, which I think
that makes sense for a Countdown.
Stressed me out a little, but it was a pleasure.
Yeah, because you don't need to do your ability if it's just a single
3
hit.
bank here from...
Goes for the objective. Good call.
Well, he's stressed right now, so...
Oh.
Well, get out of town.
That's playing for next turn, I guess.
Stop sitting next to all these Fang fighters behind you.
Yeah.
You may get shot by an advanced proton torpedo, though.
Yeah. Marcel might be seeing the writing on the wall here. He's behind points and behind objectives. Going at a rapid pace as, again, our estimated time, which is not correct, our estimated time of 90 minutes has begun, but we have not heard a time of the
I didn't hear no bell.
Yeah. So, like I said, I don't know anything about the extra time, if they're equal or if they're similar or anything like that, but we just know that this potentially could be not the last round.
Yep. We did see this annoying little TIE fighter over here grab the objective again.
Mm-hmm.
So Keo did take a lock just now, so taking a lock there.
You got a score for the... Oh, he's going to go grab it. Thank you.
All right. Saw a 1 straight ailerons there from Countdown. Has to do the aileron maneuver.
Okay. An unofficial update from the other game. Kalen is at 15 points. Levi at just 7. So Kalen Long pulling ahead there in a very close or what started as a very close game, but he's now begun to pull ahead in that matchup.
All right, we have Bodica probably going to do a focus roll here to line up the bullseye for some. Okay, no, doesn't want to do the roll. All right, lines up Finn's attack here, claimed.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't roll there.
Finn, range 2. Gonna be.
You got what
one.
round number they're on? Is that what you're doing?
All right. But blocks by the Scimitar 1, and only 3 hits here.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
And that'll be has to spin the focus, or else they are destroyed. So down to 1 hole.
They've called time on the other top 4 game. And that is the score 15-7 in activation. We see here a handshake from this game go down as we finish the round. That's going to be fun with 2 objectives.
Are we not doing shots?
I think the Scimitar went down, which is 7 points.
Oh,
that's only 19.
I thought he was still alive.
I'll double check.
Yeah, because there could potentially be a big shot here from, like, if this guy shoots and manages to get a shot, and we have a proton torpedo. Yeah. Okay. Oh, they're calling it. It sounds like the Scimitar 1 was destroyed here, and then 2-1.
Yes, confirmed. Vaughn moves on to the finals here. Marcel saw the writing on the wall, and one didn't have a win condition going into the next round. And with that, gave the win to Vaughn. So big congratulations to him. We have a giveaway we got to do as we get set up for the next round. The players are going to take a moment just to reset. Vaughn's not going anywhere. But I'm going to be here. Can you set up our night bot?
Yep.
As I bust out this visual here, the Coruscant Invitational 2028. This was one of the first 2nd edition tournaments from so long ago that they only had 3 factions in the 2nd edition. As you see, I can't see.
Alex Davies down there.
Yeah, we got Alex Davey. Who are the other names on this? We're going to start up the raffle for this. Like I said, we're going to have you put out !win, or right now. Does that go to our email? Do you know, or is that some other thing? You know anything about !win?
Yeah, I think it goes to the.
It's a form thing somewhere.
Yeah, there's a form. So
okay. Do you know where that is?
No.
Okay. Well, you might just have to tag us on Discord, just to guarantee, so we don't lose
there's
out.
The form right there. Thanks for someone clicking it for me.
Do we have access to it, Ned?
If you know to play,
the responses of that?
I'm sure we do somewhere.
I'm sure we do. I'm just double checking. It's been a while since we've used it. I just want to double check that we still have the. We can obtain that information. I don't know whose this is. I've never been the owner. We have Brooks. I'm not even going to try it, but
yeah, one of the Brooks.
that was Brooks' first name. Brooks.
First name Brooks.
We have Alex Davey, of course. I was trying to find Max Brooks, but I don't see him on here. Maybe that's
up here.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's Max Brooks.
That's definitely Max. Yeah. That looks like an X.
Then Zach Ray.
Zach Ray. Yeah.
Cool. What's up, Ryan? We're just hanging out trying to give this man away. What's up?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Fantastic. Anyway, so roll this all up nice.
Yep. All right.
I'm sorry if that wasn't centered on camera. I wasn't paying attention.
No, I centered it. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yep. All you got to do is type in the chat to be entered in the giveaway. It looks like we have. This is on Twitch, so people on the YouTubes, head over to Twitch. to be entered into the giveaway because that's why we have our automations through.
Nightbot doesn't work on.
Yeah, I see Walter Stokes. Head over to Twitch to make sure you're entered. Who else is in here? Just want to make sure.
Yeah, put the Twitch link in our.
That's fair.
In our. Whoa. In our YouTube chat there. Anyways, a historic piece of X-Wing history. We got this from Chris Allen, who dug it out of the archives, if you will. I don't know how great it would be to play, but man, it's just got fantastic art. So an amazing, like I said, historical piece of X-Wing history.
Okay. Yeah, 71 people in the chat here typing. We'll give you a few more minutes here. It'll count for the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that if you are on...
Give me... just keep going.
Okay,
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Make sure that people on the YouTubes get over to Twitch to make sure that they have an opportunity to enter the giveaway, because this is a piece of a piece of history for X-Wing 1.0, and we'll make sure that you're here. If you are actually in the building at Adepticon, or if you have friends in the building at Adepticon, we can also give it to that friend to take over to you, and you don't have to pay any kind of shipping. So we'll work that out once we get in contact with you. Yep. We're going to have Fawn, and I think we said Kalen in the final. So Americans United States players officially disqualified from, or not disqualified, eliminated from the Adepticon world. So no chance for a USA winner. So we're going to have either a Canadian victor or a Netherlands victor here. So really awesome to see. Love to see all of our X-Wing players from outside of the U.S. come in and just rock the house. All right, a few more seconds here.
Not a good idea.
Okay, I'm back. I was just making sure the players were all good, and reminded Fawn and Marcel to turn in their tickets before the prize wall closes.
Yes. So. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's send it.
Okay, you ready?
I think so.
All right, we have 116 people here, and good luck. Dara boy, with extra Y's in there. I want to see an exclamation point. Win.
This is what we want, Dara boy.
Yeah, wows and yeses are great, but we want exclamation point wins.
Exclamation point win.
No more wows. What we will need is if you could message. There it is.
You gotta confirm that you're willing to pay for this, or
shipping.
have someone grabbed it who's at this convention. But there's fewer and fewer people here. Especially if they're flying, they might not be able to accommodate the mat.
Yep, just type in the chat and we'll see it here, Dara, to see if you're able to either pay. I will pay.
Okay. Okay. Sounds great. Fantastic. We'll get one of those nice tubes and we'll figure all that out. Or I think they're triangles now. Don't quote me on that. I think they're triangles so they don't roll around. But you know what I mean.
I'm going to go ahead and write down your name here to make sure we don't forget. I mean, I can never forget you. But make sure we don't forget for...
All right. A big celebration here, but I think it was just for... Oh, sorry. What's up, man?
I played versus Kalen in the first round of the fucking tournament. What? And the very first round I played versus Kalen.
Oh.
So it's come full circle.
Okay.
Oh, was it Revenge of the Swiss? Or did he lose again?
You can take revenge of the Swiss because I beat him.
Okay. All right. Yeah, what was the score of that? Thank you again for everybody typing in and joining in for the giveaway. Very excited to see that preserved. So we do believe we have a I don't know what they're crying about, but I think it's not crying, but emotionally ecstatic about.
I don't know what these guys are crying about.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, they were like cheering and stuff.
I know they were cheering, but I didn't know what there was because I think they were just cheering on his top 4 run for Levi, but he unfortunately did not. His prize pack.
No, this is not a GSP prize pack. This is a GSP.
No, it's the mat.
This is the X-Wing 1.0 first edition mat that has been signed by several of the game developers for X-Wing. Fill the form, and there is a question for the form. You know what, Dara? Why don't you go ahead and message me in Discord, or do you want to message you?
Email us at goldsquadronpodcast@gmail. Can you just type it in for them? Just email us directly. That'll work. We'll be in contact with you. We have access to that email.
And yeah, just title the email, or subject the email.
Anything. Giveaway. World's giveaway.
Yeah, World's giveaway.
Yeah. We'll be in touch with you. We'll get it out to you. You want it fair and square. We want that out of our hands and into the world. And
out of the hands.
Out of our hands. Moving on. So,
all right.
We got like a 5-10 minute gap here, and then we are trying to get right into the finals. What did you end up with for that confirmation? Kalen versus Fawn. Didn't you just look at it?
Oh, you're talking about that for round 1?
Yeah.
I think I need to go back over here and see, were they in this event or are they in day 2?
I think they played Friday. Yeah, because I played Fawn.
Okay. So Fawn played against Kalen and
Kalen
won.
Wow.
So Fawn won their first
13 games ago. 12 games ago.
No.
They've played 12 games since then.
Yeah, because I've played or watched 18 games.
Yes.
And they played 13.
Correct. Yeah. So this was 12 games ago of X-Wing. They played Friday morning, round 1.
And Fawn ended up winning that one. Let's take a look and see if we can see the outcome of that one. It was...
Fawn said he won, which makes sense because he was undefeated when I played him.
Yeah. We can take a look at the rounds.
Round 1. That's round
I was
5.
like, what? This is plays to you. Look for a really long name. There it is. 20-0?
I don't know. That can't be right. He must have conceded them.
Okay. All right.
He must have conceded them. But
okay.
So, Revenge of the Swiss. Can Kalen pull it off? Will Fawn traveling all the way from the Netherlands, coming here to North America and show us how it's actually played.
Yeah, and I mean, Kalen didn't travel a short distance either.
No, he's from Pacific Northwest, so Vancouver.
Yeah, so that's not a insignificant amount of space to travel.
It's still the same continent at least. So, anyways, we'll take a short break. We'll be back soon. Stay in your seats for this final. Hello and welcome back to Gold Squadron Podcast. I am William Hegwood. I'm joined by James Ritter.
Hey guys.
And we are here at Adepticon for the X-Wing World Championship 2025. 200 players have played through 10 rounds of Swiss through a top 16 elimination bracket. And we've only have now 2 players remaining at our final table. We have Van Langerland from Amsterdam, Netherlands, facing off against Kaylin Wong, who is a Canadian.
Oh, yeah, let's update
that. Is just
that
left over from last round, no big deal. From our previous player here, but Kaylin Wong does hail from Vancouver, Canada. So we have a truly international final here for our world's champion. Of course, obviously we're biased here for our Americans. We would love to see an American up there, but these are
the last 2 were eliminated in the top 4.
Yeah, had a chance.
The possibility was there, the timeline was there, but it wasn't the true timeline.
Correct. Yes. These players, legendary players, each in their own right, have won many events, have just been involved in the community for many years. Really pillars, icons for their respective X-Wing communities. They meet here for the second time this tournament.
You talking about just like, hey, I saw what's up, hey man, I was good to see you. Oh,
you check out the exclamation point list. I mean, check out the Roll Better link, and these 2 played each other round 1 of Swiss.
Of Heat 2.
Of Heat
Day
2, Fridays.
1B.
Yes, Fridays,
Friday.
round 1. And this event now has come full circle. 12, 13 games, something like that.
14, this is the 14th game after that.
13 games have been played since they've seen each other.
Yep.
And now they meet here for their 14th game.
14th game. My 19th game.
Yes, the extra day was messing me up too. But like I said, they have these players coming full circle here to meet their first round opponent in the finals. Now, of course, we always say revenge of the Swiss as a note.
Oof.
Fan did win that matchup. So Kaylin's had, again, like 12 to 13 games to think about.
A couple of days to think on that loss, right?
Correct. Yes. On how he could have better prepared himself. We're going to start looking at these lists, but first we want to talk about Assault at the Satellite Array, the scenario for this objective.
And we have 5 scenario tokens out there on the board, and each of them are little mini King of the Hills. So whoever has more ships at range 0 to 1 of each of those tokens will score a point at the end of every turn, starting at turn 2, which we are currently in the planning phase of. So this upcoming turn, we will have the first scoring here. And to note for this objective, medium and large bases count as 2 ships when determining who has control. So in this game, though, no big boys, only small ships. So not going to be a super impactful thing here. But Assault the Satellite Array is one of the more passive scenarios where you just kind of like hang around this area, right?
Yeah, it's one of the 2 that does not require an action to interact with the objective.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. No having to go out of your way to spend actions on stuff. So a lot more passive in that regard, and generally favors more ships and big ships. So we'll see how this one matches up, because both these players are bringing 5 ships, all small base. And both of them are also bringing the Rebel Alliance as their faction of choice. We had about 40% of the field on Friday, 30% of the field on Thursday, and then for a total of 40% making it to day 2 on Saturday. And then into the cut today, there was another 40%. I think all those numbers check out.
Yep.
Oh, no, sorry, no, not today. It was 7 out of 16 players today.
7 out of 16.
So just under half. No, don't do the math. Don't.
42.
42%?
0.7.
Oh wow, you nailed it. So hopefully, hopefully our Rebel wins this one here today. Confirmed that the best
Confirmed
faction.
Rebel. Confirmed Rebel fangs are good.
Yeah. Well, but they're not nearly as good as the players playing them, right?
So now there's a big asterisk on that mirror match, by the way. As we're going to talk about the similarities here. Maybe that's the best way to describe these lists. That they both have Fen Rao.
Okay.
So let's start with the Feng
and Bodica.
Fonz Fen Rao.
Okay.
Fonz Fen Rao. The Rebel one, of course, is removing non-lock red tokens from your ship. Has clan training and Beskar for extra actions and crit mitigation. But this one brings swarm tactics for Fon. Can bring another ship up to I6. On the opposite side, though, Kalen's Wong, his Fen Rao brings clan training, Beskar, but they bring an offensive upgrade here called Crack Shot. Can deny a evade when the ship is in the bullseye. So a great way to put through a lot of quick damage there, but doesn't have that kind of support piece like Swarm Tactics.
Yeah. They also have the same ship in Bodica Venge. Bodica, after another friendly ship defends, if you're not depleted, you may perform a bonus primary attack.
Yes.
Against the attacker.
Yeah, so if you don't shoot Bodica, she's going to shoot you and then receive a deplete.
All right, and so yeah, if she can shoot you and you don't shoot her, she may shoot you and give you that big attack. Bodica, I think for both versions are taking. Oh, actually no, they are not taking the same loadouts here. For Fon
brings Predator, Beskar, and Clan Training, whereas Kalen has brought Marksmanship, Predator, and Beskar. So.
I mean, Beskar is such a good upgrade for these fangs because there's not much worse than taking a nasty crit on a ship that doesn't have any shields. Only one gets through. Okay, I can deal with that, and it's a damaged engine. So now I'm not even able to do any of my nice hard turn maneuvers.
It was just a boost.
It was a boost.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, all right. I thought he was self-bumping there.
No.
Okay.
That was Fon's Finn trying to do a boost there because we did see Bodica there at the bottom. Or sorry, Kalen's Bodica actually was coordinated
a target lock
here
from Ahsoka. Well, so then this is where this list breaks off, is that Kalen has brought Wedge and Ahsoka. So we can start with either one there. Start with the BOE Wedge. Wedge is another I6. He gets focus tokens when he attacks. He gets depletes when he boosts, and he fires off a advanced proton torpedo. He's got a natural Predator for rerolls, and his droid can give him a free target lock as well. So very, very offensive pilot here. We're going to start off with Fen Rao onto Keo at the top of the board there. Fen Rao spins here, and Keo should force evade. Oh, no, he has to flip his Lone Wolf. For the second one here, he's going to keep his force, it looks like.
Yeah. I mean, this Keo doesn't have juke, so there's no reason not to spin the evade, except for maybe the other attack coming in from the enemy, Ahsoka.
Yeah, there might be a shot from Ahsoka, so tries to keep one of the force modifiers here. Ahsoka spin the force for 2, and 3 evades from Keo.
Evade kind of lucked out on the last roll to not take any damage from those 2 high initiative ships.
Okay, that Bodica boosted but will be out of arc. So Kalen's Boudica now fires range 3, has a lock and a focus.
Oh, did not convert on the lock.
We have marksmanship, which we just discussed.
And we saw earlier that he doesn't have range or arc on that ship, so he's going to actually take a crit.
Yeah. No Beskar. Remember, you have to look at the ship to Beskar it. So we're going to see a direct hit go down for Boudica.
That's massive.
For Fawn's yellow Boudica.
All right. 2 hits here.
Anyways, what's the next shot here?
I think that was all the shots. I think that was maybe a shot from Fawn's
Kyo
into, it looks like most likely Ahsoka.
Finn didn't spend the token. Ahsoka had an evade, so I assume it was in the Finn.
Yep. So it didn't look like any damage there. And now we're going to be counting up objectives. This is the first thing that happens in the end phase. Yep. So it looks like by my count, we have one for Fawn here, another for Fawn here, and then one for Kalen, another for Kalen, and I think they said this one was in as well.
Yep. So I'm reading 2 to 3.
Yeah. Let's take a look if we match that with what the players have, and take a look at their planning phase. Two to 3.
Looks good. Yeah,
see one of the judges, Josh, there, helping out, making sure that everything is looking okay. There's no, if there's any rules questions, they are right there, very attentive. If they want help moving their ships because they got to mark a lot of stuff, the judges are happy to help. Everyone say hi to Josh.
Oh, we moved him, Libel. We made sure. We caught it. I'm saying hello to Josh. Thank you so much, everybody.
Yay!
So we're wanting to keep talking lists here. So Kalen, as we were saying, brought Wedge, but has also brought Ahsoka Tano and Sabine Wren as the last 6 points of their squad. Ahsoka, we saw her use her ability to spend 2 force and give a ship a action even while stressed. It's a huge part of that ability, the even while stressed. This Ahsoka can shoot instinctive aim, mag pulse missiles with marksmanship. Essentially spend a force to fire the mag pulse warhead, which when it hits, it does critical damage, a deplete, and a jam. Very nasty debuff weapon there from Ahsoka Tano. And then Sabine Wren, little 2-point chip here. Before you activate, you could perform a boost or barrel roll action. Gives them a very Jedi-like supernatural effect for the ship, even though it's just a little TIE fighter. At a value piece at only 2 points, and you get these extra maneuvers with it as well. So very cool to see. We got a road change here over to Kalen for this round. I think we can finish off in his Fong's, the difference in Fong's list. So he does not bring Wedge, he brings Luke Skywalker. This is Trench Run. Luke has attack speed and can fire those proton torpedoes without target locks. Then the other one is Hull. He's a standard loadout.
Also Battle of Yavin.
Yes, Battle of Yavin. He has a dorsal turret, so it's a 2 attack die dorsal turret, but Most notably has advanced proton torpedoes, a big 5-die attack, and a droid that lets him lock after performing an action. Most of the time it's focus, lock, and you just shoot the thing that is going to be range 1 in your front arc. But also has Hope, the tricky Hope trigger, where if a ship is destroyed, Hull could potentially boost into range 1 and then use his precise astromech after the boost. So a tricky ship indeed, and especially with that swarm tactics, can get Hull to shoot that advanced proton torpedo at initiative 6 if need be. Could be a very scary piece.
It is kind of difficult to keep Finn and a Y-wing together, but if it lines up to where, like, you know, later in the game, it's like, oh, hey, what's up, buddy? Like, I haven't seen you in a while. Oh yeah, you can shoot that. You can shoot that proton torpedo.
Let's look at Keo then, because I got something to say in response to that. Keo's, we said, was the force using A-wing at the top of the board. Only can recover that force when they do a side slip. Can only side slip to recover force. Has Lone Wolf and Mag Pulse warheads, which without that instinctive aim does require a target lock. After reviewing Fawn's list and seeing it in action, that swarm tactics can really work on any of their co-pilots here. Get Luke's proton torpedo to shoot at I-6. Get Boudica to make their attack at I-6 so that the bonus attack is without the deplete. Like I said,
they don't have to deal with the deplete. Yeah,
exactly. Same thing I was saying with Hull Oakland. Wants that big advanced proton torpedo. It would be great to see that at I-6, and even Keo's Magpulse missile at I-6 could be very impactful. So it really gives you a vast array of tools to be able to counter whatever kind of list you're matched up against. Even maybe something very similar to what you're flying yourself.
Yeah, it could give that upper hand. We'll see if that's the difference maker, or if maybe the coordinating power of Ahsoka is enough to push and Ahsoka and Wedge's APT, Advanced Proton Torpedo versus Luke's consistent proton torpedo with force is the difference maker here. We did see in that first engagement, Fawn did not think that Kalen was going to be able to squeeze his Finn or his Boudica all the way over and taking a shot at his Boudica, and he paid the price for it, taking a hit or a critical damage, which turned out to be a direct hit and an early moral lead right over over Fawn. So, all right, let's take a look here. We have Finn Rao for Kalen coming around the mountain here.
Yep, wasn't stressed, so did a big 3-bank.
And these are all 3 of Kalen's ships here. So kind of leaving the center open a little bit, except for Wedge coming in. But, I mean, I think Wedge is dangerous enough to say, hey, come on in. There's a big wide open empty space right here in front of my APT. So no one else is even looking. See? So we'll see how that turns out. I think the only shots that the Kalen's Rebels are going to get on is going to be mainly against the Y-Wing over here. All right, we did see Kalen's Boudica come in and get a great block, as we see here on the objective, which I think looks to be tied, if I'm guessing. So we have 1 for Fawn, 2 for Fawn, and then 1 for Kalen, and then this is going to be the 3rd one for Fawn. So he's definitely going to grab Fawn's definitely going to grab that bottom one.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Will we see a focus here? Yes. Oh, nope, that is
Fawn's
No, I think these tokens here belong to the Boudica, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't think he took
I
the
see.
bump
I see what
focus.
you're saying. Yes.
So this is Kalen's attack here.
He hit crit. Can just spend the focus to deny it. Fantastic.
I think that may have been
That was
from Wedge.
Yeah, that was Wedge down to Boudica.
Did not hit, so did not get another focus. So this is Finn into Luke, maybe?
Hull, it looks like.
Hull? Oh, 3 dice then.
Oh.
There's definitely not a Wedge, or Luke, that would be more, right?
Maybe Finn didn't have the shot. So we moved on to Finn. Fonz Finn.
Fonz Finn.
Yeah, that makes sense, because, Fawn will be a tech dice, so it's obviously not Kalen's Finn. Or is it? I don't know. They're doing a little...
Oh, you know what it is? I think this is...
Boudica's revenge shot.
Boudica. No. This was Finn shooting into range 0 into Boudica, but he wanted to see if he had arc to get his ability to use Beskar, but he didn't, so he had to spend the focus.
I see.
Which is kind of unfortunate because that would have been a great focus to have against Luke's attack here. So, speaking of Luke here, oh my goodness,
looking
are
for
we gonna
that
have arc?
Yeah, looking for that. Not on purpose, but Gold Squadron colored thing right there. I don't know where you got that color scheme, but it is representing the old GSP out there, so we'll take it. We'll take it as a win.
We'll take it. All right, it did get arc, so I mean, you just drop both force, right? Hit,
Yeah, drop
crit,
everything you got.
and a blank out from.
Okay, now is Boudica, I assume, have arc back?
Oh yeah, definitely has arc back. So only gonna take a.
So 2 go through. We look at the third. That's face up.
Yep.
And then we decide to keep it, place it face down. Just double checking the arc here. Yeah, it looked like confirmed on Luke. So then we can look at this card and we flip both charges to just remove it.
So 2 damage total. So took 3 hits, or hit crit after his evade, after the neutralize result step, but used the Beskar reinforced plating to block that crit.
So, it is a fantastic time as we look at, I believe, points for the round. Yes, Fonz Finn shot the range 0. Slanglong coming in with a letting us know that the yellow Boudica out there inspired by the color scheme of a wasp. I see it out here. She's been stinging, let me tell you. We have 2 hits coming in, 3 agility obstructed here. Going to spend the focus. And I think that's taken just 1 damage there. One hole. So, holes shot back. Went on to Luke there. Yeah, that is a good question. I think you're just going to give him more force, potentially. And if you miss because you don't have any mods, you just helped your opponent instead of trying to do damage. So
Yeah. We're talking about the hole shot.
yeah, shooting Hull or not. Hull blanks out on his attack. We have Sabine here. Sabine didn't have anything. Bodic going after Wedge for a hit. Wedge gets it. Do we have... Here's the TIE Fighter. At 3, Sabine does a critical damage into Hull.
Wow.
And it was flipped face down.
Panicked pilot.
Panicked. Go ahead. Wow. I'm telling you, this Sabine.
Secret.
She's got something to prove out there, man. Every little Sabine does. I think it's hilarious.
Like, you took away my loadout. I'm still here.
Yeah, this is Keo into Wedge. Wedge uses that focus, takes out another shield.
No friends. Okay. All right. We see some gifted subs.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Tecumseh?
Sherman. Being able to hand out some gifted subs. Thank you so much.
Appreciate all the support that we receive.
Yeah, it's through that help and the great X-Wing community that lets us get out to these events. Very exciting to be here for the
Adepticon World Championship here.
Yes.
All right, going into turn number 4. Looks like we have 5-4 after objectives have been scored.
You said 5-4 after checking the objectives.
5-4, yeah. Let's check on the players doing planning here. Looks like we see
Fon. Using that height advantage, really get over the table there. With that point, that straight down view, really gives you that kind of visual for the template. If you get used to imagining those templates, you can really just see where your ship's going to be. Start looking at echolocation charts. It might be a little old now, an older reference now. We can go back to the table here.
It's an old reference, but it checks out. It's all cool.
Yeah. But it's very interesting to see the places a ship can go and what changes the amount of placement that it can be, whether it's pre-position. But the little eyeball tricks that can help you, the main one I preach is bank maneuvers. Land in your arc.
So if we're looking
even if you're a large base.
Yeah, this is a great example right here. We have Wedge right here. So if he wants to do a bank maneuver, and here's his arc currently, no matter what bank maneuver he does, a 1 bank, 3 bank, 1 million bank, he's going to land somewhere close to this. If he's doing like a right bank like this way, he's going to land somewhere within this arc right here. So here's like a 1 bank, 2 bank, 3 bank. And then a turn is going to just follow. The ship is going to move along that arc line and point the other direction.
Yep. Yeah, using the built-in arc indicators on your ship base is a great way to visually represent where its flight pattern is going to go. It really helps you orientate. Once you've got them blocked, or maybe set up at an odd angle, right, to head down a specific lane, you can still reorientate yourself with the lines of the base.
Yeah. It's a lot easier when you have your ships when you set them up like perpendicular or parallel.
Sure.
But I mean, you always go crazy and do like 12.5 degrees.
I do whatever.
For fun. But you said you like to line up, instead of like saying like you want to line up like parallel right here going down this lane. Maybe you line up like this to go down this lane like that. You know what I mean?
Right. So you're at a funny angle, and so if you like lose the grid.
You lose the grid, yeah. You're not on a grid anymore. You're on your own little system.
Right. So yeah, it's just little things like that. And these expert players, these players have been playing and winning countless events. They can just see those templates on the table in their mind's eye when they're in these planning phases. It's rarely a guess if you can train yourself to see those and utilize the little tricks we were talking about to help you visualize them.
Yeah. All right. We're grabbing a focus here for Bodica, just a 2-bank focus. And a 2-bank focus from the other Bodica, maybe a barrel roll or boost to not take an advanced proton torpedo. Sounds great to me. Yeah, okay.
Wait, hold up. Who questioned it?
Tecumseh.
Yes, your entire base always lands in your forward arc when you bank.
Yep.
Always. Even on large bases.
Yep.
Which I assume
pull out some templates and ship bases.
I kid you not.
We'll wait.
Yep. Oh, okay. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yep. The whole base.
The whole.
Yeah. So if you shoot an opponent and the shot was down your arc line and the shot was unobstructed, a bank maneuver would never hit an obstacle nearby.
Yep. Well, you can not game the system, but like if you take a shot and you see that, hey, my arc is not obstructed to that ship that was far in my far corner there, you know that if you do a bank maneuver, you won't hit the rock.
Yep.
Assuming that nothing has changed the game state.
Sure. Of course. But like I said, it's those little visual tricks that can help you out. Like understanding the geometry. Trust me, there's the learning curve, of like understanding the 45 degrees, just for what 45 degrees means and like 90 degree means for what you need to keep a ship in arc. Because if you start to realize, if he's around, that would be amazing. If he's around, that would be amazing.
All right.
So, anyways, enough talking shop here. What's going on with the game? Hull keeps his stress here and goes ramming speed. Did not want to get caught there. The panic pilot is very awful.
Yeah.
One of the worst crits there for a Hull.
Yeah, it turns him into essentially like a 2-die ship with a dorsal turret, right?
Right. Yeah, he can't get that torp. He can't do his advanced proton torpedo.
All right. We see. I see maybe a lock go down for Ahsoka. Yeah, I think we see a lock go down onto. No, that's his own ship. Not sure. Did we see what the action was a little bit for Ahsoka?
For Ahsoka?
Yeah.
I don't see her lock out there.
Okay, all right. So we're doing the action. Okay.
Might be a boost. I didn't see her link it.
I think he said focus boost.
Okay, there
yeah.
it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
There
announced it and then performed it.
Yeah. Sometimes it's a little bit A little bit hard not hearing, being at the table, and we're just guessing. Like, I assume focus boost, but I don't know. All right. Narrowly lands or clips that entire rock there. So we're going to be taking 1 damage on.
Goes with the Talon roll. Nice.
1 damage on Luke, and then has to roll for an additional damage.
Boudica lock on the Fons is lost on the table. Oh yeah, I'll ask.
All right. I didn't see if we had the extra damage. Let's take a look here. Did not take the extra damage for overlapping the rock, or for moving through the rock. Wedge did not fall for that bump there. So we're just going to see a roll focus lock onto Luke.
All right, they got those tokens sorted out. Thank you for that info.
I was keeping track of it.
Why is that still there?
I was keeping track of it. I was going to wait until after the movement phase was done. Yeah, Wedge is definitely going to, he's licking his lips here for a roll lock focus onto Luke.
Yep. Luke's 1 shield down.
Yeah, from the rock.
Yeah, someone asked about their ship sliding around. Yeah, not only is this like a nice, like mouse padded, if you will, mat, but a lot of players put small weights or slight grips on the bottom of their base to give them an extra little bit of stickiness and heft, so they don't slide around on the table. But yeah, definitely if you are playing on the classic kitchen table, right, like the wood
or paper.
Yeah, or geez, paper.
We had the original World Championship player mat. We say player mat loosely here because it was a piece of paper rolled up. So, we see a 3 straight here from Finn. Is that gonna hit into Wedge? He'd be very lucky if he did. Okay.
All right, thank you though. I think that's his shield missing there. No, I think that's Keo's shield. Where's Orphalay? No, that's Luke. Oh, you taking off, man?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, we did see Fawn's Finn do a 3 straight and overlap into Wedge. We see a great start here for Wedge's APT. Not full string, but 3 hits and a crit will guarantee going 1 crit under the shields on to Luke. It's going to be quite a bit more, so it takes shield, hit, crit, not destroyed.
What, loose stabilizer?
All right. Tough bite there for Fawn, as a loose stabilizer is not what you want to see. But he's not on 1 health of loose, so he technically could just ignore it, right?
Sure. No. So yeah, as the chat's pointing out, this is Luke firing at I6 because of swarm tactics. So
was that into Boudica and he's out?
2 hits onto the damaged Boudica after that direct hit. They're looking for something. I guess that I didn't see the.
I think they're still continuing to do the Initiative 6s, so we'll double check on that one. Range 1 from Kalen's Finn into... No, sorry, this is Kalen's Boudica into Kalen's Finn. Oh man, big blink. No damage, right? It was just 1-1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was the revenge shot.
Yeah.
You know what that was earlier? That was into wedge, wasn't it?
This player's moving fast. I love the action, but they're not measuring very much, unfortunately. All right, so yeah, that might have been the blue and orange Finn at the top of the board there, firing through the rock, and that's how it got to range 4, or that's how he rolled 4 dice.
Yeah.
Range 3 obstructed.
Oh my goodness,
Finn.
that was.
Because yeah, we're like, who's rolling 4 agility around here?
Oh my good, I didn't even. Okay, and that's why Boudica revenge attacked.
Correct. Yep. So here is a 3-die attack
into
hull. This is a mag pulse. It seemed like an instinctive aim mag pulse, and our critical is structural damage.
Oh boy. Well, if you were, you're just not betting on those dice anymore. Those green dice anymore. All right, and another hit here.
Yep,
2
more
into the Y-wing. Oh, things are getting a little bit dire for Fawn. All right, here we see the normal Boudica attack into Finn. That's too many, right? He was depleted.
Finral was in range 2, I assume.
Ah, of course. Yeah. I think that's what the measurement was.
Yep. His hulls are in 0 into Boudica. Yep, depleted.
One more. Has to spin the focus.
He found the pain. He found the pain. That's funny.
Did he end up doing any damage to Finn, though, is the question. Hit crit from Sabine?
Yeah, this is Sabine to hull. Oh. Just takes the 2.
Yep, has to just take 2. Yeah, no more. It's like, where's the roll?
my green dice. I feel that.
All right, big round for Kalen here. Range 3 from.
Kyo.
Do you spin that?
Lone Wolf Force. You see what the Lone Wolf is?
Oh, yeah, Lone Wolf, right? Of course. I think he's a little frazzled.
He might be.
After losing 2 big ships here.
I mean, you always just he needs a Lone Wolf token out there by Kyo. Yeah. I don't really advocate for that, but when it's like the only thing you do. But it's the only modification you normally have. So.
All right, so Finn and they tie the bottom one there. And I think they tie the middle one as well, because I think he is too far away here. So that's tied. So this is 1 for Kalen and 1 for Fawn. I think it's just 1-1. If my math is correct.
That's what the players think as well. So
we'll
move on to round 5 of this game.
Yeah, going into turn 5 here. All right, what's the win con here? This is about the time we say, ooh, all right, what do we need to do?
We've done three or so rounds of combat. A lot of damage taken for Fawn there. After the advanced proton torpedo from Wedge, Luke not really able to leverage their proton torpedoes against this list as effectively as he would have liked, I'm sure.
Yeah, the advanced proton torpedo, and I don't think he got off any of his Luke proton torpedoes.
That's what I'm saying. I can't think of how many.
Because what I think happened here was Luke was too far to shoot from here to here.
Right.
And then, from like here to here, down there, when his Boudica was up here. And then Boudica went here and then boosted in, and we did a range 1 shot right there. And then Taloned, and I don't think he shot the proton right there. So I think he may have left. He may have been destroyed with both of the torpedoes in the tank.
That's tough.
And of course, we did not see the whole Ocan advanced proton torpedo. We would have been much more excited here if we were able to see another 5 dicer here. All right, looks like the first player token will go to Fawn for this upcoming turn. And no system phases, just going straight into Keo, doing a 2-bank.
Yeah.
And didn't want to regen the force with a side slip. I mean, I kind of like the roll here to grab both objectives. I think they're close enough, right?
Yeah.
Sabine does a pre-position right, 1 hard. Classic Sabine things.
I love the pretending to be a little TIE Phantom out there, the little decloak back and candy cane in.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. That was so powerful in my assault matchups where I could just give her an objective.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great matchup for Kalen. Sabine is a great piece for just sticking around objectives. I think better, in my opinion, than Hull is at 3 points. Because Hull, while he packs we like to think a better punch than Hull, but Hull and Sabine both do the same amount of damage if Hull's not getting that advanced proton off.
Right. Sure, he's got the turret and 8 health or so, but yeah, Sabine can do the job as well. As far as maneuverability, though, I've seen her be 1-shot many times.
How many times did you lose her in 1 shot in your 10 rounds?
Only 3 games. She got taken out in 1 shot.
Okay.
And one of those was an advanced proton torpedo, and the other one was a dead to rights proton cannon. So that's not like range 3 obstructed, whatever kind of shots. You know what I mean? They were like they were going for it.
It's like, ooh, I'm glad I went into Sabine and not my wedge or not my Luke.
Yeah.
Things you're happy, you're okay with. All right, we're gonna see a. Oh, I thought we might have seen an Ahsoka trigger there, but nope. We're gonna see a 2-turn from Fawn's Finn.
Again, as we finish this activation round, I just want to give such a huge thank you to everybody who helped get us here and the stream throughout the event. Starting off with, of course, the Convention Center, Atomic Mass Games and Asmo Day, our event team, aka our judges, and of course the players. Over 200 players came out for this main event, and without them and the X-Wing community, obviously, we would not be here, be able to watch. So big thank you out to everybody who stays for these events. And of course, big shout out to, of course, our sponsor, GSP Patreons, patreon.com/Gold Squadron.
All right, yeah, check out the Discord as well if you want to keep up to date and join our great community.
Yeah, if you ever have any list building questions on events, want to see events happening, we got channels for all of that. It's a great hub of information to be shared. So Always check out the Discord for updates. We're going to be looking at the final maneuvers here, fin round, just a 2 forward it looked like there, and focused up. I think wants to stay near Ahsoka to Swarm Tactics. No, sorry, I'm getting the fins mixed up, aren't I? I wonder why he just focused there. Oh, for the objective, obviously. The center objective. 1 hit, 1 evade.
All right. We'll see Wedge take a shot at Finn for just 1 crit. No focus because he did a K turn, and plenty of squiggles there after the range 3 obstructed attack. All right. I think this is Ahsoka up next. Could take the range 1 and maybe bet on. Oh, yeah, just gonna take a shot at the Kyo. Kyo safe. Kyo, I think, is still full. All right. From what I can see, it looks like Boudica and Sabine out of range. Kyo takes a shot into Finn. 2 hits. 2 evades. Safe. All right, doing last shots here. Sabine, no damage. Okay. All right, we're doing a little cleanup here, and counting up objectives. We have this one for Kaylin, this one for Kaylin, this one for Kaylin, and I don't think Sabine or Kyo has either of those. So I think we're looking at 3-0 for objectives. That looks to be the number that they are seeing as well.
6-2-16 there. 3 objectives scored for Kaylin Wong as we head into round 6 of this match. Adam, thank you for joining us. We, like I said, are very proud to have the opportunity to share our love of X-Wing with everyone here and be able to broadcast some of the most prestigious events in the world, including this one here at Worlds. We are in quite the scrum here. A lot of decisions to be made. Fan is calculating wind conditions. What can he even do, James? What is the calculations that need to be made for?
Okay, you can't have 3-0 objective rounds. You just can't.
I mean, start there. Yeah, start by scoring more points than your opponent. I like that idea.
I like that idea. Thank you. I mean, I talked about the barrel roll here from. I know it may have not netted you in not getting a shot, but the barrel roll here to sit right there should give you enough space to get both objectives, or could, for Sabine. Kyo, sorry. That's a good start, but you need to start destroying ships. So what ships are even possible for that? So blue Boudica here at the bottom of the board is pretty vulnerable as far as health goes, but the nearest ship next to them would be Finn coming in this way, I think. And that's definitely very possible. I see a 5 boost, 5 straight from Sabine, and just says, hey, please don't destroy me. I'm just going to sit over here and take my bump focus. Okay. What other ships could be possible here? I would say Sabine, maybe, if they're able to line something up. Maybe Fawn saw that and did a 4K or 2 Talon.
Potentially. GQ does the boost. Can we cover that objective?
Was that a 2 side slip boost?
I don't know why they're saying no for the stress. Just as a discussion. Kalen's like, well, just clarifying what token it was that he declared before the boost. Isofane, thank you so much. We're so proud of your performance as well in this event. Really setting an example out there for the other separatists.
Yeah. Separatists had a 100% cut rate into
100% cut rate from Saturday to Sunday.
Yeah.
Wow.
Incredible.
Wow. That's yeah, I tried. ISO, thank you, man. Thank you so much.
ISO's creeping over here.
He's creeping over here.
All right, we do see Boudica come in for Fawn. Takes a looks to be a range 1 bullseye shot onto Kalen's Boudica. This one does have Predator, so if Boudica decides to take a shot at somebody else, we'll have a revenge shot with Predator. All right, a 5 straight from Ahsoka. Will we see any Ahsoka coordinates here?
I need to keep her force here, but she's got 4 health according to our statistics here.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be difficult.
Maybe just takes the lock on Kyo to maybe.
I think you still boost. Oh, you're blocking the center objective still, though.
Yeah,
he's gonna coordinate.
Oh, he is. Okay. So he's in the evade, and we're gonna see if we do see that coordinate.
He measured something. I still know what he's going to measure.
Ooh, some gifted says from ISO. Thank you so much.
I think what he tried to do was coordinate.
Oh, no, that was not one gifted sub.
No, that was not one gifted sub.
That was 50 gifted subs. Oh my gosh.
So that's going to be going there for a whole while. Obviously,
I'm not upset about it.
Yes.
Yeah.
ISO, so kind.
I just wanted to see his name on the screen.
I know, so that's going to be going there for a while.
Thank you so much, ISO.
ISO, a pillar of the community.
Yeah.
He did get presented a large thank you plaque from the judges team. He's set out for the Isofane initiative, which brought judges to the event.
I thought you wanted the red one.
I do want the red one. You're right.
You're right.
You're right. I thought I'd give you the better one, which was the red one. But
I just dodge our responsibilities here with this. I told you I was going to that hockey game tonight, right? You got to clean up, Will?
I got it.
All right, we see a bump here. This is a really smart play by Kalen to try to force this bump from the enemy Finn, because if a range 0 is much better than a range 1, right? It does turn off your ability for Concordia face-off. If Concordia face-off says range 1 only, not range 0 to 1.
Right.
But, I mean, even still, a range 0 shot could end up being the difference maker on if Kalen's Boudica survives. We'll do a little choo-choo train here. These judges making a creating new ways for us to be more precise on the table.
Yeah.
Somehow, after what did we say, like 20 years of X-wing?
Not quite, but
they were talking
13 years of playing X-wing, technically, but yes.
They were talking the other day about like they were having judging meetings and like, oh hey, I found this way to do this thing. It's like, how are we still finding ways to be more precise with our templates? Like, I've never thought about it, but like, yeah, you could just put a template below another ship when you're marking them and doing these like bump maneuvers,
right,
to make sure that it lays flat instead of like crooked on the table.
Sure.
And I was like, that is actually really smart. How have we not thought about that before? So, Chris Allen, Chris Mitchell, and the rest of the excellent judging staff continuing to push the boundaries of what is possible in X-Wing judging and tournament structure.
Yep, we are reaching 3:30 here local time, and for most of the convention, it is already over. Vendors are getting cleaned up here, and events are being teared down, but X-Wing still going strong here as we finish out for the World Championship. Let us know how many games you've been joined with us over the weekend. James sat here for 19 over the weekend.
I'm going to say Nano Antonio wins this Nano? One. Because, oh boy, was he constantly correcting me on my mistakes the whole time.
Sure. It didn't look like we got any damage there from that fin. Wedge didn't have arc, it looked like. So now we're looking at Fawn's fin here in brown at the blue.
Use the force as well. Yeah, I have seen you use the force. Oh. I have seen you in here as well. That is true. I can confirm. All right, 2 hits here from Finn. Into Finn, okay. Takes a damage. Maybe he said, I need to change targets here.
Yeah, would that be create a Boudica bonus revenge attack though?
Wouldn't? Oh, maybe he wants.
I think you went for the 0. I would imagine.
I still see just 2 damage over there. Okay, well, we'll verify. It looks like he did do a evade boost to contest that top objective from Ahsoka.
Yeah, I find he's like a Swarm Tactics token because it always confuses me who ends up also being I6. 2 hits here, 2 evades from Keo.
All right, and we're getting just a couple more shots here for this round. Sitting at about 65 minutes at this time. This is an estimate time limit. The judges are the only ones that know how much time we have left. And we'll get a quick damage check just to make sure everything is accurate and make sure our points are as well.
All right. White checks on that. We're going to be looking at win conditions for each of the pilots here. We're going to be looking at what Fawn needs to do to pull out the victory here. I mean, that's a good place to start. If you could get 9 points for the 2 Fangs. That would be a good start for Fawn. Certainly make up the points difference, but so you also need to be able to be grabbing as many objectives as possible. With that Sabine still flying around, Ahsoka still flying around, the ship count for this scenario is so important.
Yeah, I think after a couple of ties on some of those objectives.
Yeah, what was the objective
we
count?
ended up at 18-6.
18-6.
Going into 7.
Yeah, let's take a look at the players, see how they're feeling here as we roll into road. Fawn taking a seat here, a little bit more casual, going into this round. And we'll go ahead and head back to the table.
All right, we're going to get a 2-bank here from Keo. Aiming for that middle objective there. A 3 straight from Sabine was stressed after the bump focus, so looks to have range on that objective, but is going to guarantee that they have range on that objective. Not gonna guess, gonna know. All right. Fonz Bodica tries to go with the 1 hard to keep pace with Kalen's Bodica, but I think this might be a friendly overlap. Yeah. Yeah, I think Kalen is trying for at least 2 objectives up in the top here.
Yep, Sabine and Ahsoka should easily collect on those, which all but guarantees the win here for Kalen. But it's not over yet. It is a dice game after all.
Yeah. We've seen crazier comebacks.
12 points might be. You need 14 points this round.
Yeah.
Because you can't contest those top objectives.
So, Wedge, Finn, Bodica.
Yep. You got 3 ships, 3 shots.
And I think Wedge is actually down 1 more shield. So shield's down. So very, very, very possible, but unlikely, right? Only have 2 shots to get it done, or 3 shots to get it done. We have Finn and Bodica and Keo. Keo did pop into the center here.
Okay. Again, though, big thank you to everybody who's joined us over the weekend, everybody who helped us get here, especially those Patreons, everybody working the event from the convention to Asmodee and AMG to even our event team here. The judges, staff put in a lot of work, a lot of effort. We thought we were putting in long days, but they were here before and after us every day. Kid you not, these guys put in, Josh, what did you say, 16-hour days easily?
Yeah.
He laughs at that as a low estimate.
When did you sleep? You guys got sleep?
Yeah, so not an exaggeration, easily 14-hour days, 16-hour days.
Most days didn't get to the hotel till after midnight.
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, yeah. 15?
17-hour days.
Boy, yeah, so
yeah,
the whole time, as much as they could. So, and then
that doesn't leave a lot of room for sleep, I'll tell you that.
And that is just something that it was hard for a player, for a spectator, hard for someone just watching these videos later on YouTube to be able to recognize these individuals put in the whole weekend to get this tournament run, organized, and soonly complete. So, very exciting here as the activations
I think
finish
he's
up.
trying to do a barrel roll here, and I think he can. From our angle,
yeah,
it looks like he can, but the judges are going to verify. Trust but verify, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, after. All right, just getting some confirmations with the judges here on that barrel being complete.
I didn't think that he was going to be able to do that, but I mean that's why Kalen's here at the top table, aiming, hedging his bets to be the world champion for the last AMG World Championship. All right. I think that may have been the last ship to move here. I think Wedge already moved. Oh, hasn't his action
He's
yet.
doing his little boost here, kind of trying to get out of range.
I mean, he already had one deplete. What's one more, right?
Yeah, there's no limit. I got up to 3 in a game I lost, obviously.
It does not say you may boost if you're not depleted. So.
Well, that's what I was. When I kept the first deplete, I was like, well, if I advance proton torpedo, it's still going to be 4 dice. They can't make me. They won't remove all the.
If I just do range 1, it's like doing a range 2.
Yeah, exactly right. So. Not a problem here.
Boudica.
We're Wedge getting out. Boudica ice.
Okay, that was Finn, range 1, and that's going to be a. Oh no, that was Inta. All right.
Yeah, here we go. I was gonna say, Fontaine does the handshake here. Big round of applause for your new world champion, Kalen Wong. We're gonna have a small ceremony with our judges here as he gets the trophy. Then hopefully we can get him on to say some words, say his thank yous. I'm sure it's an unbelievable experience for him, but we'd love to let him and get his shout outs and stuff out of the way. A memorable experience for everybody here at the final AMG supported Worlds. And the players just talking a little shop, but smiles all around. Fawn, all the way from the Netherlands, had an amazing run, beating some of the most world-class players at this event. But unfortunately here, gets taken down by Kalen Wong. We hear a couple other events finishing up doing announcements, so we're going to go ahead and see if we can check on the streaming table and see what they is doing over there. And take a look here. I'll switch over to that player camera. There's Spawn. James, we are live through that camera. We are live through that camera. Yes. So, Caleb here, getting hugs and support. We have the Chris's bringing the medals around to the table here. We're gonna have James follow along, getting them that kind of prize support here as we join in for this tournament ceremony as we crown the most prestigious title in X-Wing, the world champion. Kalen getting updates and he wants to talk about the game. All right. Josh, get out of our shot. Josh, get out of our shot. Tell Josh to get out of our shot. All right. 1 second. There we go. You got it. You got it figured out.
We have a hard out. Let's go. I know. I got time for this.
Don't enjoy it.
Whoa! We have time for this.
fantastic here. Let's go back to here for a moment. Oh, sorry. Yes. Yeah. When Kaylin gets a second, sure. 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 Say hi. Get out of here.
I will.
We got a bomb.
Well, see you guys online.
Amazing. Seeing you, man. We're supposed to get Kaylin in here. Right there, man. Pull up a chair. We'll switch our names here. This is for you. James, work your magic. Work your magic here. What's up? We can talk to him if he wants to.
I'm just asking to know how much time it
I can ask you.
You guys ask him.
Yep. Thanks, Chris.
All right. So, Kaylin,
Hey, Will.
how are you, man?
It's not real yet.
So, after a big dinner last night, you know,
Yeah, dinner of 2 beers and some cookies.
you got to do.
Sorry.
You got to do
Yeah,
this. There you go.
The
There
dinner
you go.
of 2 beers and 2 cookies.
Bond is a yes.
Fantastic. Revenge of the Swiss is the story of this final? Is what I'm hearing?
I lost to Fawn round 1. I was being way too fancy. It was a good awakening, so I've been a little rusty for the past couple of bits. I haven't been getting many in-person games, but I do have a lot of experience with this. So I've been flying this for these chassis together since May of 2023.
Okay.
And what I would have brought to Worlds last year if I played.
Okay. Yes.
Except with Hera, of course. Ahsoka wasn't that cheap.
Right.
So I'm a lot familiar with that. I'm still familiar with the rules and understanding. So I just had to get my distances and movement back in range fighting, and the games in between slowly got going back in. I had to keep telling myself, Kaylin, stop doing fancy. Stop forcing Ahsoka to work. Stop forcing to do these. Play as you did before. Just play normally and keep going. And it kept going. It kept working. I just found the right people to fight, or the right targets. I felt pretty good. Be able to separate individual things and pick it off. A little bit of luck, of course, to get through everything.
Right. So talk about your run here. So round 1, Fawn, which we know Fawn is an amazing player.
Fawn is an amazing player. It's going to be one of the toughest matchups. And I self-bumped myself on turn 2 and on turn 3 against Fawn. I lost 3 ships on turn 4. That's it. Concede out. It was not a game. It was
very much a learning experience.
It was like, yes, Kaylin tells us, but like every game after that, again, let's play normally, right? Day 1, relatively normal.
Right. Did you win out after that then?
No, I did. So first loss, 3 wins. I ID'd because I just wanted to get to day 2 for tickets.
Sure, okay.
The original plan was not to go the way. Well, you never know, right?
You never know.
And then got to day 2. It's like, okay, just get some more tickets, play some more games, right? Get as much stuff to bring back for the GT I'm running in April, right? Get some Shatterpoint stuff and things like that. One of my friends was unfortunately not able to make it, so I wanted to make sure he gets the best stuff for that.
Sure.
And then day 2, I was like, okay, I need to go 4-1. I matched up with Farmer round 1, and sadly bullied him off the table.
Yeah, because you had at 3-1-1 starting Saturday.
Yeah, I need to go 4-1 to make cut.
Right. Because
So
everybody was saying 7-1-1, almost guaranteed.
7-2-1 guarantees. It was guaranteed if you're 7 wins, 1 draw, 2 losses.
Yes.
You're guaranteed it.
Right.
So I already had the draw, so I needed to go 4 wins. My second round opponent against Tobin, against Chance, very close game, 20-16 in his favor. I just couldn't lock down the Poe. I just like my greens felt a little weak mid game. I just kept taking little plink damage. Like if Fenrir died to 2 shots.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, those games happened. It was a very, very tight game, and then I just kept. Every game after that, I just kept a little bit more. There was some very tight games. The very last game against Brad was extremely tight as well. But I just managed to pick off the right targets. Like I first engagement, I took out one of his MD5s, and then he come back around and like one-shots Bodica. And I was like, he felt like I had pretty good to start, but I just kept getting Sabine in the right places to block his arcs, make sure the arcs were that, separate them off, being able to slowly pick them down, and then got down to enough that. So I was like, every game was like games. What was it? Yeah, the day 2, 3, 4, and 5 are pretty tight, and then the round 4 I had to play against Steven. I first met up with him actually on a Uber down here. He was in the same hotel. It was first day one, didn't even know who he was.
Wayland?
Sorry?
Steven?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we shared an Uber down, but yeah, he was flying a bunch of V-wing, Y-wing bombers.
Yes.
I was like, okay, there's 4 types of bombs. And I got to just slowly be able to separate it. I had to take some massive risks. So I had Fen Rao was in a bombing net and a range 1 of an ion cannon turret matchstick with 4 rerolls. I was like, I can't stress myself. I won't be able to get it a bomb. So I'm going to sit here with no token, not die to Ahsoka, dodge the ion cannon so I can 5-4 out her, and it worked. So I know there was a horseshoe up my ass at that point. Sorry for the stream.
That's okay. You're allowed one as world champion.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just like every. So yeah, I think Nathan Eiding was extremely tight in the top 16. I know like that was a bit. We had a very, very close call in the middle, like a really big engagement. But like his Chewbacca was a little bit too far forward, so I got to do some range 3 shots on him, and then got to initiative kills Chewbacca at initiative 6. So it's like I had a lot. So what happened to Fawn here? I got lucky to kill his Luke before he got fired. But I've been consistently killing Lukes almost before they fired a lot this weekend with a combination of Fen Rao and Wedge and that APT. It's been golden. But this one, I would say very lucky to finish. I was expecting to get him down to like 1, lose Bodica, but like, okay, I'm in a decent position. But killing him off there, I think, both of us tired, forgetting a couple things. I think Fawn forgot his swarm tactics, because Luke should be able to swarm tactics.
Sure. Oh, he didn't fire that round?
He didn't fire that round, no.
Really?
I reminded too, so I think he
needed a token. We kept saying that he needed a token.
I think it was such a tight game. I think it was also like, we talked after that 4 forward barrel with Wedge was not, you did not see that. When I saw that, I was like, like, this is a great move. No one's going to expect this.
Right.
I think he was just so taken aback by that. Like, he just tried to mitigate in his head, like, okay, damage control. But like, it was extremely tight. I felt, regardless of the score, what it says, but like, it felt like, okay, I need to take a caution, take it safe, right? And especially like, I want to give people more of a game, but like, okay, my point of the victory here, okay, keep everything alive, run 2 objectives, and
hey, it worked out.
Yeah.
Favorite match of the day?
I would say against Nathan I in top 16.
Okay.
Right. The second is this one. It was a very close game here. So.
Awesome. Shout outs. I know you're from Vancouver. Do you have a squadron up there? I know.
We don't have a necessarily squadron. We used to have Sea to Sky, but they've been kind of, since 2.0, there's been not really a squadron. We don't really have a club, but I'll say shout outs to Jeff Moore. He would have been the one who came here. He's been very helpful in the community and getting it all set up and keeping us going. Sebastian Demers, he would love to have been here as well, last year as well. Great person, always keeps playing with us, plays a lot of board games. And Jonas Malapis is also one of our big community members, and he's usually my event organizer. He makes sure everything in the background runs smoothly for our events. And then a shout out to all like the Pacific Northwest, so Evergreen Squadron and all the Washington State people, being able to keep supporting that area, and those just like know them for so long, and of course all the Canadian players, right? Coming here was a bit scary. It's going to be a little bit with the current situation going on, but having, just still there's a couple Canadian players here and the support of them, and then I know people at home as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, they should be very proud of your accomplishments.
Yeah.
I'm assuming on your flight home it might finally sink in. But
when I try to go to sleep tonight, we'll see how tired I am.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much for joining us. You had a wonderful run. Underdog Submarine.
The Ultimate Submarine.
Ultimate Submarine from 01 to 311. What was your seed? 13?
13th, yes.
Okay, so all the way through.
Ultimate Submarine.
But yeah, excellent lead done, man.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to grab somebody else in just a moment, so stay tuned. I'm going to press this button. No problem, man. All right, we are back with Fawn all the way to the top table.
Yeah.
Had an amazing run. Tell us something about it. Revenge of the Swiss.
Revenge of the Swiss, it always works out. I played Kalen the very first round of the Swiss tournament of the Swiss. And I think he was a bit rusty, he said as well, because he bumped some of his own ships. He put some ships on rocks, so I won quite easily, I have to say.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
It was a learning experience, I think you described it as.
But this match was totally different in the finals.
Totally different player came to play at this one, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, and he played very well, I can only say that. And yeah, so, and it's... I'm happy for him that he won. Yeah.
No,
I'm of course sad that I didn't win myself.
Sure,
it is
of
what
course,
it is.
of course. But you got to be proud of getting to the final table at this elite event.
Yeah.
Any highlights from your weekend?
Well, I think it was. I enjoyed the tournament very much. I played. I think I also liked that I played versus a lot of the known players like Duncan Howard, Paul Heaver,
Myself,
you, Marcel, Kalen. So yeah, that was fun.
Yeah,
that was really fun.
It was. You're very much in that legendary player status, and you showed it here at this tournament as well.
Thanks.
Do you have any shout-outs? You're, of course, representing your Amsterdam squadron.
Amsterdam squadron. Oh, wait. Oh. Amsterdam squadron, yeah. So, yeah, my two friends who I'm traveled with, Erik and Marcin, we also practiced together, so that was very nice. Maybe one final shout-out, because the list I played was just basically the list that Bartosz had previous year, so I just copied that.
Okay.
So,
the swarm tactics obviously very useful in that squad. It was the major difference between the two Finns.
Yes. I actually forgot to use it at the crucial moment. I realized I could have swarm tactic that Luke and still shot of that torpedo. That might have changed the match a bit.
Potentially.
But yeah, I think I was just so flabbergasted by him pulling off that 4 forward. I really didn't see that move coming, and I was just so flabbergasted by that I maybe wasn't at my most sharp, because it just saw wow. Yeah, I felt really outplayed at that moment when he did that 4 forward barrel roll to shoot the torpedo into my Luke.
We didn't see it coming either. I'll be honest with you. Only Caitlin did.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But also, man, it's so fantastic to see you again, have you come all the way to our backyard out here in the Midwest. And hopefully you can return to whatever happens next year.
Yeah.
But again,
who knows? Hey, thank you.
A wonderful run.
Yeah.
Congratulations for making it to the final table.
Thanks. Okay.
All right. I'm sorry, what?
End score.
6-22 is a score. That was at the end of the round. So, Chris, did Chris want to jump on? That Chris? We're gonna have one of the judges, like the judge, the man, Dr. Judge, Dr. Mr. Judge over here. He's going to come in and just talk to us a little bit, give us some shout-outs. No, not Chris.
Where do you want us?
He wants to know how to spell your last name is what he wants.
Me, Mitchell. I thought, okay. It's K-R-I-S. Here, I have it on a thing. Oh, yeah. Well, that's Chris Allen. Yeah. Oh, gotcha.
Who's talking?
Yeah, I got it.
Is it these two?
There you go.
Yeah.
We talking?
I think that's them too.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought we were being interviewed. That's all right.
Yeah. I'm talking to you. I don't know what these guys' plans are.
We were going to talk to each other.
Yeah, you want to talk to each other?
Yeah.
I don't care. Do it up.
Want to tell a story? Are we live?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, dang.
All right. Live.
We're so live.
We're so live.
That's why my phone is vibrating.
I'm not Will Hay. That's not me.
Less attractive Will Haywood?
All right.
Ah, true.
I mean,
Oh, that is Will Haywood. That's accurate.
that is that. don't know why we're doing this.
I think you're TO, right?
He's the EO,
TO, yeah.
and I'm a head judge.
We don't need correct subtitles. That's fine.
It's fine. It won't even fit. It's fine. We got there. We got there in the end.
Close enough.
Yeah. Now we are.
Ooh.
All right. I'll move over. There we go. All right. How do you want to start this?
We just wanted to talk about how we got here and where we're going.
Yeah.
So,
hi everyone.
Hey, I think Chris and I had a similar introduction to this game. I actually bought a core set to play with a friend at work, and I got home.
Yep.
And when I was looking at it, I opened twitch.tv, and playing on stream was one Nathan Idy and one Paul Heaver. By pure happenstance, I happened to buy the game during the World Championship that was being streamed. So I was like, oh, I guess this is pretty serious. I should put some effort and thought into it. So then I did, and went to some events and got bought in. So it's safe to say, long history of people taking OP events seriously kind of got us here. And I think, I mean, I can't speak.
I'm in a similar boat. Like I've been playing the game since 2013, 14. Got into the competitive circuit hard, and then 2016 went to Worlds, and I'd started running smaller events at home, and I wanted to do more because I wanted more people to play with. So they put on the event, they will come. But met some people at Worlds who could help facilitate bigger events and help me learn more. And then over the course of basically from 2017 to now, I was the guy they sort of shunted around Europe to run events or help run events with local teams who were all super capable. But there was that through line. There was myself and another, oddly enough, another Canadian who lived in Europe.
Yeah, you know. And it's funny because after 2019 Worlds, we had COVID and things went away for a while because of it. So when things were finally picking back up for 2020, I get my ears mixed back. 2023? That's when we started?
2022 was the first Adepticon after COVID?
Yes, it was the first Adepticon after COVID. 2023 was the first time it was the World Championship.
Yes.
Yeah. So picking up that responsibility was crazy because that was what got me into the game, was watching that World Championship. I mean, we were talking about this earlier, but we both woke up with some sleepless nights of nightmare scenarios and all the horrible things and ways things could go wrong that thankfully never came to pass.
Well, because we had, this, you got to remember, up until that point, we had all of these relationships, right, that we'd cultivated and grown over time, and then COVID sort of muted them, sort of got rid of them. And then post-COVID, there was some connection, but the trust wasn't there.
Right.
And we had to build that
Or at least not at the same level.
Not at the same level.
Like, for example, when we walked into the prize area of that 2023 Adepticon, and our contact, we knew from beforehand, basically said, we have, I don't even remember how many thousand templates were in those boxes, but the templates that were given out as participation were basically AMG coming to us and saying, can you get these to somewhere good? Because they were supposed to go out during all those system opens that got canceled because of COVID. So all of those prize boxes and everything, that's where those came from, was some of that base level trust from beforehand. But it's kind of what I want to mention is Adepticon especially has put a huge amount of trust in us over the years, which hopefully they're happy with the results. But kind of going forward, they want to keep putting a lot of effort and thought and time into Adepticon. What that looks like is TBD, but we're here, and some things we know. So next year, our organizer will be Chris Mitchell. Will be taking the reins from me. It's very exciting. I'll be doing things that I can't talk about yet, but
failing upwards.
Yes. But yeah, the high level thing we really want to communicate is how much X-Wing means, well, to Adepticon. And part of that is because AMG is a huge sponsor of Adepticon, but it's not just because of that. Adepticon has, in 2022, when we were here, it was not an official event. And going forward, of course, those times are over. But we're really excited for what the future has. It feels silly to say because, well, I don't like being nice to Chris. But our internally at Adepticon, the judge team here and the organizing team, everyone but me, is very, very, very popular. They like they like these guys a lot. I get we have some, there's some private staffy areas where we talk to people that are helping an event set up and tear down and everything. And all weekend, all I get is, your guys are awesome. Every time we go to solve a problem, one of your guys is already over there, and usually it's not because I told them to be. They get into other areas, help set up other teams. Yep. It's incredible. So I got some thanks from Adepticon for my judge staff that are so incredible, just to kind of show how much they care. So these are if you saw the medals that just went out, they're a little much, but I kind of love them. So they're all special thanks. Hopefully that comes through out to our team, just because Adepticon basically wants to tell you how much you mean to them. So thank you.
This is super unexpected. It really is, because we don't do this for stuff.
No,
none of the team do this for the swag bag that
right, yeah.
may or may not happen, sort of thing. We never know. But we're here because we want the players to have a good time, to have a good tournament, to see friends, to see their community. We've all those of the people who've played in these tournaments that have traveled to different states, to different countries, have made lifelong friends. I've been to 3 weddings at least off the back of this. I have been to 1 funeral off the back of this. And I know I'm not the only individual with those sorts of stories, all because of a little game where you push plastic spaceships around and roll dice and make pew-pew noises.
Yep.
And so for something like this isn't why we do it, this belt buckle. But it's nice that the effort is recognized.
Yep, and at least for me, I can't speak for everyone, but over the years since I started playing in almost a decade ago, I'm officially old. It's very sad. One of the big buy-ins for me was it was very obvious how much effort and thought that those original organizers and OP put behind everything. They put their heart and soul into it, which made you feel not stupid for putting your heart and soul into it, the plastic spaceship miniatures game. And we've tried to continue that, hopefully successfully. Yeah. Maybe there's some missteps. Maybe every now and then your event organizer tries to push the needle a little far on getting people to call judges for help and convinces everyone that they think they're cheating. Okay, that's been known. Things like this may have happened
who would do
in
that?
the past.
What? Jackasses.
That's we have more Chris's coming through.
But you're not wrong. Sometimes there's an overcorrection.
Yep. I was very happy with
lessons get learned.
Yeah, well, and this year we were able to take that and kind of build on it and say, hey, we don't actually think you're cheating. We just want you to call a judge because it's not fair for you to have to advocate against yourself.
Exactly. So I think the thing is, we learned a lesson.
Yes.
We learned a lesson in communication, and it seemed to work out. I suppose the thing I'd like to communicate to people, especially at the moment where there's a community going, okay, well, this is the last official Worlds. What now? I can't get into details because they're being fleshed out, but what I can say is that Adepticon and the owners of Adepticon and the higher up event staff, like Chris mentioned, they love us. They love not just the judges, not the judge team, the community as well. The community, by and large, really good, really just chill, which is nice, even at a competitive level event.
Yeah, the general attitude of all our players this weekend was incredible. It was everyone was trying and very invested, but it was the friendliest crowd I think I've ever seen in an event. It was great.
So going forward, Adepticon has said that they want X-Wing players to know that there is a home for X-Wing at Adepticon, and that aligns with other things. There are other events that will be happening around the world. We can't talk about it yet, but that's the goal. We want X-Wing players to know that there will still be X-Wing. And I've held my hand up to drive that with Adepticon. I will be reaching out to you to go,
you're stuck with me.
Oh God, what have I done? But
as people probably noticed while we were here, this was not shocking news to us. This was kind of our plan for some time.
Yeah.
Chris Mitchell, we had some transition. I'm laughing because the subtitles they were typing are not correct.
Very wrong.
Technically, I was the event organizer. TO is not a position.
Nope.
Chris Mitchell was the head judge,
Yes.
but the goal was all of our European players are very comfortable. Oh, Chris Mitchell, that's our adult. He runs things for us, right? He's the EO. But we wanted to get a lot of our American players used to it as well.
Yeah.
So, when you're talking to people and getting announcements and everything, it's coming from Chris, and it looks like it was we learned our lesson in communication because everyone thought you were the TO. So
Yeah,
nice job.
good. Fantastic. I think that's probably the message, though. So going forward, there'll be a home for X-Wing at Adepticon. I will be hopefully a familiar touchstone and a familiar face, and we want it to be big.
Yep.
But
that needs you
to
here.
do it. We need you guys. Yeah. So we would love to see you next year. We will get you as much information as soon as we can. But on that note, we should probably go because we've got a room to tear down.
Yep. And a lot of impatient-looking players waiting for us.
Want to say bye.
Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I'm going to give this back to Wilt. Where's Will? Uh-oh. He's given me the controls.
James. Oh, I
found James.
Can I push the crit button?
Do it. He can't stop you.
He can't stop me.
Yep, do it. Hit a faction.
Faction?
Yep. Panic Pilot. It's
Panic
not gonna,
Pilot.
Wow.
Garbage.
This is the worst
What is
stream
this
ever.
half-assed?
All right.
Who are these people? Who put us in charge? Anyway, take care, folks.
Thanks again.
Well, why is your head so hot?
All right. Well, this has been this has been a fantastic.
I'm Chris Allen. Robot.
This has been a fantastic weekend. Thank you so much again, everybody involved in this. James, big thank you to you. 19 games this weekend that you're commentated. Really doing a great job, man.
Thank you. I appreciate all of the support. I know we turned. There's a chat again. Dion says,
Thanks,
good work.
Dion.
James and Will, thank you, Dion, for always being supportive and helping me out on Friday when Will abandoned me.
Yeah.
To go scrub out.
I really thought I would just like 03. I'm really like, well, that was cute. That was adorable.
That was fun.
Yeah. I'm like, well,
Ahsoka was cute.
Yeah, but
made it into day 2, and had 3 chances to claw your way back.
I was 6-1 at one point in time, so just looking for one more win to solidify it. And
you're like, I one loss. The next one I'll get it.
I'll take 28th. It's not a big deal. So.
Yeah. Out of 200. So
some of the best players in the world.
Yeah.
Legendary players playing over 10 years, some of them. So anyway, it's been fantastic.
Yeah.
Again, thank you for everybody here at the Convention Center, at AMG and Asmodee, giving us one last officially supported Worlds
organized
here.
Play season as well.
Yep.
Yeah, this isn't the last event from Atomic Mass Games and Asmodee. There's still a couple more GTs going through the beginning of May.
Until June. Until June.
Goodness.
There's grand tournaments still going on. Check out the Discord. We got links for all of them. And get in touch and how you can get to play them. Plus, of course, if you're looking for the future of X-Wing post-development, I'm sure there's some community efforts putting forth that will be able to supplement you with that. So, but it's been a fantastic time here at Worlds. We thank you so much for viewing and joining us in this experience. But
the closing of a chapter.
Exactly.
Right. We had.
That's a good way to put it.
I think we talked earlier in the week about chapter 1 of 1.0.
Sure.
Chapter 2, FFG 2.0.
Sure.
And second edition, and then AMG. Second edition.
2.5.
Yeah, 2.5 colloquially known. So closing of this chapter, and hoping to see what's around the bend in the anticipated next book. I don't know what that book is, so I'm happy to explore it with you.
We'll see. Hopefully something works out. But for now, this has been an amazing experience, truly memorable. Their first time in Milwaukee here for Adepticon. Truly a memorable time. But As a note, we won't be podcasting tomorrow. Just go rewatch those videos on YouTube or Twitch. Thank you to I'm So Fame for that big sub drop and all the supporters through the Patreons, Adepticon, everybody who was able to get us here. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts. But we really got to pack up. So
yeah, everything's broken down around us.
Yes. So again, thank you. Stay safe, stay smart. Gold Squadron out.